Good morning, Chatty House.
Hello, everyone. Got the belt today. Warren gets a belt today. Hey, congratulations, Warren.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, what's up, Russ Dog? Good morning. I see Wheezy in here. Hello, Wheezy. Scooter. Hi. Chris. Hello. From Roseville. What's up, Lotus? What up, Germs? King Vass in the building. And my coach Christiera in the building. Joe Schmo in the building. Okay, we don't need to do all that.
I have a funny story to tell before we get on the air.
Okay, go.
So when I was a kid, we went to visit my aunt. She lived in Elk Grove. She has a bunch of kids. Me and my brother. I don't think my sister was around then. Wasn't born yet. Anyway, my aunt loads us all into her car, and we drive around, and she's like pumping this thing up like nonstop. We're gonna go do something that is so incredibly fun. We're all excited. We're all like geeked up in the car.
Yeah.
She just keeps saying, "Oh, you guys are gonna be so excited! I can't wait till we do this. I can't wait till we get there."
Oh no.
We're starting to think like Chuck E. Cheese, or maybe she'll run us over to Fairy Tale Town and downtown. She takes us to the damn car wash. And we go through a full cycle automated car wash where it sprays car. You know why I bring this up?
Please.
The car wash is Dennis Schroeder.
Why'd you tell that story before we got on the air? That's a great damn story, dude.
Yeah.
Although, how old were you when this happened?
Probably like 8.
Because my wife, when she was a nanny, the kids were like 7 and 5 and 3. Like they were in that range. She said she could go through the car wash and then go to the pet store to look at the fish. And it was like the best day of their lives.
Oh, yeah.
They just loved the car wash.
Was she a nanny for Hassan Whiteside?
No. It's not that I'm aware of. No.
Oh no, Dennis the car wash Schroeder.
No, I didn't do that.
Oh, that's tough for Jesse.
So he hasn't even done. Man. Can't believe we're melting down already. Nothing's even happened.
Oh, I love Kings fans. I love you all. I love you all.
Just it's the world's finest fan base.
Yes,
the Sacramento Kings.
It is.
He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is over there. We're the Insiders, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they would take you up to 4 o'clock. And a reminder: 4:30 p.m. coverage of the first round of the NBA draft begins today on ESPN 1320. Will the Kings be in the first round? Well, that's still a TBD. Nothing so far. We're letting you know, though, that if any Kings-related news breaks, we'll have it for you, and we'll be breaking it all down right here on either the Insiders or on D'Lo and Casey. So keep it locked into ESPN 1320, whether you're on the radio. Again, this is a radio program. We may not act like it sometimes, but we are a radio program. 1320 AM on your radio dial or 98.5 FM HD2 if you drive a newer vehicle that doesn't have the traditional AM FM dials.
Okay.
We're on the free Odyssey app. That's a free app with a ton of podcasts and music, but search ESPN 1320. You can listen to the station live anywhere in the world. So tap in wherever you are. Even if you've got to leave the radio, leave your computer, you can still get on the Odyssey app and listen to us there. Of course, YouTube and Twitch. Good morning, everybody in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're simulcasting there and really appreciate everybody hanging out with us there and love getting your thoughts in the chatty house. Of course, if you'd like to join the show, you can hit us up there or you can hit us up on the Oak Grove Kia talk line. It's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Okay, so As of 10:02 a.m., the Kings have not made any moves.
Not yet.
I'm not ready to call.
We saw the same thing at the same time.
I'm not. Did we? Are you talking about how?
Maybe not.
I don't know what that means. I don't.
You don't know who Ricky Schroeder is?
I have no idea who Ricky Schroeder is. Brother.
Silver spoons, man.
We didn't grow up at the same time.
That's true. That's true.
We didn't. We just
by the time
generationally different.
By the time you watched TV, he was going by Rick Schroeder, NYPD Blue and stuff like that.
Oh, of course, NYPD Blue.
Yeah,
totally. But the guy who looked vaguely like Danny DeVito.
Yeah. Sipowicz.
Yes,
Andy Sipowicz.
That's him.
Yep.
All right, very good. So the Kings haven't done anything yet. I saw somebody in the chatty house immediately say this is get him a vest, get Scott Perry a vest. It's Monty McNair 2.0. Look, I'm having a hard time with this because I understand that reaction.
Yep.
I understand that you're seeing Drew Holiday get traded. You're seeing Desmond Bane get traded. You're seeing Kristaps Porzingis get traded. You're seeing Kevin Durant get traded. And the Kings have not been involved in those trades.
At all. Not even like as a cursory third team.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not even taking on second round picks or dumping out. They're not doing.
Yeah.
So I understand. Like I get it. We're coming off of a front office regime who is ultimately defined by inaction.
Yes, very much so.
So I understand the knee jerk, like, oh my God, it's happening again. I get it. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also gonna. Maybe I'm insane. I'm gonna exercise some patience here, and I'm gonna expect that there's something in the hopper where we're gonna see a significant change with the Sacramento Kings, whether it's during the first round of the draft, whether it's during the second day of the draft, whether it's sometime in free agency. I'm holding out hope, but I got to tell you, if the answer at point guard is Dennis Schroeder, and if there's no trade into the first round and a second round pick and Dennis Schroeder at the full mid-level exception is the big offseason haul.
That's tough, man.
And that's currently, again, there's no path. We're not walking down a path yet, but we're sitting here surveying, okay, where are the Kings going to go? What direction are they going to go? And right now, based on the reporting, we know that they are considered the front runners to land Dennis Schroeder at something like the full mid-level exception.
And that, of course, is from Jake Fisher and Mark Stein last night.
Yes.
And I think the way they wrote it is very interesting. The league, the Kings, league sources are already being described as a likely leading suitor for Detroit's Dennis Schroeder. They also said they're painting, isn't it? They're being painted as the leader, right?
Painted as the leader is just an insane thing.
It is. It's
he's calling agents and executives around the league, and they're like, "Yeah, the Kings would probably be in on Schroeder."
You know what I'm like? The first thing,
full mid-level.
The thing that pops into my head is like David Garibaldi is out. He's got the music pumping. He's flinging paint everywhere, and all of a sudden there's a picture of Dennis Schroeder, and everyone's like, "Wait, no!"
Oh, it's the Kings. It's the Kings.
And it's like we don't know it's Dennis Schroeder, and then he paints the orange thing on it in his hair.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
dang it!
He got us. It's Dennis Schroeder.
Okay, so let's stick on the Dennis Schroeder thing because look,
yeah,
I again, I'm gonna try really hard here, you guys. I'm gonna try and not fall into the everything's awful.
Okay.
Pit.
Everything is awesome.
Everything is awful.
Okay.
And people existing there, this is not to begrudge you. I understand.
Oh, of course.
I got salute.
We don't tell you how to fan.
We might. And dude, again, if the 42nd pick and Dennis Schroeder is the Kings' big offseason haul, I'm jumping in. We're there. I'm ready. But here's what I'm gonna try and do. I'm gonna try and talk myself into this. Not into Dennis Schroeder just in a vacuum, but try and talk myself into what the Kings might be thinking here.
Okay.
So, man, don't forget that this is the 2023 FIBA World Cup MVP, Dennis Schroeder.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
Look, here's the pros on Dennis Schroeder. One, he's been around forever.
Mm-hmm.
He is a guy who can start, He's a guy who will come off the bench, and whether he's starting or coming off the bench, you're getting a pesky defender who's going to mix it up. You're getting a guy you don't want him spotting up and shooting all the time, but if he winds up with an open three, you feel okay about it.
Okay.
Good playmaking, good finisher around the basket,
fast,
quick. Yep.
Yeah.
Good first step. Just if Dennis Schroeder is your backup point guard, you could do so much worse.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of what the Kings are looking for, when we hear their number one priority this offseason is getting a point guard, they care about nothing more than finding a starting point guard for their team. So much so that we're talking Darius Garland, Ja Morant, Trae Young, LaMelo Ball, Emmanuel Quickley. We threw out Tyrese Maxey yesterday. When that's the list of names we've been talking about, when that's the pool we're expecting them to play in, and then the first reporting you hear is, Dennis Schroeder. I'm trying to talk myself into this idea that, okay, they're in on Dennis Schroeder in the way, again, different levels here, but in the way that the Blazers are why they acquired Drew Holiday. Like, we're going to have Drew Holiday, a veteran that we know can do the job, while we develop somebody else alongside or behind him, which may be why they're trying to trade into the 20s. You can find a first-round point guard. You have that point guard with Dennis Schroeder, and they can start, come off the bench, wherever that rookie point guard, whatever developmentally they think he needs. Dennis Schroeder can just do the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most optimistic way I can paint this.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is exactly what we warned that. I don't know if warned, but this is the Darren Collison play.
Yeah, this is the
Darren Collison play. And again, Dennis Schroeder is a perfectly fine NBA player. He is a rotational player for almost every single team in the league,
mm-hmm.
right? But that doesn't change the fact that you should, if this is the answer, you should be disappointed. Now, I'm going to make sure everyone understands. This is a report, and this report did not, under any circumstance, come from the Sacramento Kings. And an agent has every single reason to put out that not only are the Kings looking at Dennis Schroeder, the Kings who repeatedly have told everybody, including us yesterday, reporting once again, their priority is to find a starting point guard. Their priority is a point guard,
mm-hmm.
right? So an agent could go out and say, oh, not only is Dennis Schroeder maybe the guy, but full mid-level. So now they're trying to pump up value. Now, I'm not saying that that's what's happening, but I can honestly tell you that it's possible that that's what's happening, and that the Kings don't really have any interest, although we have not heard a rebuke from the Sacramento Kings at all. My concern, again, and this isn't to disparage Darren Collison, because I like Darren Collison as a player, but that's a level of point guard that's 20 to 30 in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what's going to take you to the next level. And the other thing I'm going to point out is, if you think that Dennis Schroeder is the answer, I'm going to tell you that you already have a guy on your roster that's 5 years younger, that is basically the same exact player in Malik Monk, a guy who wants to be in Sacramento, a guy who signed an extension in Sacramento, a guy you have team control over for the next 3 years. He's a little bit more expensive, but we're talking $5-6 million off a mid-level exception.
Mm-hmm.
That's not enough to make the numbers work. And so, again, Dennis Schroeder, this is how I describe him in a nutshell. He will play for his 10th team in 13 seasons. The next team he signs with, unless it's one of the 9 teams he's already played for, it will be his 10th team in his 13th, going into his 13th season.
That's crazy.
And we're talking about a guy who's almost 32 years old. He can be the answer to the Kings' issue if they trade Malik Monk, and then you're going to have a cheaper version of Malik Monk off your bench. But that's saying that you go out and get a starting level point guard, and I would be totally fine with Dennis Schroeder as a cheaper option to Malik Monk as your backup point guard. But if he is, in fact, your idea for a starting level point guard, then, and if the backup plan to that might be Marcus Smart. This is some tough. This is not exactly what people were thinking. And
Yes.
look, I don't want to hear the whole patience thing being preached right now, which is weird. I know you're saying patience over the next couple of days. The next couple of days, that's fine. Let this thing play out.
Yes.
But patience when we hit July 15th or July 20th and
July 1.
Well, once the dust is settled on free agency and trades and all that stuff, what happened?
Yeah.
If we're talking about something like this as a catalyst and then you trade Malik Monk just to trade Malik Monk because he's not you want to go
Just
out
to
and get
do
someone
it.
else,
Yeah.
then that's where we start to go, okay, this is a little rough.
It's just a quick note. You mentioned that Dennis Schroeder is a rotational player for every team in the NBA, and he almost has been. He has played for going on 10 teams in 13 years, and he spent his first 5 years with Atlanta.
He played for 3 teams last season.
That's insane.
3 teams.
He played for 3 teams. I think he was on 4. I think he was technically with the Jazz for a second.
Oh, wow.
And then they shipped him out again.
I didn't even count
Miami?
the Jazz.
I don't know. He got moved all over the place. But that's hitting the nail on the head. When I say exercising patience, I mean today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not going to freak out to right now. I'm going to give them a day or two to figure this out, see how the draft plays out, see how free agency plays out on, was it July?
Monday. Monday is June 30th is when the
legal negotiating window. Legal tampering.
Yeah.
But man, if that's it puts them, we said you have to choose a path this offseason.
Uh-huh.
And if they are going to come out and tell everybody with ears that, hey, point guard, we're getting a point guard is our top priority. This team needs a point guard. If that's what you're going to do, if that's the front you're going to put out, and you wind up with Dennis Schroeder and Marcus Smart, that I don't.
That's tough.
There's no patience there. That's a stopgap option. Those are you're signing Mac Jones to play quarterback for your football team. Like that's what that is. Again, we said you have to choose a path of either, okay, going to take some steps backwards in hopes of accumulating assets to in 27, 28, 29 start to ascend again. Or you have to go, okay, we're going all in. We're going to figure out a core, whether it's Domas, Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, we're just picking 3 names. That's the core. Everybody else on the table, we're going to try and build around that core. Dennis Schroeder and Marcus Smart, or Dennis Schroeder and veteran point guard A, or any 2 random rotational veteran point guards, to me, is choosing neither of those paths and going, oh God, just be in the play-in again.
Yeah.
How can we patch this together to just not be totally irrelevant? How can we do this with as little risk as possible of getting worse? And that is the absolute worst place to be in. We said ESPN has the 49ers, not the 49ers, excuse me, has the Kings in the stuck in purgatory tier.
Yep.
Dennis Schroeder and Marcus Smart and Tyus Jones and Trey Jones and all of those random veteran point guards who are going to sign for something like the mid-level or less this offseason, they keep you in purgatory.
Yeah, this is death by mid-level.
Yes.
It is. It's death by mid-level. It's trying to cling on to something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what where I would be heading. And adding the 24th pick or the 26th pick or the 27th pick to try to supplement that, to get a late round point guard to add to this. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, what's the path forward? What's the path forward? That's going to be the question. Very
uninspiring. Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't want to kill the Kings for things that haven't happened yet.
Well, and that's what we should be. Yeah.
When this reporting came out, that was my initial reaction. We'll keep diving into the Dennis Schroeder stuff, but there's more reporting around the Kings and that trade up into the first round of the draft. What are the odds that they do that? Where might they go? We'll talk about that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is producing this program. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
The Chicago Bulls are looking to trade Patrick Williams per Jay Crowley Hoops. Cowley. hoops. The Kings could assemble. They could also try to trade for Lonzo Ball. Just put it all back together.
I'm trying to. So, Kyle, I kind of like what you said about the pit of despair, essentially, for Kings fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I try to be optimistic, and I'm just I try.
I appreciate that.
And I'm just kind of taking things, the ideas as they're coming in. I'm standing over the pit, and I'm starting to put on my bungee jumping gear, and I'm getting ready to just be pushed into the pit of despair.
What I'm hoping is that they take Domas to the pit of despair and start stretching his arms out longer, because that's really the torture device was a stretching machine.
Yeah.
Is that how I could get into the NBA if I just go on one of those medieval?
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Clearly,
all right,
because there were a bunch of tall people in medieval times. Just so you know, there weren't tall people.
There were not. Basketball was not a thing in medieval times.
Yeah, like Seth walking around here, he would be literally considered a giant in that.
Oh,
time.
no doubt. I would think he came from the heavens. I'd be terrified.
Seth, I don't know that a person has ever more quickly entered the realm of, like, man, if that person was mad at me, it would ruin my day. Like, I wouldn't even, not even like I'm scared. Like, I'm not scared of Seth, but I would just feel bad that I did a thing that made such a gentle, kind human upset with me.
Hey, Kyle, can you mute the mics?
Yeah.
Take that, Scooter.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Take that. We will mute the mics when we want to mute the mics.
usually we only do that when it's like, I would say if we've muted the mics 20 times during this show, 19 of them have been about something totally unrelated. To basketball or the Kings or sports.
Yeah.
It's usually something happening in the office, or did you get this email from this person? Like, it's usually a work related thing that we don't want.
Yeah.
Out there.
That's a good question, Johnny G.
No, it says Sacramento Zoo. Come on, don't hate. Hey, I had never been to the Sacramento Zoo. I went to the Sacramento Zoo for the first time on Saturday.
Yeah?
What a place.
There it is.
I had such a great time.
I grew up going there. The only problem is it smells, like, especially early when the flamingo pit.
Didn't notice
really
any abnormally bad smells. And I've not been to a ton of zoos. LA Zoo, San Diego Zoo.
I've been to a lot of zoos. I've
never been to San Francisco or Oakland.
I went to a zoo in Rome.
Sure.
And I went to a zoo in Belize.
Okay. Yeah. Sick. So I'd never been to the Sacramento Zoo. And so we went with our friends Hannah and Mike. Salute to Hannah and Mike and their child. We love them very much. But it was just great. It was like, it wasn't like the San Diego Zoo is so involved. It feels like a day at Disneyland, right? It's just like, God, there's so much here.
Yeah.
There's like the different levels and you're going up and down. The Sacramento Zoo, it's a nice casual walk. The animals were out and active. The people helping at the zoo were very nice, answering questions, giving you fun facts. I had a blast. Shout out to the Sacramento Zoo.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe Brazil. So the first round of the NBA draft is tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Coverage on ESPN 1320 begins at 4:30. The Kings currently don't have a pick. As of 10:21 a.m., the Kings are without a pick in the first round.
Yep.
But Jake Fisher has reported multiple times, Jake Fisher, part of the Mark Stein Substack, has reported multiple times that the Kings are telling teams that they're confident they're going to trade into the early 20s. We long speculated that would be Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Could a DeMar DeRozan deal happen that involves a 20th pick? Maybe, but now Jake Fisher, I have two new teams that he's throwing into the mix.
Yes.
or Jake Fisher and Mark Stein. They co-authored this NBA draft notes piece. Quote, we're talking about a trade up to number 21 with Utah now. So the Utah Jazz, quote, it might be worth filing away. Again, this is via the Mark Stein Substack. It might be worth filing away that Utah, league sources say, previously showed interest in Devin Carter when the Jazz engaged the Kings on Lauri Markkanen and trade concepts during the 2024 offseason. The Jazz hold the number 21 overall pick Wednesday night, which is right in the range of Sacramento's presumed trade ambitions. That's kind of interesting. Utah has a ton of young players that I think they don't really know what to do with. They don't really have a direction. If it's Devin Carter for a young player who's kind of just wasting away in Utah and the 21st pick, I don't mind that.
Okay, so I think there has to be a discussion on what exactly Devin Carter means to the Sacramento Kings.
Please.
You know, he's the 13th pick in the draft from last year. He spent most of the season on the IR because of a torn labrum. And then when he did come back, he had moments, flashes. And like, look, there are teams that we've heard that are interested in Devin Carter. Again, this is kind of contrary to what I've heard when it came to the Kings trying to acquire Cam Johnson. They said the Nets wanted him, but the Kings wouldn't include him in the trade. That's not what I heard at that moment during the trade. Now, it could have been a holdup, but the Kings weren't willing to do like Devin Carter and 2 first-round picks because they would consider that 3 first-round picks. Right. And for me, there's a handful of teams here. If the Nets are still interested in Devin Carter, there's a 19th pick. There's what do they now have? The 22nd pick. They also have the 26th and the 27th pick. Like Devin Carter is worth both the 26th and 27th pick. He's worth the 22nd pick. He might be worth the 19th pick in this year's draft. And that's kind of the way it goes. He has not lost his value so much, but he's lost enough value where he's between, I'd say, 6 and 10 picks lower than where he was selected last year. And that's just because he didn't blow up and have a huge rookie season. I think people still see the talent, and the Kings have to decide, are they going to use Devin Carter to acquire a first-round pick, or is Devin Carter going to be part of another bigger deal that brings in a player? Or is Devin Carter part of their future? And for me, I think it is interesting that we're having this discussion. I also think it's interesting that these two teams, the 21st and the 24th pick, when again, the 20th is the Miami Heat and the 19th is Brooklyn as well, where you might be playing a little bit of cat and mouse trying to move up, trying to get more value for Devin Carter, because there are people that I specifically have heard that the Kings are interested in this year's draft. And, you know, whether or not those players will be around at 21 or 24, there's a good chance they won't be. And so the higher they can get up in this draft, the better it is for them.
So I get so locked into making money work in trades. Devin Carter's so cheap that you wouldn't have to make money work.
No,
for Utah, you could do Devin Carter for the 21st pick and then the 53rd pick.
Yeah,
draft or whatever combination of picks gets it done.
Yeah.
So if that's what the Kings determine is the best deal, the Devin Carter thing's so interesting because like last year you saw the potential value. I think there was some I think he was up and down shooting the ball, and I don't know that his jumper is gonna work long term. He's gonna have to make some adjustments there. But just the IQ, just the basic, just basketball instincts, the rebounding, just translating right away.
The defense,
the hounding defense. There was a little bit of creativity as a ball handler. Like that was you see why the Kings drafted him. But again, this is what we always come down to, or what we always discuss with the roster is, okay, does he really fit? And I think that is determined a little bit by how they feel about Keon Ellis long term, or how Keon Ellis feels about the Kings long term. I think that comes down a little bit to whether Malik Monk gets moved. But if you're going to have Malik Monk and Keon Ellis on your roster for the next 3, 4, or 5 years, whatever it is, or at least if that's your plan, I don't really know where Devin Carter fits in.
And you didn't even mention Zach LaVine, who's going to play 34 minutes a night.
Great point.
That's the guy. I mean, that's the problem. And this isn't against Devin Carter. is that you're basically he's your fourth string shooting guard.
This is not give Devin Carter away. This is how can you maximize his value as an asset if he's not going to be part of your team.
Yeah, because I mean, like, look, I think Isaiah Crawford could easily be your fourth shooting guard. I think that Mason Jones could be your fourth shooting guard.
Sure.
Like, there are other players. I think you could find somebody in the second round in this year's draft that could potentially be your fourth shooting guard.
Deion James.
Yeah. So there are players out there that make just more sense for your roster construction. And if you can get an asset for him, like, look, we're hearing the Nets are like, hey, if anyone will give us 2 second-round picks, we're good, giving up either the 26th or 27th pick. Right now, they have 5 first-round picks. The real question is, can you move even further up?
So that's another question I have, because the other reporting from Mark Stein and Jake Fisher is that the Kings are looking at the number 24 pick with Oklahoma City. Again, quote, multiple teams consulted Tuesday said they believe Sacramento has held talks aimed at setting up the acquisition of the number 24 selection from Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the questions I have here is, again,
the first question you should have is, will Oklahoma make the pick for you and then trade you the pick afterwards? That should be the first question.
Sure. Yeah.
Because they're Oklahoma City.
Right.
And they strike gold all the time.
They're
But go ahead.
Find a rotational play.
Yeah.
Hey, okay. So who would you take at 24? Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know.
Good to know.
So no, but I think one of the questions I have is, and I think it gets to what you're asking with Devin Carter. We're not talking about getting up to the top 10. We're talking about a late first round pick here.
Mm-hmm.
A mid to late first round pick. We're constantly in the NBA draft are like, yeah, hey, is that you don't want a first round pick from Cleveland because that's going to be late in the first round. You know, that's kind of the constant discussion point around first round picks. So I wonder if it's worth, like, I wouldn't overpay is I guess what I'm trying to get at, to get into the 21st or 20th or 24th pick. If that can be thrown in part of a bigger deal that makes my team better, then great. I'm getting a bite at the apple.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the Kings need to be going into day one of the draft here. I don't think Scott Perry needs to be on the phone like, oh my God, we just need to get into the first round.
Yeah.
If the Raptors are like, hey, we want Malik Monk and we'll put the number 9 pick on the table. Great. Let's talk about it, because you can find like a legitimately impactful player at number 9. Whereas
you would have the 9th pick in an 8-man draft, but go ahead.
Well, no, but your chances of finding
Yep.
a player who can contribute for you at 9 are significantly better than finding that player at 24.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Is
Yeah.
that largely the case?
Yeah.
So I don't like we've focused so much on the Kings getting into the first round by way of this Miami trade, by way of a DeMar DeRozan for players and the 20th pick. I think if you're talking to Utah and it's, hey, Utah wants Devin Carter and they'll give you the 21st pick for him, like, all right, I guess. And
I think what that does, though, is it does give Scott Perry an opportunity to draft his player and not a player that is Monty and Wes's pick from the year before. And like, but Devin Carter, I mean, he pretty much redshirted his rookie season.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think we all get that. So I just think it's very possible that he just wants his own stamp with the young player that they're going to develop. And hey, the one other thing I don't want to ignore, Devin Carter will be 24 in March. Like during the season, he'll turn 24 in his second NBA season.
This isn't a 19-year-old.
No, and that doesn't mean that Scott Perry won't go draft a 22-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you at least, if you're going to draft a player, you want them to play a position that you want, that you need, and you want him to be a player that, if you're going to spend a lot of time developing, that fits who your system and who your franchise wants to be. The only thing I would point out is that Devin Carter fell to the 13th pick because of his shoulder injury.
Mm-hmm.
This is a player that was in last year's draft. Although last year's draft was not considered a good draft, he's a player that many around the league considered like a top 8 player in that year, in that draft. So you probably are giving up the better player, and you might, but that doesn't matter sometimes. Fit matters.
Devin Carter's older than Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh man, Kuminga's
That's crazy.
just finished his 4th year.
Yes, that's crazy. That's
Yeah.
kinda wild. But anyways, I get that to an extent, what you're saying about Scott Perry wanting to draft his own guy.
Mhm.
But there's no, I guess the reason I bring up number 9 is because you say it's an 8-player draft. So you have a pretty good idea of who's going to be there at 9.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you're trading to 24, let's say you have a list of 3 dudes and you're like, hey, these 3 guys, if we can land one of these guys, there's a very good chance that they don't make it to 24. And then you're just sitting there. You've traded away Devin Carter to get the 24th pick. And you're like, we don't really like anyone here either.
No, I get that. Yeah.
So I get there's some risk reward, right? You have to take some kind of swing. But I also don't think that trading up into the early 20s is going to make or break the Kings offseason here.
No.
Even if the plan is what we talked about earlier, hey, get Dennis Schroeder, another veteran point guard, and then draft a point guard in the early 20s. Like, all right, man, I guess. Like,
it's tough, man, because even if, let's just say, I'm looking at Tankathon, right? First of all, between pick number 11, they've got Carter Bryant, a small forward / power forward out of Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
After that, they've got a couple of power forwards. Nick Clifford is a shooting guard / small forward.
We'll talk about him later.
Right, at number 16. But then again, Rasheer Fleming, which we talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've got him at number 19. But then you don't really even have a lot of small forwards. So Liam McNeely at 21, Noah Esengwa, I think, at number 22, Will Riley at number 24, and then it falls off again. There are no small forwards. We keep talking about these 6'8", 6'9" guys with long wingspans. This draft doesn't have a bunch of them.
We've tried to find them.
And from number 42, there's no one there. There's no one there.
It's a lot of guys who are like, being a tweener isn't bad if you're a small forward, power forward tweener.
Yep.
Or you're a power forward center tweener. Like, not really sure. Or even just any front court position, right? But it's a lot of like point guard, shooting guard tweeners. Or shooting guard and like, maybe some small forwards like he could guard, but
Yeah, you remember I told you this story during the season. Mason Jones said, hey, guys like me, 6'5", 6'4", 6'5" guys, we're like a dime a dozen in the G League. There's so many of us.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, but then you see Isaac Jones come down or you see Scal play. He's like, those guys are dominating.
Yeah.
Again, the year before, 2 years before, Nemias Queta, just dominating the G League.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, because there are no big men in the G League.
If you're a big man, you're in the NBA.
Yeah.
And you can hoop.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm not even going to say his name, but like guys stick around the G League just because they're 7 feet tall and can jump. And that's it. I'm
going to spend the rest of the show thinking about this.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you have to think that hard about a guy that you probably did not want with your franchise at all, and bad things happen with him. But the reason why he's there is one of the reasons is he's 7 foot tall. And so like, look, I think that there are going to be a lot of guys 6'5", 6'6", a couple of guys that are 6'7", but there's just not a lot of those players hiding in this year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why that is, but you can find players like this. You might even want to scout the G League really heavy because there are players down there that can play.
Yeah, for sure. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. So I want to stick on the Utah Jazz for a second because I saw an interesting report from Brett Siegel of Clutch Points today.
Okay.
According to Brett Siegel, the Jazz are making, quote, an aggressive push for Jaylen Brown. I don't know what that entails, and maybe this is the Jazz.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be their new thing, is aggressively pursuing players who aren't really available. And then that way, when they tank, they go, look, we tried in the offseason. We tried to get Jaylen Brown. We tried to get Victor Wembanyama. We tried. We just couldn't do it. Now we're bad again. Oops. It could be that, or this could be them going, okay, this is going to be our swing. We're going to take this kind of super aggressive swing. I don't think that the Celtics are going to make Jaylen Brown available.
No, him and Derek White, they're trying to hold on to.
Right. If they get bowled over by an offer, then yeah, I'm sure they would do it. I think and this goes back to kind of the frustration from Kings fans with the fact that the first major news the Kings have been involved in is that they're considered the front runners to pay Dennis Schroeder the full mid-level exception.
Yeah.
I think it goes back to this. I would love to see something like this involving the Kings. And I know, Scott, but we're not going to hear every single thing they do. We're not going to hear about every single phone call Scott Perry makes or anybody in the front office makes. I understand there's a ton of back and forth. There's messages sent and phone calls made and meetings happen. I understand all that. But I just one time would love to hear that the Kings are doing something like this. Like show me publicly that, hey, the Kings are aggressively pursuing pick a star.
You know what, though? I'm going to take it to another level. I don't want to hear that they're aggressively pursuing. I want to be at the press conference. Like I'm tired.
It's way better
of the rumors and innuendo and almost and we could have and we should have and we didn't and now that guy's in the NBA finals. Like I'm tired of that.
Mm-hmm.
Just go do it. You know, we heard this morning that Mikal Bridges might be available. Okay. You don't think Scott Perry has deep ties to the New York Knicks organization and couldn't make a few phone calls?
Yeah.
That they don't have the draft capital that the Knicks might be looking for, that they don't have a short-term fit in a player that might be able to step in and help them.
Yeah.
And again, when you're looking at a guy like Mikal Bridges, like the contract isn't big. Not yet.
Oh.
And like there are ways to go get that, but you're going to have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to pay a ton. And you just have to judge whether that's going to change the direction of your franchise or not.
Yeah.
But also, like, you can't keep talking about it.
That's it.
You got to do it.
If it's Mikal Bridges, that's a yes, dude. Just go do that.
Yeah.
And if you get, oh, man, they overpaid. Who cares, man? They got
everyone
better.
else is overpaid for him.
Right. That's what's just going to happen.
Yeah.
You're not going to get an awesome player for nothing.
Nope.
So if that's it, I would start with hearing that, okay, the Thunder had just a better offer than the Kings. They had more assets and the Kings couldn't quite compete. Okay. I would like to know that they're at least trying this stuff.
Yeah.
And not sitting around waiting on Dennis Schroeder's availability. Whew. Anyways, Jonathan Kuminga has been a hot name in the general California region here since he got drafted by the Golden State Warriors a few years ago. His restricted free agency may be something that's holding up the Kings offseason. We'll tell you what that is next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. Jiffy Lube's a sponsor on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey.
The player I was talking about was Chance Comanche. Yeah. Yep. This will change everything. Yannick Conan Niederhauser.
What did you just call me?
Hey.
Hey.
That changes everything.
Try this joke on for size. Niederhauser.
I hardly know her.
Yeah, look.
That's all I hear at my house. That's all I hear.
If we're sitting here on Friday and the conversation is the Kings drafted some asshole at 42, and I shouldn't say that. If they drafted some guy at 42,
yeah,
and signed Dennis Schroeder or are the favorites to land Dennis Schroeder, like, yeah, no, the conversation will be very different.
Yeah.
We'll be here, man.
Tina Lee, how do we feel about Quincy Acey back in the day? Randomly saw him on my feed yesterday. I don't know why you randomly saw him, but I always thought Quincy Acey was one of the nicest dudes. Super quiet, gigantic beard. He always had his son with him all the time. Like his son was in the locker room all the time. He was a good dad and again, I don't know why he's in anyone's feed, but I always thought he was a very nice guy. Very quiet, very quiet. Yeah. Yeah, Quincy Acey played with a fierceness. It wasn't just the beard, but him and why am I drawing a blank? Who's the other dude with the crazy beard and the bald head? The Kings
Chris
had?
Anderson.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh my God, what's his name? He was with the Clippers.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. He played for a bunch of teams.
Yeah.
Reggie Evans. Yeah.
Oh,
they both played like extremely hard like that.
The big Reggie Evans guy.
Reggie Evans is the dude though. Like I think he used a pencil sharpener, sharpened his elbows. Like like that's not a dude you'd want to run into a screen. Quincy Acey was just at all times ready to put you on a poster. The Brockness monster. That was a year before I started, John Brockman. His very short-lived Brian Skinner. You know what I liked about Brian Skinner, Casey Tucker Band? Brian Skinner blocked more shots after the foul than any player I've ever seen. But no, it's a skill that I don't understand why players don't do it. Because you're giving up and ones all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian Skinner, there would be a foul and a guy's going up for an and one, and he'd swat it into the seats.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, why isn't everybody, you're not getting a block for it? But he probably saved a good 12 shots a season, 15 shots. Sometimes that matters.
1,000%. I totally agree with you. The Raptors have offered a package to the Celtics that includes the number 9 pick for Derek White, according to Brett Siegel.
Wait, say that again?
Number 9 pick for Derek White is something the Raptors offered the Celtics, according to Brett Siegel.
Oh.
Isn't Brian Skinner the
he's part of the Chris Webber trade?
Isn't that Paul Walker's character's name, his fake name in
Fast and Furious?
Fast and Furious?
Well, I don't know. That's funny though.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Brian O'Connor is the name I was looking for.
Okay.
Anyways, he's James. I'm Kyle. Joe's over there. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. We love them very much, and we know you will too. Visit jiffylube.com today to find the Sacramento area location closest to you. All right, we got to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. Not for the Kings, but Jonathan Kuminga might be holding up the Kings offseason, or might be pushing them in a different direction.
Okay.
So we've talked about DeMar DeRozan and the Heat and how his style very much fits what the Heat are looking for offensively. They're looking to take some of the onus off of Tyler Hero. You drop DeMar DeRozan in there. It makes a lot of sense. They have the defensive pieces to kind of put around a DeMar DeRozan, Tyler Hero duo. Okay. That makes sense. Maybe they'll include that 20th pick and a couple rotation players. The Kings can get into the first round and get a couple of guys to add their rotation. Anthony Slater reported today that the Miami Heat have legitimate interest in a sign and trade for Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. This might, if the Kings were looking and talking to the Miami Heat about a DeMar DeRozan trade, this might be something that holds that deal up.
I think in theory, yeah, but functionally speaking, I don't fully there are ways where you could do both trades. I mean, look, the Heat have a bunch of players that are on short-term contracts.
Mhm.
So we've talked about what Duncan Robinson, Wiggins is on a short-term deal. I'm not sure
Here-
Wiggins going back.
Let me
Go
let me
ahead.
pause you real quick. I don't think it's financial. If Jonathan Kuminga goes to Miami for, let's say, Andrew Wiggins in the 20th pick, the motivation to make that deal with Miami subsides pretty substantially.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm getting at here.
No, I get that.
Is if that happens, what are you doing with DeMar DeRozan if the Miami Heat go, oh no, we're good. Jonathan Kuminga, we're gonna just bet on this 22-year-old who jumps out of the gym, and we're gonna see how that goes instead. Good luck with the DeMar DeRozan thing.
Yeah, but my point would be that they have plenty of players to go out and acquire both Kuminga and DeMar DeRozan. And
Yeah,
look,
I don't
I think
disagree with that.
Kuminga can play multiple positions. For that matter, I think you could still use DeMar DeRozan in a backcourt. I don't think your defense would be great, but you'd have to have really good defensive players around him. But again, they have, Wiggins contract at 28.2 and 30 million for next year, but they have the Terry Rozier contract at 26.7. They have the Duncan Robinson contract at 19.9. They've got Kyle Anderson at 9.2 and 9.6 million. They've got a bunch of like small pieces that they could work with to go without,
So you would
giving
still,
up a Khalil Ware.
You would still do that if you're the Kings. Let's say we find out at noon today that actually it'd be better if it happened during our show. Let's say we find out at 11:30 today, Pacific time, that Jonathan Kuminga is executing a sign and trade with the Warriors, and Golden State is going to send him to Miami for Andrew Wiggins on the 20th pick.
Okay.
You would still move off of DeMar DeRozan to Miami for just players, no picks.
Yeah, I certainly would, because to be honest with you, the reason why I think the 20th pick was added into some of the conversations there was because Devin Carter was also part of that. So if I could do DeMar DeRozan for Duncan Robinson and Jaime Jaquez, I'm in. I'm not saying that they would do that.
Sure.
But that Miami would do that. They might though. And that's where I'd be like, yeah, I would take those two players.
So I think I would too. If you're looking to, if the Kings have decided, and they may not, they might be like, yeah, the DeMar DeRozan experiment was awesome. We're going to do it again.
Yep.
I don't imagine that's how it's going to go. We've talked about this before. In my head canon and what I've made up in my head, DeMar DeRozan is kind of like, hey, if you guys can get me out of here, I would like to not play here anymore. Quietly, that's how I'm expecting or imagining it went down, but again, I don't know for sure.
He's been a pro about it, but reading between the lines, you can hear it in his voice that, yeah,
sure,
this isn't what I signed up for. I signed up to play with De'Aaron Fox. He's one of the guys that sold me on coming here, and then now he's gone and Mike Brown's gone, and I'd never gone through a coaching change before.
Yeah,
it's like, which is just a guy who's been in the league for 16 years, never gone through a mid-season coaching. And then you have a guy like Dennis Schroeder, who might become a Sacramento King, who played for 3 teams last year.
Played for multiple teams last year.
10 teams in 9 teams in 12 years, I think is what the thing is. But go ahead.
So I kind of wonder if Miami goes, hey, actually, we're going to do this, not Andrew Wiggins thing. Well, Andrew Wiggins and the 20th pick for Jonathan Kuminga. That's what we're going to do. And the Kings go, God, we really needed that pick in this DeMar deal. Would they really just hang on to him? Or do you think there's a motivation to be like, yeah, hey, Jaime Jaquez and Duncan Robinson may not be great, but it's kind of the best we can do? Because when you start to kind of look around and go, okay, where does DeMar fit? Because that's it. Maybe it's the Clippers. Maybe the Clippers are like, hey, yeah, we want DeMar DeRozan. We're going to bring him down to LA, and it's going to be this whole thing, and we're going to sell a bunch of tickets because we got DeMar DeRozan. Like, maybe it's that. But when you just kind of look at fits around the league, I don't know if Miami takes itself off the table, if they take themselves out of the running. I kind of wonder if the options very quickly dry up for Sacramento with DeMar.
It might, but I'd look at both LA teams, which I think either one of them could make a move for DeMar. I would still look at Toronto as a possibility. Mr. Canada going back, and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think that there are plenty of ways in which you could maneuver around and find a different home for him.
Mhm.
And not a home where you're taking on some bad contract or you're just dumping him.
Mhm.
You're just looking for a better fit. That's all.
Yeah.
And then again, we're talking about a better fit. The Kings team could totally look different, and I will continue to say this to you. DeMar DeRozan, as much as anything, his contract itself is something that could be appealing to teams where it's,
Yeah.
24.5 million. And then next year you can buy him out for 10 million, or you can pay 25.5.
Mhm.
There could be a team with a guy on a 3-year 25 million a year deal, 75 million over 3 years. And they're like, man, we would much rather have that $10 million buyout for next season.
Mhm.
Whether DeMar's gonna, and they could pick up the DeMar second year still and save money, but that other year is something that they could like look at as something that would intrigue them.
The Kuminga thing in general, separate of the Kings and DeMar DeRozan, is so interesting. Anthony Slater did a big write-up on him for the Athletic / the New York Times. And Kuminga is more or less saying, I want a chance to be the guy. I want to prove what I can do, whether that's with the Warriors or elsewhere. I want to help a team win or whatever he said.
Mhm.
It's like, man, you had that opportunity in Golden State. You just didn't do it. You didn't want to do it the way they needed you to do it.
Yeah.
And that's the he may come up again with the Kings, just because in this whole sign and trade thing, you get teams thrown out, you get rumors and all this stuff. I'm just,
hey man, young players, it's so tough because they disappoint so often, and it's not that they mean to, it's not that they want to, it's just like sort of what happens. And like for young players, it is so situational. And you go to the right spot, and that's where for Kuminga, the best place for Kuminga to go is probably Miami, where they take him and they say, look, dude, we are not playing anymore. We're not playing games with you. This is what you will do on the court, or you will not play. And if you don't want to play by our rules, then you are not going to play, and we're going to find you somewhere else to go. There's only a couple of places in the league that do that, and it's places like San Antonio under Pop, where you have a guy like Steven Jackson get there and like, oh nope, we made a mistake, you're out.
It's what Golden State did.
Yeah,
it's why he didn't play, because he didn't do the right things.
No, I get that, but there's a certain, I think that there's a different type of culture that for a team like Miami that actually has a long history of developing talent versus a team like Golden State, who realistically has botched really high level picks in the last like 6 years, 5 years, like one after another. And it's part of because they were so good that players just weren't getting an opportunity, but also like players just weren't able to develop at all there. Where Miami, like guys go there and just fully, like you can go back through their history. I mean, they found Hassan Whiteside after he'd been cut by the Kings and played in China and played in, man, he played everywhere. You go back and look at the places that Hassan Whiteside played. They found him at a free agent camp in Chicago. It didn't work out. They didn't sign him the first year. They went in and brought him in the next year. And next thing you know, he's making $100 million. He got $100 million contract. Like that's a developmental team squad that I think Kuminga would really grow with.
I hope so, man. A really talented player. Hope he figures it out wherever he lands next, whether it's Golden State or Miami or Sacramento or wherever the heck he goes. I'll be rooting for him for sure. One Kings trade target came off the table last night. What does that mean for Sacramento? We'll tell you next in the second hour. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insiders. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Great. Excited to chat with him.
Yeah. Michael, you can like the bigs in the late first and second round, but just remember the bigs take forever to develop, and a lot of times, like young players that you get in the 20s or even in the second round, they just it's a grind. I do think flipping Jonas for something, and then maybe chasing a different type of big in free agency Like I've talked about Kai Jones. Like the Kings don't need like a guy who's going to play 30 minutes a night. What the Kings really need is a shot blocker and, a super athlete that can play the dunker position, that can be a lob threat. And that's one of the mistakes that I think were made here was always trying to find like a different type of player to put next to Domas, and it just doesn't seem like it should have been that hard. Rustdog, who is coaching the Kings Summer League team? According to my friend Sean Cunningham, which he talked about last night on the Kings Beat podcast, Dip Ministry is going to coach the Summer League squad. And that's a lot because like Dip is earned his way. He's a smart basketball mind, and a Canadian to boot. But also because the other guys that the Kings have on their bench, whether it's Leandro or Bobby Jackson or Mike Miller or Mike Woodson, they're just too veteran of assistant coaches to go and coach a Summer League squad. So Dip is going to be the guy.
MJ, I will answer your question when we come back.
Yeah, but Whiteside was over a decade ago, but look at Miami and all the other players that become players there that are late first round picks or second round picks.
I do think there's something to what you're saying there. Late first round picks, second round picks, guys like Hassan Whiteside who are out of the league, where they go, hey, here are the things that you need to do to make a lot of money playing basketball.
Yep.
Jonathan Kuminga is about to get a lot of money to play basketball.
Yeah.
Like he's going to get that deal.
I know that's the tough thing because you're rewarding him before he's actually realizing his talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard some behind the scenes stuff and it just made me out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Me too. Yeah.
Not anything crazy. Like not anything like he's a bad person.
Yeah.
It comes down to, and we've talked about this before.
Depeche. It is Depeche, but he goes by Dip.
Right.
Like we're not being disrespectful there. I hope you guys don't feel that, but
yeah. So
yeah. It's probably replying to John Bull, which we should just punch John Bull in the face. Not
completely agree.
Yeah.
Just
Kyle, I'm gonna need you
right
on that right now. Right in the kisser.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there. Jiffy Lube is omnipresent. They sponsor this program. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We're here till noon, then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock, and then coverage of the first round of the NBA draft begins at 4:30. If the Kings trade into the first round before then, we will have that for you on ESPN 1320, so stay locked in. Whether you're on the radio at 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, whether you're listening on the free Odyssey app, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, or whether I guess you're listening to the podcast, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show.
There you go.
In which case, hello from the past. Hope the future is going well. Okay. A few things we got to get to before we get to the trade. Kristaps Porzingis got traded yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was a player that I said, hey, the Kings might be able to, can you use it? And no, immediately got dealt to the Atlanta Hawks. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But at the break in the chatty house, somebody asked, is there anything to the Kings inviting media to watch the draft? And I think this is a really important thing. We talked about it some yesterday, but you're going to see that again today as the media people are at the Kings facility for the draft.
It's why I'm wearing a button-up shirt.
It's why James is wearing his finest button-up shirt.
I'm wearing fancy shoes.
He's got fancy shoes on. That's true. You did come in wearing pants today?
I'm wearing pants.
Yeah.
Not short pants.
I should have known.
I have socks on. Man, I haven't worn socks in a long time. Like I am a flip-flop and hey dude guy.
You know that it's serious when James puts socks on.
Yeah, I mean I wear socks when I go for long walks, but outside of that, like I do not wear I don't like wearing socks in the off season.
Totally.
Yeah.
So the short answer to is there anything to the Kings inviting media to watch a draft? No. There's literally, you can surmise, and please correct me if I'm wrong here. In my experience, you can take nothing from that. Because the 49ers remember, bless you. The 49ers remember, oh, there it was, bless you. Do we got another one? Nope, just the one. The 49ers remember in 2022 didn't have a first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Media sat there at the team facility for all 32 picks. It's like 29.
Yeah.
At some point, they get a call from the comm staff that's like, yeah, hey, nothing happening. And they go home. The next year, sat all the way through round 1, went home all the way through round 2, and then had to wait till like late round 3 or middle of round 3, I think, then they traded up. Like, you just go because you don't want James Hammond, Sean Cunningham, and Matt George and the gang all sitting at home, and then all of a sudden the Kings go, "Oh shoot, we've made a pick.
Yeah,
we made a trade. Everybody, get over here." Like, you have everybody in the building just in case.
Oh yeah, I was told very specifically, if the Kings move into the first round, we will get Scott Perry after the draft.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't move into the first round, we won't, and we'll probably get Scott on Thursday. Now, again, they have not set up like another media event for Thursday for the second round for tomorrow that we've heard of yet, but it could happen. And it also lends me to believe that the Kings, likely, if they are moving into the first round, they'll probably use their second round pick this year to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be like a second and a future second to move into the first round.
Mm-hmm.
So they wouldn't select in round 2. So, and then if they draft a player in the first round, they'll fly them out and we'll have a press conference probably on Friday or Saturday.
Yeah.
And we'll get to meet and greet that player.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Perry and him will stand up there. They'll have a conversation with us, and we'll have all that content.
Right.
But there's also a very good chance that nothing happens. And the other thing is they could make a deal, but the deal can't be talked about because it's a deal that involves other players, and the deal isn't going to actually go through until after the moratorium on July 6th.
Mm-hmm.
And so we could see a trade happen. It's everywhere on every TV and everything else. Everyone knows we talk about it, well, be tweeting about it, like confirming the trade, whatever happens, right? But then Scott Perry could come to the mic and say, hey, I can't talk about the trade.
That was like after the Jonas Valanciunas trade got reported.
Yeah.
And then you asked Domas about it.
Yeah. But the way you asked about it very specifically was I said, hey, I know there's a possibility of a trade for Jonas Valanciunas, and I don't want you to talk about the trade at all because I don't want to get him in trouble.
Yeah.
I said, but you do have a long-standing relationship with Jonas. Why don't you tell us about how long you've known him and sort of your history with Jonas? You
have to ask around it because you can't go, hey, they're getting Jonas Valanciunas. How's he fit?
Yeah.
You literally can't do that. So that's why you wouldn't be able to talk about players involved in the deal.
Yeah, that and a player can talk about another player.
Mm-hmm. Scott Perry can't talk about
a coach can't talk about
another team.
A player from another team. I mean, they can talk about like how good a player is, but they can't talk about
excited to have this guy before it's official.
Yeah. And I mean, they're tightrope walking, and then they can get fined, and they can
it's bad.
It's
all bad.
I mean, they can lose a second round pick.
So all of that is to say, don't read anything into the Kings inviting media out for day 1 of the draft.
No,
it means nothing.
Yeah.
So that's just to answer that.
Yeah,
question.
Long and the short of it.
I also can't believe I thought for sure that after last year, the NBA would go, okay, bad idea. We're gonna make the draft one day again. And I'm sure from a media perspective, the 2 separate days are really nice. Especially if you're a reporter covering a team that has 2 picks in the first round and then another pick early in the second round, and you're trying to get everything sorted with those first 2 picks, and now they're taking a third guy. I get why it would be beneficial to have it on 2 days.
Yeah.
As a fan, though, man, if the Kings don't trade up today is going to be super duper boring.
Yep.
We're going to have to wait till tomorrow because day 2 of the draft is tomorrow. Coverage begins at 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320.
There we go. I've been during a draft, you have to wait until all the picks are done for them to actually come in and talk to you because, on occasion, the Kings either have like the 30th pick, which I think they've had twice, where they took Isaiah Thomas and
IT 60?
What's that? Yeah, he was 60. Yeah.
A 30th pick in the second round.
In the second round. Sorry. And then they drafted another kid out of Serbia during the Vlade Divac era. In the year that they drafted Justin James and one other, they had a third second round pick. You have to wait until after that, and then you have to wait for all of this stuff to happen behind the scenes.
Goodness.
And so you can be there like, oh, we're gonna have a phone call, and they'll bring out a player at 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, and we're all just sitting there. We've been there since 4:30, and it's just a really, really long day. So yeah, this will truncate the day for sure. But I don't get the NBA having a 2-day draft. And if you're going to do a 2-day draft, I will keep saying this: have a third round.
That's it.
And build out your minor league system even more. Like have a third round exception where a guy's on like minimally guaranteed deal, but you know, it's basically the equivalent of a 2-way. Maybe he can come up to the big club for 20 games during the season or 25 games. But either way, I just think it would be a better way to build a pipeline.
And maybe that's why they did the second day, because they're thinking about adding a third round. And so they just wanted to get all the kinks out TV wise of the 2-day event.
Yeah.
But it also feels like a TV money grab.
Oh, yeah, it is.
We're going to split this up into 2 days. We get one more broadcast out of it.
That's what it is. It's a TV money grab. Yep.
Yuck.
Yeah.
He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Celtics dealt Kristaps Porzingis yesterday. The dream is dead, folks, of Kristaps Porzingis joining the Kings. He's on a $30.7 million expiring deal. I personally really liked the fit for him alongside Domantas Sabonis.
Would at least be interesting.
Yeah, and you're going, okay, if you're trying to shake up this roster in a way that, hey, makes you potentially like really competitive in the West. Not, they might be a top 8-ish seed. Like, no, if you're trying to do something that okay, you might not be very good, but you're taking a big swing, high reward, high risk type of move, I think that's the kind of deal you can do. But Kristaps Porzingis was instead dealt to the Atlanta Hawks for Terrence Mann and the number 22 pick.
Yeah, I mean, the deal is more complicated than that, right? So Terrence Mann, number 22 pick, went to the Nets as like a salary dump.
Yes.
Right. And then one other player, there's some other movement that happens here between the three teams. But it became one of those deals where you kind of looked around and said, okay, is there a possibility the Kings could have got in on this deal? Because again, if you want an early 20s pick, there was the early 20s pick. Like you could have got Atlanta's pick and Terrence Mann, who was on I think a $3 or $46 million deal, $46 or $48 million deal. And you could have brought in that player for nothing because the Kings have the Kevin Huerter trade exception. The $16.8 million, it would have fit right into that trade exception, and you could have just made that deal and taken on a player. Here's the problem: is that contract in itself, the Terrence Mann contract, $16.8 million. I mean, $16 million a year roughly is what he makes. That would have eaten up whatever space the Kings had between the luxury tax and the salary cap. So the Kings are over the salary cap, but they're under the luxury tax, and they're well below the first apron. But this area, this gray area between the salary cap and luxury tax, is where the Kings are going to play and make all of their improvements this summer. It's where a $14 million MLE for a player like Dennis Schroeder would actually help you.
MLE mid-level exception, in case anybody.
Yeah, sorry.
Know. Anyways, go on.
Yeah, so basically, let's just say the Kings they're above the cap. They make the trade. They bring in a $16 million player, but that puts them over the luxury tax. You're now a tax-paying team, and you don't have access to your mid-level exception anymore. You have access to a much smaller mid-level exception for a tax-paying team, but not the full mid-level. And this is where the Kings are running into problems again with a guy like Keon Ellis. Like Keon is either going to make $2 million this year, or he's going to make probably 10 or 12. But the Kings want to make sure that they've done everything in their power to improve their roster before they make that decision. And it makes it extremely difficult. Like you're tightrope walking the entire time. And if you make Keon a restricted free agent this summer, there's a good chance there's a team out there willing to throw $14 million on the table for him.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to make a very difficult decision on Keon Ellis. There's also a chance that you can have a deal already in place, like a 4-year, $48 million deal, a 4-year, $40 million deal, that you're able to bring him in. But always keep in mind this little gray area here that the Kings are going to play in over the next couple of weeks.
Mhm.
The next week, where if they go into the luxury tax, if they're a tax team, they lose their mid-level exception. So you can't sign the point guard and make this move to give Keon money up front. It's tough. And so that's why the Kings didn't go out and say, hey, we'll take Terrence Mann and the number 22
Yeah.
pick, because then all of a sudden their money's gone and they can't go sign a point guard. They've got to trade for a point guard, or they can trade players, open up more space, but then you're talking about like a 3 or 4 step process.
So they're just not going to go into the tax.
They might go into the tax, but remember, there's a time to go into the tax. And it's almost like you have to have these things stack up in the right order to go into the tax, because you can make trades, stay below the tax, and still have your mid-level, and then you can use the mid-level and go into the tax.
I see.
Got me? But what you can't do is spend the money first and then try to figure it all out later.
I see.
It's complicated.
So it's Kristaps Porzingis and a second-round pick to the Hawks, Terrence Mann and the Hawks number 22 pick to the Nets, and George Niang and a second-round pick to the Celtics. Is how that ended up working.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of accuracy.
Yeah, I forgot about the George Niang piece.
That's the whole luxury tax thing in regards to the Kings. I know we've talked about this a lot, specifically over the last couple of years when it looked like they were really close to being super competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were super competitive in the West as the number 3 seed a couple years ago. But then over the next couple of years, like, hey, will they go into the tax? Will they go into the tax? I think that's going to continue to be a pretty significant question here.
Yeah.
Because the answer has always been, if it's to contend for a championship, if they think there's a move they can make that puts them into the tier of team that you see going to the conference finals and potentially the finals, then yeah, they would do it. But I don't know that when you start looking at their roster and moves that we're talking about, that any move is going to put them in that realm. And it's just every road we go down here in this conversation, every road you and I go down, not every road the Kings go down, every road you and I go down is, okay, let's explore this avenue for the Kings. Let's explore this avenue for the Kings. Okay, what if they did this instead? Or what if they had done this? It's like it all comes back to that purgatory thing we talk about.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're just in a really, really tough spot. And I know we've said that a million times. We're kind of beating a dead horse, but man, just...
There's a reason why you would go into the tax, but the Kings haven't got there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they should have considered going into the tax in year 1 of Beam Team 1.
22-23.
Yeah, when they got to the trade deadline and they did nothing, I think they picked up Kessler Edwards and a second round pick to take Kessler Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
They stayed below the tax line. There was potential to improve the roster right then and go a different direction, but they didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you're trying to strike when the iron's hot, when there's an opportunity.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, they didn't do it at that time. And like, again, shout out to Rory, RIP. He always said, like, Vivek will never go into the tax. Like, he hasn't done it yet. But I also haven't seen a moment that's just absolutely perfect and the right player sitting there that you can go into the tax to do it. And you don't always have to go into the tax. Sometimes you can trade a $16 million player for a $16 million player and you don't go into the tax.
Better. Sure.
Yeah. So there's all kinds of ways. But when you walk into this specific offseason with an MLE at $14.1 million and a trade exception at $16.8 million, that's where you start to, that's $30 million in salary, almost $31 million in salary that the Kings could absorb, they can take on. They're going right into the tax if they do it, though.
All right. We've talked a lot about this trade up into the first round. Could they trade up? Will they trade up? Where will they trade up? We sifted through big boards, mock drafts, and we came up with some players they may target, or they could target, they should target with a pick in the early 20s. We'll go through that next. We'll give you a list of names to watch out for tonight on day 1 of the NBA draft. Round 1 of the NBA draft, the first round begins at 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a minute. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh, yeah, shoot. Tell him to hang on. We'll get to him right here.
Sweet. Okay, so P-Dub, I don't disagree with this idea that Keon is worth $14 million. The one problem that you have, I'm going to point this out, and people can say I'm crazy, but The one problem, there's only one team in the league with true cap space this summer, and it's the Brooklyn Nets. And who coaches the Brooklyn Nets? And how much does Jordi Fernandez love Keon Ellis? I would hate to allow Keon to be available and then Keon to get paid $20 million a year just to spite the Kings, because they're a team with a bunch of cap space that has got nothing and they can't do anything with it outside of absorb a player like Terrence Mann. So outside of that team, there's a bunch like half the teams in the league are going to have their mid-level exception. And I would not be surprised if Keon Ellis got a full mid-level from somebody. And then the Kings would have the right to match any offer. And then, but it could get painful, right? Again, we're talking about not just going to the luxury tax, but you want to clear the deck with these other moves that you need to make before that happens. Because you don't want to do is sign Dennis Schroeder to a $14 million deal or sign Keon Ellis to a deal and then not have any money to sign Dennis Schroeder or vice versa.
Yeah, you got to keep that money open for Dennis.
Well, you got to keep the money open for a roster spot,
right.
a
for sure.
position that you don't currently have. Yeah. And I'm not saying like do this all for Dennis Schroeder, but like it's more complicated than just going in and like we want to sign this player and then sign him. Man, contractually, that's probably around what Zach LaVine. Like this is probably around, but I don't think they're giving apart. There's rumors this morning that Mikal Bridges is available, and if Mikal Bridges is available, like, and I'm the Kings, that's a huge target. Also, Mikal Bridges is on an expiring contract, $24 million. You have to have a conversation with him before about what kind of extension he would want, whether you would sign him to that extension. But I'm going out and getting Mikal Bridges if I'm the Kings. Mikal Bridges is he's almost 29. Interesting. Mikal Bridges has never missed an NBA game. And in fact, there are 2 seasons where he's played more than the league, more than you can actually typically
more
play.
Than 82.
He played 83 one time, and he played 73 one time in a 72-game season.
Crazy.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Okay, we have draft prospects to talk about. In case the Kings trade into round 1, we want to make sure that you, dear listener / viewer, are equipped with some names. Although I'm sure that people have their own lists that they've gone and done research on. These are just some of the names that James and I were kicking around today before the show, and we'll get to that. But we got to talk about this Mikal Bridges stuff.
Okay.
Because I believe it was Brett Siegel who reported that Mikal Bridges or teams are exploring a trade for Mikal Bridges. Calling the Knicks, seeing about Mikal Bridges' availability, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
This is the exact type of move I was talking about earlier when we were talking about the report that Utah is aggressively pursuing Jaylen Brown. I would like the Kings to aggressively pursue Mikal Bridges.
Yeah. Okay. So, according to NBA, the Dunk Central,
not Central.
Yes, Mikal Bridges and Mitchell Robinson's names have come up in trade talks per Frank Iasola, which is different than Brett Siegel. Frank is like a longtime Knicks reporter.
Yeah, Frank Iasola is good.
Yeah, this is. I mean, so if that's a possibility, but there's a big difference between he's on the block and teams are calling to see if he's available. And if I'm the Kings, yeah, like the fact that he's 29 is almost 29 is a little, he doesn't fit maybe the proper timeline. But
yes, he does.
Well, yeah, because he does at this point. But if you're trying to get younger and trying to reboot a little bit, it just depends on what you're giving up.
But that's just okay. But I guess that's sort of it. So we've talked about this idea of the Kings rebuilding, and Frank or Joe in Elk Grove, Joe and TC and Buddha. I see you guys on the line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I see you on the Elk Grove Kid Talk on. We'll get to you here in just a second. But we've talked about this idea that the Kings aren't going to rebuild.
Yeah.
They're going to try and retool and compete with. Well, you've got Domantas Sabonis, who's 29.
Yep.
You have Malik Monk, who's 27.
26. Yeah, gonna be 27. You've got a 30-year-old Zach LaVine.
30-year-old Zach LaVine.
No, you're right.
Jonas Valanciunas is 33. It seems like Mikal Bridges just kind of fits that timeline.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you cannot, if you're the Kings and if you're Scott Perry, that's where you can't. I don't agree that you just kind of try and retool around those players and get some guys in. I don't think that's the right move. But if that's the move, then you have to do it by going all in on a guy like Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
Like that's the place that your franchise and your roster is in. If you're not going to take a significant step back and trying to get rid of some of these contracts and accumulate some picks, then go use the picks you have to go get Mikal Bridges, a guy who fits your roster, fits your timeline, and you're at least using the picks that you have.
Yeah.
To go get a really high quality defender, a good shooter, a guy that when given the chance can create a little bit. And he's not going to be your starting point guard, but he can play the 2, he can play the 3, he can guard 1 through 4.
Oh, I think a perfect pairing on the front line with Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis.
I'm right there, man. So that's just it. He's 29, but dude, that's the timeline you're playing in.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I mean, if you're going to go out there and he's right below a star level player, but a guy who does not miss games, a guy who plays defense like crazy, switchability with him and Keegan would be awesome.
Yep.
And it would take the stress off. All of a sudden, if you have a starting lineup that somehow features Keegan Murray and a guy like Mikal Bridges and a guy like Keon Ellis, like you have potential to be a really, really good defensive team.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how you build a team in Doug Christie's image right there.
Yeah. That's a spot on.
Yeah.
You talk about fit. Is Mikal Bridges the best player we've talked about? No. But you talk about fit. That's the kind of guy that kind of fits everywhere. Before we get to the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, can we go through Mikal Bridges' nicknames on Basketball Reference?
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
The Warden.
Oh, yeah.
Noodles.
Okay.
Which I'm out. Don't call me Noodles. Inspector Go-Go Gadget.
Okay.
Oh, I'm in on that one.
That's multiple names.
Inspector
That's a
Gadget.
cool one.
Inspector Gadget is a person who would say Go-Go Gadget arms or whatever. So I need Inspector Gadget or Go-Go Gadget. I can't have both. That's crazy. Do better. String Bean? That feels insulting. Brittle?
Brittle?
Is that
Guy
like a
doesn't miss
bit?
games.
Is that like a bit from when there used to be like a big baseball player or basketball player and they'd call him Tiny?
Oh, I guess.
Is that because he plays all the time? Praying Mantis
Oh,
and Brooklyn Bridges.
boy, he's got a lot of nicknames.
I'm out on all of them.
Okay.
They're all bad. Big thumbs
I
down.
like the Warden. I think that's
You're in on the
cool.
Warden?
I'm in.
All
on
right.
the Warden.
Yeah.
Let's jump out to the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. Let's get out to Joe in Elk Grove. He doesn't think DeMar DeRozan's going to Miami. Joe, explain yourself.
How's it going, Kyle? First, I got 4 points for Mr. Ham, and then I'll get off the air.
You always just disrespect
DeRozan?
Kyle
No,
every
he
time.
said hi to me. He at least said hi to me.
No,
But then
it's
all of
better
his
than a lot of
points are
people do.
for me.
That's fine. You're the Kings guy.
Well,
Go ahead.
no,
Go ahead.
But
Go
the
ahead.
reason I said what I said to Kyle, because the other day when I talked to him, he asked me what I was drinking, and I don't drink.
Well,
Oh, my man. All right. My bad.
Okay, DeRozan, Miami, the reason they didn't go after Durant is because they're pushing all their chips on the table. They're waiting for Giannis to declare out. So they're not going to take DeRozan's contract on. They don't want more money. They're looking to unload some players to free up money to get Giannis to come.
Okay.
Okay.
Second of all, there's been a hot rumor around the league. I don't know if you heard about this, Mr. Ham. I don't see the Miami Heat doing this. It makes no sense to me. Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and 2 first-round picks, and then to Sacramento, Bam Adebayo and Andrew Wiggins. What do you think of that?
Thanks for the call, Frank. Joe
Joe and
in
Elk Grove.
Elk Grove.
Yeah. Like, okay, so I know, or that's just being floated out there. It's just like, to be honest with you, just being facetious. That's just like a trade that somebody made up just to be a smartass.
Yes. I believe that to be the case.
Yeah.
I'm not putting any stock in that. I'm not even going to talk about it.
No. Sorry.
If you can pull that off, great.
Yeah, go for it. I love Bam.
I don't. Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Let's get out to TC. What up, TC? You're on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line.
Kyle Hammer, what's going on, man? It's gonna be fireworks. I'm excited.
I hope so.
Hey, I hope so. Hey,
hope
give
it's
me a
not
minute,
sparklers.
That'd be a real
Hey,
bummer.
I got a couple of things, right? So, Kyle, we was online last night with this. Let me start first with this.
Yeah.
So, if the Kings are trading, so if we say first, hold on, because it'll tie in. So we trade Devin Carter to Utah, right, for that 21st pick. That pick actually you trade Devin Carter to Utah, and Utah sends us back that 21st pick, and who am I thinking off the hand? Maybe a Keon George, right?
Yeah,
Maybe.
they're not giving you
Just saying,
Keontae
maybe.
George.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I get it, but just say the first round pick, right, James? So that pick, right, you can either use some more to trade up, or with that pick, no matter what, you're drafting a point guard, and I'm telling you, that point guard from France, the guy Nolan, I can't pronounce his first name, 19-year-old kid, James. That kid is a stud, bro, and he's going to be a steal. So if we're doing Dennis Schroeder as a bridge and a homie, I'm fine with that, bro. Draft that kid and get Dennis Schroeder in here. I'm fine. Overall, I'm good if we draft a point guard anyway and bring Dennis Schroeder in.
Awesome.
So you're
Thanks,
saying
TC.
Nolan Traore. Hey, look, okay. If that's what the idea is for a guy like Nolan Traore, and to bring him along behind a veteran point guard. Like, look, I think that's why the Kings were involved in the sweepstakes for Drew Holiday, because they have an idea of a point guard that they like in the first round that they would like to develop behind a veteran. And so that makes sense, or develop with a veteran, whether he's starting or coming off the bench, and then the veteran playing major minutes. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I mean, they've got to get the point guard. First, they've got to get the draft pick. Then they've got to hope that a point guard falls to them. And then after a point guard falls to them, they've got to go supplement that with a player that would make sense to develop that player.
It feels very risky to me to say, hey, this is our number one priority, and then to go about it this way.
Yep.
It's very, very risky, very high risk move for the Kings. Also on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. I really appreciate you guys chiming in. Let's get out to Buddha. Buddha, what's going on, man?
What's up? Happy draft day to my boys, man. How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Hey, man. Well, I ain't got a point guard for y'all, but I ain't heard a lot of people talking about this guy, Eric Dixon. Mm-hmm. He's a leading college basketball scorer, averaging 23. So he's a 6'8" big guy. He reminds me of Julius Randle with a 3. So if you can get a pick later and get somebody like that, you think he'll take it up?
Thanks for the call. Yeah, Eric Dixon. So that would be looking at the NBA DraftNet consensus mock. He's a 47th.
Yeah.
Is where he's at in the consensus. Yeah, man.
51 on Tankathon. The one problem with him is, well, I'm going to point out a couple of things.
Yeah.
He's 20. His draft age is 24.4.
Ooh.
Like,
he turns 25 during the season.
He better have like his master's working on his PhD. The other thing is he's 6'8" and 3/4 with, and he weighs 259. That's a hoss. That's a big dude. So
6'7.5" barefoot, 6'11.5" wingspan. But we keep talking about this with these second round picks. I think he'd be there. He's shot at it. Let me make sure I have this right. 45% from the field, 40.7% from three on good volume last year, 81% from the free throw line. Not super athletic based on all his combine numbers.
Yeah.
But hey, that's a legitimate four who I think could play alongside Domas if he can space the floor.
Yeah, it's an idea.
I don't hate the idea. No
yeah,
doubt.
I mean, he averaged
We're talking second round picks.
0.3 blocks per game, which is kind of a concern. And then the other thing I'd point out is if you look at a site like Tankathon that gives you like weaknesses of a player, his defensive rating is a -4. His rebounding, which he averaged for a guy that big to average 5.3 rebounds per game, is crazy. His defensive win shares is a -4. His draft age is a -4. Defensive rebounds is a -3. Blocks a -3. Like there's so many things on here. Defensive box plus minus, he's a -3. Like he has a lot of weaknesses, which is why he's a second round pick. And maybe he does work at the NBA level. You just never know.
All right. Speaking of draft prospects, let's get out of the second round. I don't just to answer Buddha's question, if the Kings wound up landing Eric Dixon, I wouldn't hate it. Like I would kind of see the vision. But again,
it's a flyer.
We're talking second round picks. They're not going to change their franchise, or they're not looking to change their franchise with that selection. You kind of see where he fits, and I like the idea. All right. Here are some players I jotted down.
Okay.
As guys the Kings might target in a trade up into the first round. The point guard options are not vast. There's not a ton of them. There's also not a ton of the rangy 3-and-D 6'7", 6'8" athletes.
No.
that we think the Kings need. So bear with us here on some of these. Number one, we'll start with the only true point guard in this group. I picked out 4 players, and again, these are not. I know that a ton of people have done a ton of work on these guys. So if you want to do more research than this, please, we invite you to. Walter Clayton is the only true point guard on the list in that early 20s kind of range in a consensus mock draft, consensus big board, whatever you want to call it. 6'2" barefoot, 6'4" wingspan. He's 199 pounds. He's a 22-year-old from Florida. Had a really nice NCAA tournament. Can shoot the hell out of it. We talked about Kobe Brea the other day from Kentucky.
Yeah.
Walter Clayton, 38.6% from three is right up there in terms of just pure shooters. 87.9% from the free throw line for his career. Uses his mid-range game really effectively. That's what really jumps out when you watch him, is that a lot of like just first step, get around the defender, get to the mid-range and pull up. I think that's a really valuable shot, especially in this NBA where so much of the focus is at the rim and beyond the arc. Being able to just create space in that mid-range area and hit that shot reliably is a pretty big deal. So Walter Clayton is the first name that jumps out because he is a quote-unquote point guard.
Yeah, so Nolan Traore is the only other point guard around this range. And again, he's super intriguing to me too, but 19 years old. He's a guy who averaged 7.4 assists per game. But when it comes to Walter Clayton Jr., number one, this is a winner. That's what this guy is. He is a bucket. And
I'm a winner.
Yeah, he is a winner. He's a guy like won the national championship of Florida, was the ringleader on that team, and a guy that really, really has a ton of upside. The one thing about him is I'm a little concerned about athleticism. And again, defensive prowess, he might be okay. But he's a guy that you'll just makes you think, okay, this dude's going to be able to stick in the league and probably be better than his draft stock.
Yeah.
Now, a place like Tankathon has him at number 25 in the draft. I've heard that this is a target for the Kings, that this is a guy that they like, that if they were going to draft in the 20s, that they would hope that he's available. But I also would circle the Miami Heat. This is a Florida kid. This is a guy that has gone to multiple workouts with the Miami Heat, gone out to dinner with the Miami Heat, and there seems to be mutual interest. So the only way I think you're going to get Walter Clayton Jr. is if somehow you jump over the Miami Heat, or you trade with the Miami Heat and you take that 20th pick. That's why I would look at the possibility to Brooklyn at 19. But then again, if Miami loves him, they could always make a move and move up higher. Like this is a guy who's got a lot of skill and
Mhm.
who, again, I've heard from at least one really reliable source that this is, and not from the inside the walls of the Kings, but outside, that this is a guy that they are interested in.
I mean, you brought up Nolan Traore again. That was the player that TC highlighted on the Elk Grove Kid talk line. It feels like Nolan Traore he's 17 on the consensus mock draft. It feels like he's the kind of prospect that might wind up going higher than that.
Yeah.
Where you'd really have to get up into the like 9, 10, 11 range.
And it's all speculative. He's 19.
Yeah.
Like his draft age is 19.06. His birthday is, this is crazy. It's May 28th, 2006. Like,
good Lord.
He's a kid.
2006, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that a lot.
I had one son.
I don't even like
Alright.
that. That
Yeah, I was
makes
gonna
me
say,
feel
Joe's
weird.
a baby and he hates it.
Yeah.
That
like,
makes me feel weird.
He's almost as young as my youngest. I mean, that's
Man.
crazy. My youngest is a 2007 birth year.
No, but just to get back to Walter Clayton, you mentioned
Yeah.
the winning thing. Like it just his style of play, I think, fits with what the Kings would want. And is he a true point guard in the way that he's going to average 9 assists a game? No, probably not. But he's point guard enough to me.
Yeah.
And I'm in on the idea of getting a point guard who can really handle high basketball IQ, shoots the heck out of it.
Has a moxie to him.
Yeah, pesky defender.
Yeah, like everything about him is intriguing. His height to wingspan, not great. Like I think he's 6'2" with 6'4" wingspan. That's not great. I wouldn't expect him to be a great defender at the next level, but also keep in mind that that Scott Perry found Emmanuel quickly around this range in the draft. You know, and a player that a lot of people had going in the second round. Scott Perry was there when they drafted him with the 25th pick in the 2020 NBA draft.
Yeah.
And so you might be finding a player like I think Scott does like the 20s and he thinks he can find talent in the 20s.
All right. We have 3 more names on our list here that we will go over. We'll do so during the handoff. One of D-Lo or KC will be in with us. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah, Joe, I wouldn't do that at all. Like he's gotten a little like too many times. And we don't have time for an 8-minute phone call. Yeah. It's weird seeing De'Aaron Fox on the San Antonio Spurs Twitter feed.
Yeah, it's still weird.
Yeah. The Cleveland Cavaliers reportedly wanted the Suns to attach assets to Kevin Durant in a potential Darius Garland trade, according to Brian Windhorst.
Yeah, everybody on YouTube, if you could hit the little thumbs up below the video, that'd be great. It makes us look good.
Yep.
Oh, dude, not a problem. It's spot on.
Actually, his draft record's pretty good.
3.5 minutes. We got 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, he found he drafted RJ Barrett.
Shout out to Murphy Lee.
Years ago with Orlando, he drafted Aaron Gordon. He was part of the group that drafted De'Aaron Fox, but also whiffed on Justin Jackson and Harry Giles here in Sacramento. What's that?
Okay, so
Yeah.
mics can be on.
Scott Perry, who I'm a big fan of.
I just want to, real quick. Mics are on. Stream can hear us.
It's good. It's
Okay.
good. Yeah.
All right.
I didn't want to be on the radio just popping in and saying anything.
Sure.
Or just interrupting you guys on the radio. He also, and I'm a big believer, I'm a big fan, but he said, Jalen Brunson's nothing but a backup guard.
Oh.
Reportedly.
Yeah.
Nah, he's just a backup. He's too small.
Well,
that's a good percentage though.
Yeah.
He's probably hitting what, like 750?
He's landed some. Well, I think the NBA draft, you can't really look at like hits and misses. What you have to look at is how many guys like became much better than what you thought, or were like true, like became rotational or all-star level players. So, I mean, that's a tough thing. Like again, most of his big time hits are all-star, like right below all-star level. Like quickly, RJ Barrett, Fox is an all-star, but Aaron Gordon hasn't been an all-star, but right there, man, those are strong pieces for your resume.
I trust Scott Perry. I'm very impatient right now, but I put my trust in Scott Perry.
Oh, this is interesting.
I need to pay off of the teas with these draft prospects. We'll run through those very quickly and then get to what Kenny just said.
Okay, cool. This is interesting, Benjamin. I forgot that he traded Kristaps Porzingis to Dallas, which makes a lot of sense why the Kings didn't get involved at all in that deal. Because Kristaps does make sense if you like squint and like I could see him playing next to Sabonis, but I forgot about the tie with Scott Perry. Yeah. David, I don't know. Like, it could also be something as simple as this. He wants an extension this summer, and the Knicks are looking at their salary cap situation and saying, "Oof, I don't know we can do that."
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe's over there. Kenny Caraway's here for the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock. And then the NBA draft, night one, round one, begins at 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're going to run through 3 more names for you with players that Kings might target in a trade up into the early 20s tonight. I've got 3 more names written down here. I'm going to stick with guards. Jace Richardson, Jason Richardson's son, not a quote-unquote point guard.
Okay.
Definitely not a true point guard. 6'2", $180, 19 years old.
Terrible school.
Oh, right. I forgot. Kenny went to Michigan, so he hates Michigan State. But Jace Richardson, man, you got a freshman with 49.3, 41.2, 83.6 shooting splits, who's a really good athlete and a super pesky defender. Like, son of a former player. I'd bet on that. Shout out to Jace Richardson.
Can I make a statement about Jace real quick?
Jason Richardson? Jace Richardson. Okay, great. Does it have to do with the fact that he went to Michigan State?
Yes, but in a positive way.
Oh, okay, great.
You talked about you just, getting after it.
Mm-hmm.
I like those Tom Izzo guys.
Mm.
Those Tom Izzo guys.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Draymond Green is one of them, but just the way he teaches you how to approach the game of basketball, especially in a toughness aspect and on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I believe in that.
Yeah.
I believe in that.
Yeah, me too. Like I said, I don't know if he fits necessarily the point guard profile the Kings are looking for.
Yeah.
But I look at those shooting splits. You see his playing style. You see the athleticism. It's like, oof, I think I'd bet on that.
Yeah.
Okay
Plus,
betting on that.
again, like Tom Izzo's a great coach. Like, I think the art of of learning the game of basketball has been lost on so many of these young players.
Mhm.
And when you go to schools, it used to be like Mike Krzyzewski really, really developed players.
Mhm.
Really, when guys came into the league, they might not be superstars, but they knew how to play the game. They know how to rotate on defense and all that
Mhm.
stuff. I think Tom Izzo is a great coach and a guy who, is, if you're going to take a gamble on a late round pick,
Mhm.
like why not a Michigan State guy?
Yeah. Once
No doubt.
again, terrible school though.
Just gotta get that in. I wrote down names. So I wrote down a list of like 7 or 8 names, and I went through and watched, and there were some guys I took off the list. I left Will Riley on the list. 19 years old, freshman from I did not write down his school. Illinois or Syracuse? One of
I
those.
think it's Illinois.
Yeah,
Pretty sure it's
the
Illinois.
Name sounds familiar. I think
I'm
it's
pretty sure
Illinois.
it's Illinois. But
Illinois.
it was
Illinois.
Illinois. Okay,
Yeah, it was
I had orange in my brain and freaked out because I did not write
About the
down his
orange
school.
man. Yes.
Unbelievable. 6'8", wingspan, 186 pounds. Shot 32% from three, 33% from three as a freshman, 72% from the free throw line. I just don't. It's one of those things where, when you watch a guy and you just watch how he moves and you're like, kind of like Kobe Bryant, right?
Yeah.
Like you just watch him put the ball on the deck or watch how they drive by a defender, and it's just like there's no just pop.
Yeah.
It's like they're playing in third gear.
Mm.
That's kind of the vibe I got from Will Riley.
Mm.
Like the size and the potential shooting might be worth betting on, but I don't think if you're trading up into the first round, that's the kind of guy you want. I need like a pop of athleticism or something.
Kind of reminds me a little bit. Didn't the Warriors draft Baldwin?
Patrick Baldwin.
A
little bit. Yeah.
Crazy.
A little bit in that range.
Not them drafting him, but he was like a top 5 high school prospect.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He has all the tools too. I don't know what happened.
He's slow.
Well,
Just can't quite
should
be
be able to shoot though.
Last one is a player we've talked about a little bit on the show, and I think every Kings fan has talked about him a little bit at some point. Nick Clifford from Colorado State. 6'5", barefoot with a 6'8" wingspan, 200 pounds, 23 years old. Just a nightmare defensively. Awesome athlete. 37% from three over the last 2 years, 75% from the free throw line. And NBA Draft Net's player comp for him, Doug Christie.
Oh, wow.
I mean, come on.
Wow. I like him too.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially
he can hoop.
He's a really good rebounder.
Yes.
One of
Does
the
the little
problems.
things.
He's a little older. But like I think I talked about this a couple of days ago, but like we're still in the COVID kids.
Mhm.
Kids that lost a good portion of their high school or their freshman, sophomore year in college because of the pandemic. And so I'm not going to like fully ding a kid for being a 23-year-old entering the draft at this point. Like the guy who's like 24 and a half, I'm a little suspect. Like,
Yeah, sure.
man, he probably has a wife and kids at this point.
Sure.
And so you're a little bit like, okay, maybe that's okay. But yeah, like he's got a lot of upside, and I just don't know that he's going to make it all the way down to where the Kings are drafting if they are able to move up into the 20s.
Talking about Clifford.
Yeah.
So Nick Clifford is going 20 to Miami in the consensus mock draft on NBA Draft Net.
Okay.
With San Antonio 14, Oklahoma City 15, feels like the range that type of player is going to fall, or that type of player is going to go.
Yeah.
Not a perfect comp. I'm like kind of makeshifting it a little bit and workshopping it a little bit. It reminds me of a little bit of a shorter Danny Granger. That's the vibes I get
Oh, okay.
from Nick Clifford, which was a heck of a basketball player.
Yeah, wouldn't hate that. Earlier you were saying, and this is the handoff, Kenny Caraway joining the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is the producer, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. You said earlier during the break on YouTube that you are being patient with Scott Perry right now.
Mm-hmm.
To what end? Like, at what point? Because I said that earlier. Like, I'm being patient over the next couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not freaking out right now because they haven't made a move. But if we're coming in here on Friday and it's like, yeah, hey, they drafted someone at 42 and they're still the front runners for Dennis Schroeder and there's no other real chatter about any moves they're making, it's hard to be like, yeah, no, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
So where's your line here?
I think I've only said this on D-Lo and KC, so I haven't talked to you about this before. in the 2019 49ers season,
Mhm.
they drafted Nick Bosa.
They sure did.
And everybody was like, oh my gosh, Bosa, Buckner, Armstead, that defensive line's going to be crazy. And Kyle, I don't know if you remember this or you were in the same circles or you were hearing the same things, but I felt like I heard that defensive line is going to be crazy for like the previous 2 to 3 seasons.
Mhm.
And it was like, oh,
All the first rounders.
oh my gosh, that defensive line's about to be crazy.
It's hard to beat out Cassius Marsh.
So by the time you got to 2019, I said, stop telling me that.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that no more. I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but stop telling me how nasty this defensive line is going to be. The only thing that matters is if they find a way to win football games. And they did, obviously, going to the Super Bowl.
Behind a nasty defensive line.
Yes, it worked out, right? But that was a learning moment for me about how, the end of the day, all I care about is wins and losses. And I know that's not necessarily great for sports radio, and we have to have an opinion and feeling on some things. But in this particular case, I don't care about the journey. I don't care how you get there. Just get me where I need to go. And that's winning basketball games. And while along the way, I may disagree and be like, man, I would have took Trae Young. Like I would have done that. Or I would have been aggressive in the draft and drafted for, to get back in the, I would have done all that. If you don't do that and you get me where I'm trying to go, that's all that really matters to me. So with Scott Perry as well, he's built up enough equity in this league for me. Like I'm very impatient right now when it comes to the Kings. I want them to be aggressive. I want them to make these moves that kind of shift the dynamics or potentially shift the dynamics of this franchise. That's what I want.
So you'd feel exactly the same about the Kings if they traded for, let's say, Ja Morant, or if their big offseason acquisition was Dennis Schroeder in the 42nd pick. You'd be in the same place mentally.
I'd be excited about Ja Morant. I'd be way more excited about that than Ja Morant. But I'd also, it's like drafting Nick Bosa. That's cool. But if we win 41 games, I'm not going to be happy.
Sure.
Like, and that's not breaking news to anybody. But that's where I would always come back to, I'm hyped for Ja. But if you trade for Ja and he plays 47 games again because he's hurt, that didn't do me no good that I was excited. Like, we were excited last July and it did us no good.
Boy, were we.
So that's kind of where I'm at. And I'm regardless of what happens, like I got opinions too. Like I'm not crazy about Dennis Schroeder, but like I like him better as a backup or whatever. But if that's a move where we come back, we get like Pistons Dennis Schroeder as opposed to Warriors Dennis Schroeder, and it helps them win games, I'm cool with it.
I think the problem is that we have like so many different versions of Dennis Schroeder. Good ones, bad ones, guys who, the one who turned down $70 million extension. Like there's so many different versions of Dennis Schroeder. Again, if he's replacing the value that you've gotten from Malik Monk, I'm okay with that. But outside of that, I honestly believe Monk is 5 years younger and a better player, and hasn't bounced around the league and played, not going onto his 10th team. So that's where I have a little bit of problem with it.
What if we get Olympic Dennis Schroeder?
Okay. FIBA World Cup Dennis Schroeder? Gold medalist, MVP?
If we get Olympic, oh man, we got SGA if we get that. We get that guy.
What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
It's draft day, baby. It's draft day. So we're going to be sitting around, checking our phones, checking our notifications, all that good stuff. James Ham coming up at 3 o'clock.
If Kings news happens, the very best analysis in Sacramento is going to happen right here on ESPN 1320 with D-Lo and KC. James Ham will be around. Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Whether the Kings make a trade, make a pick or not, we're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And until tomorrow at 10, drink water. Be nice, people. Chatty House, thank you guys. Really good show today. Enjoy D-Lo and KC. Should be a really good one. And fingers crossed the Kings are doing stuff.
Chris, baseball's stupid, Chris. Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares about baseball. It sucks. Who cares?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, what's good? It's draft day, baby. Come on, man. Well, it's not draft day for everybody, but they keep saying that's going to change.
I know that they are steadfast.
They keep saying that's going to change.
They are reiterating when nobody asked at all. Like, yeah, no, this is what's being told.
Somebody called Jake Fisher.
Nobody asked. Nobody asked you.
Man, we're just trying to enjoy draft day like everybody else.
It's cool. Looks like
us and I guess Phoenix got a pick today, right? Yeah, Phoenix got one of Houston's. They're picking today.
Yep, they got 10. Yeah.
Is it just us? Are we the only team not drafting today? That can't be right. Brooklyn has half the picks.
Yeah, they do.
That can't be right.
Yeah,
I guess that's got to be.
I don't think the Lakers have a first round pick.
I mean, that's right. The Lakers don't. Philly saved theirs. Yeah, I'm sure there's a handful of teams. I'm gonna look that up. By the way, welcome in. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
We all know that's not true. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Wrong side.
What are you doing with him?
Who doesn't have a pick?
I'm putting them in the chat. They said Detroit doesn't, the Warriors don't, the Knicks don't.
The Warriors.
The Rockets now don't. That's all they got so far.
All right. Great. Well, fine.
But let's
see. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah,
I was gonna say. Well, also Houston. They made the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Golden State.
Yes.
Oh, Lakers.
Yes.
Oh,
barely.
Okay. Well. All right. Detroit. Did Detroit? They make the play.
Detroit made the play.
Oh, they did too.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's why we want their point guard, backup point guard.
Huh. Okay. Well, this isn't going so well. Not so well at all. But NBA draft is today.
See, I wish you'd tell the whole story.
Okay, Doc.
Because
early appearance for Doc Rivers.
I don't know if we have a first rounder either, by the way.
Oh, that's a good call. Yeah. I don't know if they do.
I mean, but let's talk about the first rounders we almost had. Nobody talks about that.
No, that's right, Doc. Nobody talks about that.
The Kings
made
the playoffs when they made the trade for the first rounder they don't have. See what I'm saying? So that's why you got to tell the whole story. When we traded that first rounder, we did make the playoffs. Now, that was 3 years ago when we made the trade. And we're dealing with it today. But technically, we made the playoffs when we made the trade.
You know what that tells me? 2031 is going to be a disaster. It's going to be really bad, isn't it?
Well, that's not even as
the Sacramento Kings are going to win the lottery for the second time ever, and the world champion, the three-peating world champion San Antonio Spurs are going to get the number one pick in the draft. for the generational eighth grader.
What's the name? Cam Potts.
Fine.
Cam Potts.
Perfect.
Now, even with that one though, it'd be bad. Don't
He's
get me wrong.
Wemby, LeBron, and Zion all rolled into one.
It'd be terrible. But even then, we'd still have a first round pick. It's just a swap. We don't even have one because of Kevin Huerter.
No.
We can't.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna blame Kevin Huerter.
No, well, the deal.
Kevin Huerter deal. I blame Monty McNair for this. You've had smoke from Monty McNair for weeks. Don't end it now.
No, I remember I was talking to somebody the other day. They were just like, he destroyed this team for where they're at right now. He's like, the contracts, the decisions, the non-decisions, just left them in a just terrible, terrible state. Terrible.
Worse than Vlade?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
there's De'Aaron Fox when Vlade left.
Wow. Well, not wrong.
A young De'Aaron Fox when Vlade left. He left us with a young Devin Carter.
Man.
Now he's not even that young.
Man. You really hate that kid.
No, I like Devin Carter.
No, don't say that. Well,
a lot more than you do.
Well,
I was actually thinking about this today.
not wrong there either.
I was thinking about this today because people were like, on the insiders, they were talking about, what Devin Carter means. I did see something at the end of the season.
You've said that a couple times.
I did see something, and I'm like, all right, man, this dude. Before in that first stint he had, I was like, this looks awful. But I wonder what he's going to look like in 3 years. I wonder what he's going to look like next year with the summer and, training camp and stuff like that. Because when he got out there and just kind of found a role, found a niche with Doug Christie, being a guy off the bench that, works hard on the defensive end, picks up full court. Yeah, he's got some things to work on the offensive end, but I did see some stuff from Devin Carter. So I would out of the three guys that we always say have to be moved, he would be the guy that I would move between Monk, Keegan, Keon, and Devin. But
easily.
But I saw some stuff from Devin. Me personally, I thought he showed some things in that stretch towards the end of the season. I was like, oh, God, I see an NBA player. Let's see if we can build on this.
Okay. But now you want him out of here.
Not just for nothing. I don't want him out here to just be gone. I do want him out of here to help bring in a good piece. We talking about the number 20 pick, or we talking about players that play point guard in Atlanta or something like that, then yeah, he can go. But for, I don't know, random player X, bench player, nah, I wouldn't do that. I just hold on to Devin Carter.
I'm looking at this thing The Athletic put out. This is kind of, I don't know why we know this. It's just a little, it's fascinating to see on paper. It has the last 10 number 1 overall picks on it. Obviously, we know Cooper's going number 1 tonight. Riche went last year. Wemby, Paolo, Cade, Ant, Zion.
Damn, hell of a run.
DeAndre Ayton. Well, Markelle Fultz, Ben Simmons, Karl Anthony Towns. Which two stand out the most?
Markelle and Ben Simmons is the only one I could.
It was drafted by the same team. You listen to that run of players: Cat, Simmons, Fultz, Ayton, Zion, Ant, Cade, Paolo, Wemby, Riche. The two ones you roll your eyes at were drafted by the same freaking team in back-to-back years.
That is awful. That's awful. You know what's also not fair about that is being that
one of them they traded up to get.
Yeah, they got to go get this guy and passed up on Tatum.
Danny said, "Okay, go ahead, do it."
You know what's wrong or unfair about that situation is they still got Tyrese Maxey. How did you miss on 2 number ones and then get one of the best young point guards in the game.
Well, yeah.
Like
how
that don't
different is
happen
that?
here.
But no.
You know what I'm saying? Like they were incompetent.
We get
in that
Bob
situation.
Woodard and
That's not
Jermias
fair.
Ramsey. What but that's not different than the 49ers, no?
What happened?
49ers make that move and miss on Trey, but still, I mean, that's a third pick, but still with the very last pick in the NFL draft, land Brock Purdy there. Now, very clearly, their franchise quarterback.
Yep, that's 100% correct.
I mean, look, man,
but they only missed one.
These
not twice, like Philly.
No.
2 number
in
ones.
back-to-back years. Yeah, in back-to-back years. There's a lot of there's a lot of work and skill, I believe, that goes into drafting, right? But I don't recall this happening after the lottery in either case. I recall this being the conversation before the lottery. After the lottery, you can hear influence from a team on a particular player, and a consensus number 1 overall pick can happen. Let's not pretend like, for reasons that are still unclear to me to this day, DeAndre Ayton wasn't the consensus number 1 overall pick in that draft. I don't know why, and I don't know how. I never understood it, but he was. It was, what are the Kings going to do next? Because Ayton is going number 1. And it was like, all right. Even more baffling was Markelle Fultz. Markelle Fultz was the consensus number 1 overall pick in that draft.
Markelle was that dude in Washington. He looked sensational.
And it was a miss. That's what I mean, is there's a lot of luck that goes into this.
100%.
There is skill, there is decision making, there is analysis and projecting. Bruh, there is a lot of luck too.
I don't want to say it's all luck, because you got to know what you're looking for and all this other stuff, but I say there's more luck involved in skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the very least, it's 50-50, but like Ben Simmons.
There are franchises. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Ben Simmons was a phenomenal talent. Phenomenal talent. He was.
Was he? He was raw, wasn't he?
He was sensational in LSU. He had moments where he just disappeared, and that was the question mark. But you talk about building a player almost.
So
that's what you.
That's what I'm talking about. I feel like there's almost a WWE thing here where it's like, all right, we'll use Ben as the example. Ben is a point guard. He is skilled, highly intelligent. Like basketball IQ through the roof. Man, if we were using to, create a player, he looked like Ben Simmons. And I think there's a lot of that. Like if I were to make a WWE champion, he'd look like Roman Reigns. Like, I think there's a lot of, we're going to take this individual who has characteristics, that has ability, and we're going to mold them because they look exactly like we want them to look. We're going to mold them into something. You could probably make the argument that's what they did with DeAndre.
Probably that had a lot to do with it too. I mean, 7'1", good footwork, had a nice touch around the rim. He had all that. But here's where the luck part comes in, because Simmons, for a little while, was everything we thought he was going to be. That playoff run, I forgot who they beat in the first round, but they lost to the Celtics in the second round. Simmons, and they finally made the playoffs with the whole process situation. Ben Simmons looked next in the playoffs. Like, they were in the postseason, and he looked next. And what you couldn't account for is what would happen after that. He just kind of fell off. Then he got hurt. Then the injuries came.
Yeah.
And that you can't account for that. I remember specifically when I think they beat the Nets, maybe. They were going crazy about Ben Simmons and what he was doing in the playoffs at like 22 years old.
I feel like Ben is one of the only players we've ever seen in the history of professional sports that we watch like their mind break. Like there isn't a physical attribute on the planet that he doesn't have. And it just started to crumble. And it crumbled slowly and then hit the crescendo in that series where Doc killed him, Joel killed him, Kenny Caraway killed him. Everybody murdered him. And he's never the crumble the fall has started to happen. He has not recovered from that. He'll never recover from that. Like his career is very much in the twilight or whatever you call it. Like it's ending. We'll come back. We're just getting started. It's draft day. There's a lot to talk about. We got a Kings rumor. It's not a draft rumor though. It's a free agency rumor. And most of you are going to be underwhelmed. I think you might be wrong. Steeler and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader.
We
ESPN.
agree?
Well, I'm storming out again. Steeler and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Jesse, who's this guy? I'm late to the party. My mistake. You know what I mean? But who's this guy for the Brewers? You know how to say his name?
Who, the pitcher?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm watching right now too, though.
So I saw on Monday they were building this matchup up. It's him versus Skeens today. And it was like MLB Network was like, yo, we've got Wednesday matinee baseball, Skeens versus, I don't even know how to say the guy's name, but he likes the dude. I think he's a rookie. He the dude. He just went there in the 5th inning.
They just struck out Cruz right now.
At 102. At 102 in the 5th. So that's what got on my radar is I saw MLB Network saying they were carrying the game. And I was like, who is this dude? Tino Mizurowski. Oh, okay. It's not that difficult. Mizurowski.
Let's call him the Miz.
Is he a rookie, fellas? Rookie pitcher, first year pitcher? Yeah, he struck out Cruz at 102. I think he threw 3 pitches at 102 just now. He's the new Skeens. Skeens is old news.
Skeens gave up 4 runs. He sucks.
He did, and he's taking on Mizurowski. Then he's showing him how it's done. Look at Skeens with that slow ass 82 miles per hour.
Keep it real. You guys could take Duran. I think I'm out on Duran.
He's not like that.
A lot of talk, not a lot of production this year. But also, the Red Sox probably need to be sellers this season. Develop the young guys and see where you're at next year. Extend Bregman if you can.
You know, Steven, what's funny is the other day, his name is escaping me right now. But the other day I saw a tweet and they're like, yeah, the catcher you're talking about from Seattle, they're like, he 30 home runs. So what, 30 in his career? What are you talking about? It's June 14th. No, he's got 30 on the, I think he's hit like 3 more since then. I think he's got like 33. It's June something. They were going crazy in 94. I'll never forget it when Matt Williams hit his 43rd home run on like August 15th. Cal, that's right. Cal Raleigh. He's got like 33 home runs right now. That's crazy.
Man, that DeWanna Bonner thing escalated quickly.
Oh, man.
Oh,
man. Hey, guess what? We'll keep it here because it's draft day. But we'll keep it in here. Guess what I watched a little bit of yesterday? I didn't finish it.
Not The Office.
Not The Office. I thought about it as I was watching this. I was like, I probably should be watching The Office, but I wanted to see this real quick. I watched a little bit of Sacramento, the movie.
Oh, I completely forgot.
That
was the thing.
If it wasn't named Sacramento or based, I probably wouldn't watch it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad, but I probably wouldn't watch it. And I had to go to sleep. That's why I stopped watching it. But guess who's in there? Guess who's a Sacramento baddie in that movie? I had to look this up. Like, wait, what?
Sorry, we're back.
Oh.
Well, who was it?
Do we have to wait till next?
No.
I don't know if you want to play along with the bit.
Okay, well.
No, I'm just kidding.
So I was telling the guys I watched half of the movie Sacramento last night. And not because I thought it was like bad. It was just a regular movie,
Mhm.
and I started it late, and I was like, I got to go to sleep. I'll probably finish it at some point, but if it didn't have Sacramento in it, I probably wouldn't watch the movie. So that's why I watched it. But they're in Sacramento, and they go to this bar, and a Sacramento baddie. I saw this. I said, wait a minute, is that who the hell I think it is? AJ Lee.
I think someone told me that. Like now that you mention it.
I said, is that AJ? I went, let me Google the cast of Sacramento. Yep, AJ Mendez.
Wow.
I said, what?
Okay.
Sacramento baddie, AJ Lee.
That's terrific. Is that what she's credited as? Sacramento baddie?
That's what I'm putting on her Wikipedia.
That's terrific. For those not aware, AJ Lee, CM Punk's wife, former professional wrestler.
I love me some
AJ was bad.
I love
that little
AJ
skip
Lee.
to the ring.
I love me some AJ Lee.
Yeah, they had AJ. AJ was so good. They had her at the center of some big storylines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, that's good stuff. That is good stuff right there. For some reason, I feel like someone mentioned it. I never gave it a second thought. It was probably WCW. Yeah. He probably said, "Hey, AJ's in the movie Sacramento," and never thought about it again.
She does good too. Good job, AJ.
I know people are like, "Is she ever gonna come back?"
Yeah, I wonder.
You don't need to.
No, she's good. She's an actress now.
They wind up losing to Charlotte. Don't bother.
Or what's her name will destroy your leg. Did you see what happened to to Charlotte? It happened to Charlotte, but Jesse, no disrespect, but what's big girl's name?
Nia?
No, the other one. It's like
Piper? Is it
it's something like that. It doesn't matter, but she's like Nia sized, and Charlotte was in the
the white
8.
girl, right? Yeah.
Pepper? Is it Pepper?
I thought it was Piper, but maybe it's Pepper. Pepper was the dog that the big boss man ate.
They're saying Piper in the chat. Piper Niven.
Oh, okay.
Charlotte was in the figure 8. And Piper like Samoan drops herself onto Charlotte's leg.
Oh,
it messed up her foot. So what the hell?
Wait, who was in the figure 8?
Charlotte would, she applies it when she's got.
Yeah, but who? 4. She didn't have it on Piper. She had it on someone else.
Somebody else.
And then Piper did the thing. Yeah. Oh man.
So what the hell?
That's
Why would
crazy.
you do that?
That might have been the spot. I don't know. That's crazy.
Go back to the drawing board. Just
kick
her in the ribs.
Hey, maybe let's not do this one. Okay. Let's not do this one. So Kings have been linked to a point guard. It's not Fred VanVleet because he's not leaving Houston.
No, smart man.
It's not Kyrie Irving because he's not leaving Dallas. In fact, Kyrie did exactly what we predicted would happen immediately following the injury. We'll get to all of that stuff. All that stuff is really important. The point guard in question is 31-year-old Dennis Schroeder. I didn't have to go to Twitter to see people's reaction. I felt like I would know it. I also know no reaction on Twitter is ever good, so why bother? So I just put it in the notes, waited to see what the response would be. Jesse already had it. Jesse wrote, "This is about as underwhelming as it gets." And I think my brother's probably echoing the sentiment of a lot of Kings fans. And based on radio term tease before the commercial break, we think you might be overreacting. Am I correct on that?
I do.
I like Dennis Schroeder. Yeah, I've always liked Dennis Schroeder. I think Dennis Schroeder is a good ball player. 31 years old. He started 49 of 75 games last year for 3 different teams. He's always been a solid producer. I don't know what you want. You know what I mean? Like, I don't seriously, I don't know what you guys want.
Yeah.
Trae Young's name came up. Many of you hated it. Turns out Scott Perry hated it too. LaMelo Ball's name came up. Many of you hated it. Lonzo Ball's name came up. You hated it. What do y'all want? Dennis Schroeder is a free agent. He'll be, I'm certain, quite affordable. I don't expect Scott Perry to sign Dennis Schroeder should this report that the Kings, being the front runner or extremely interested or whatever, just goes, ha, 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 did it, and goes and sits down in his recliner. I don't think that's the case. A pickup of Dennis Schroeder by the Sacramento Kings, I think, would be more than a really solid pickup.
Technically, remember the list that I had the other day of like who people said no to,
Hate it. Who's left,
who's unavailable.
Yeah.
Technically, even though this isn't where he ended, this is Brooklyn point guard.
Well, there it is.
That was available.
Did he end in Brooklyn?
No, he
Where
started
did he
in
end?
Brooklyn.
Oh,
he
Brooklyn,
ended in Detroit, and he played well.
Golden
in Detroit.
State, in Detroit. Yeah,
and he played well in Detroit. I'm like you in this situation. Number one, I don't think that's how they're looking at it. This solves all our problems. This is what we're doing here. I don't think that's what they look at Dennis Schroeder as. But even having him on the roster, like, I think he's a good ball player. He's a little hit or miss. Like I said, last year alone, you've got 3 different versions of Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
He was good with Brooklyn. He wasn't very good with the Warriors. He was good with Detroit.
But how much of that is Dennis and how much of that is Golden State? Like, how many players have we seen go through the Warriors basketball program? And, oh man, I thought he might be a little bit better than that.
Yeah, it happens.
And then they get out of there and they're a little bit better.
It's happened often.
And it's tough. And we're going to get back to the Golden State Warriors too, because there's a lot of talk about Oklahoma City, and the Golden State may have laid the foundation, may have laid out the blueprint for what doesn't work for teams, including Oklahoma City. We'll explain. Point being, I think Golden State, with the likes of Steph, Draymond, Steve Kerr, I think that's a difficult organization for tough term journeymen to go through. Because again, you've got 3 teams, 2 of which he played really well on. One of them was a playoff team, a very good playoff team.
Yeah, I like Dennis Schroeder. I said in a tweet last night, I like him a lot more if he's a backup point guard. Like, I don't want him to be the starting point guard for this team. But I think he's a good ball player. Like you mentioned, for the most part in his career, he's been good. Like, he's been good. There's been times when he might have been disappointing to some, or, you know, I don't know what the expectations necessarily were, but he's been a good NBA ball player, NBA point guard for a number of different years now. And I kind of think people are going overboard with the reaction to.
So did you go to Twitter? Because you know I didn't.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Oh yeah, nobody liked it.
Okay.
You know, nobody liked it. Like I said, I think it's.
I don't get.
Okay.
I don't get how the Kings could turn their nose up at Trae Young and be like, all right, yeah, like, I think the rumor was they're gonna hold out, see what better options are out there. It's like, all right, Dennis Schroeder's our starting point guard this year.
Well, the way you would do that, I'm sorry. The way you would do that is you're not committing $50 million a year to Dennis Schroeder.
It's not. I don't think.
So this is a gap year then, because like, what is like? Let's be real here. Dennis Schroeder's not like what's with like Dennis Schroeder's.
It's not a gap year, but it's not a negative 4 year either. Like, if you're a general manager and you don't like Trae Young, like, that's just the reality of it. And if you stick yourself with that this year plus 4, a 5-year commitment, or, you know, however you feel about contracts in the NBA, but a 5-year commitment to Trae Young at that dollar figure, yeah, it doesn't mean it's a gap year. It just means you're not committing your finances to that.
That's the way I look at it. And I'm with you, Jesse. I like, you know, we talked about this. Bring Trae Young here. I'm signing him to the extension and all that stuff.
Trae Young is a ring. Like, you're marrying Trae Young.
Yeah, but
like,
and that's the thing.
Don't marry a girl you like. You got to marry a girl you love. And it's clear the people in charge do not love or even like Trae Young.
You can just date Dennis Schroeder.
We don't.
Right.
I guess we don't
Love
know,
Island.
We don't know entirely the direction the Kings are trying to go, but like, I feel like we heard retool and win. Like, to me, like, Dennis Schroeder is not a step in that direction.
Oh, I disagree.
Like, I don't think you're any better. I think you're a playing team, if that, right now.
Yeah, you weren't even a playing team last year.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're not even taking a step forward. I think. With
Well, I
Dennis.
guess you were a play-in team last year. You just lost.
The other thing about that too, though, is, and this is where we got to take some time, is that may just be one move. If you, I'm just throwing out a scenario, but if you signed Dennis Schroeder as a free agent, but you were able to make a deal with Miami to get the 20 Wiggins and somebody else, now, all right, you're cooking a little bit. You got a starting small forward to go along with Zach LaVine. Maybe the rookie is the one that starts at point guard or something like that. So Schroeder is one move, and we don't even know where that move could potentially be on the hierarchy of things they're trying to do. And
well, let's say you had Wiggins and you had Schroeder or whatever, the point guard in the 20th pick. Like, are you still building around Domas and LaVine then?
I don't think you're building around.
That's what I'm saying. This is essentially like what are you doing this year then?
I don't know, Jesse.
What's the gap year then?
Well, it doesn't mean it's a gap year. It just means it's direction this year.
So yeah, it's a gap year. That's a gap year. I'm sorry, it's a gap year.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I don't care that I don't know what they're doing. I just hope they do. And like, I don't think that they're building around Domas and Zach LaVine, but I do think they're building this particular team around Domas and Zach LaVine. I don't think that's the long-term plan or solution or anything, but I think they are trying to find the players who can complement those two and lead this organization to something positive.
The other thing about this regime and what they may do this offseason is, even as impatient as I've said I am, like I want them to make moves and all this other stuff, I don't want them to make a move just to say they're making a move. Like, I don't want you to, like, we're being aggressive and you go out and get Tobias Harris. Like, nah, don't do that. If you don't, once again, like, if you don't believe in Trae Young, then you get your books right and get ready for that person that you do.
Well, and that's it. It's okay if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's perfectly okay. I don't know this, certainly. I feel like there's probably a lot of teams that don't buy Trae Young. Whether that's fair or not, like, I think that's true. I just asked Kings fans this as it pertains to Dennis Schroeder, and we did this a few weeks ago. I asked Scott Perry the same thing. If not Trae Young, ooh, 5-time All-Star don't work? Okay. 27 point per game score doesn't work. League leader in assists does not work. All right. You tell me what works. I'd be curious to know what works for this franchise. In your vision of basketball, what works? I thought Trae worked. And particularly, I guess there's a caveat to that. I thought Trae with Domas worked. I thought you could absolutely do something with that. But the guy in charge of this basketball team says you're wrong. He can't. Okay. So who does? Yeah. And I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
I do wonder. And we worked through this trade, I'm sure, 50 different ways. I do wonder, would Scott Perry's impression of Trae Young be different? Start over. Cut that. I wonder if Scott Perry's impression of Trae Young on this Sacramento Kings team would be different if Zach LaVine wasn't here. Does Zach LaVine being here not complicate, but maybe hurt?
Yeah, you got a plan for that.
Yeah, like I don't think that's the best look. Like that's a lot in that backcourt right there. But I don't know. Maybe he's just not the type of player that Scott Perry likes.
Right. And also, they didn't sign Dennis Schroeder yet, everybody.
Oh, that's true too.
Just said they seem to be the lead.
Well, the last report we got was the Kings were getting into the first round of the draft. So, pal, you've got about 4.5 hours to figure that one out.
I was chuckling earlier because did you see Somebody put Matt George in a fake trade. They said breaking. The Kings are sending DeMar DeRozan to the Philadelphia 76ers for the 3rd pick. And how you say a dude from France that was in the Olympics?
Send him to who?
To Philadelphia.
Okay.
DeRozan to Philadelphia.
Okay.
And they laid out the pick or whatever. And they said, per Matt George.
Oh, no. Who was it? Was it Evan?
I don't know who this is.
Oh, no.
That had to respond and said, this is not true, nor did I say this. That's not funny because that's his career, but damn. Why did they put Matt George on there?
This person has 34 followers, and his Twitter handle is WTFZCH.
How you say my man's name in Philly? Ubaselli, I think. I think it's Ubaselli.
Well, shout out to this guy who actually tagged Matt George on the tweet.
That's the crazy thing. That's the crazy thing. He tagged him. Oh, that's not funny. Poor Matt George.
No, it's funny. Matt will absolutely laugh at that. That's funny. Terrible. Come on, Matt, do better. He didn't even. I may have missed one episode of Locked On, maybe two, but I feel like it's one. He didn't even do that on the podcast.
Never.
Somebody just woke up and said, "I'm going to tag Matt George in a fake tweet."
Oh man.
WTF Zach with 34 followers.
Does it have traction?
None.
Okay.
Matt undoubtedly brought more attention to it than existed before. That's the tough part. I feel for Matt in that regard and anyone who this happens to, because you have to make a calculated decision in that moment. Do you respond to it the way Matt did and bring attention to it, or do you just ignore it?
Yeah, it's a tough one, especially with your name attached, your handle attached, everything.
Yeah. Shout out Matt George. He'll be with us tomorrow. Prior to the second round, where the Kings will actually draft, of course, apparently Jake Fisher said it again. Kings, oh no. Kings are working their way into the first round.
Yeah, nobody was asking him, and he was just like, yeah, no, it's
I guess we'll just sit here patiently and wait. Shout out to Jake if this actually happens, by the way.
And look, he's a trusted reporter. Somebody's telling him this. That doesn't mean it's actual, but whether it's agents, whether it's somebody within the Kings front office, somebody is relaying this message to him. I guess I would say repeatedly, because for him to say no,
I would think so.
Once again, I want to reiterate, this is what I'm hearing. So they may not, even with that, they may not be like reaching out to him, but he might have checked back in. Hey, is this still supposed to happen? Yep, it's supposed to happen. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens in that situation. I would love for them to get into the first round. I don't know what that would cost and who they'd have to work with, but I'd love for them to get in the first round today.
I would too. Right now, there's no evidence other than Jake Fisher that that's going to happen. And whoever is talking to Jake Fisher. We turned our phone off because we don't want this. We're tired of this.
I'm assuming that this guy right here on ESPN is at Cooper Flags, his hometown. Even though Cooper might be he should be in New York, unless Cooper's not.
Newport, yeah. I don't know. Is that where Cooper Flag is from?
Yeah, he's from what, Maine or Vermont or something like that.
All right. I can't wait to see Cooper Flag in the league. I'm really interested to see Cooper Flag in the league. I was trying to figure out his name. I'm glad they put it on the screen. Marty.
He's a good reporter.
Oh, I like his. He's got energy. I like Martin.
Yeah, he's a good reporter.
Just to be clear, we could close the book on this. I mean, we've mentioned Drew Holiday. I don't think anyone ever talked about Kyrie, obviously, because of the injury. Fred VanVleet's name has come up. All of those guys they've got commitments elsewhere. I like the idea of Dennis Schroeder. I'm not talking about a number one point guard on a championship contending team, but nah, I like Dennis Schroeder. I've always liked Dennis Schroeder. I would love him to be on this basketball team, but I would also love Scott Perry to fill out this basketball team with even more high end talent than that.
And that's one of the things I talked about a little bit yesterday. Talked about with the insiders. I'm once again very impatient with what I want to see the Kings do. I want them to be aggressive. I want Scott Perry to be aggressive and really like attack this draft and free agency. But number one, I trust and respect his knowledge, his time in the league. And even if I don't agree, but I'm going to let him cook. And then like we talked about, I want to see this team win just like everybody else. But like my approach to it, I just want to see him win. And that's all that matters. I don't really care how you get there. You can get 4 Dennis Schroeders. And if that looks crazy in August, but they end up being a 5th seed somehow because they have these guys putting in work, great. I don't care how we get there. You can make a super splash and get back into the first round and trade for player X and do all this other stuff and maneuvering and be the 12th seed, and it didn't get us nowhere. So that's kind of where I'm kind of hanging my hat is I want to see them results. I want to see them results. And I'm not saying that like I'm any different than anybody else. They want to see the results too, but I'm not going to say this is stupid or this is a ridiculous move until I see the results. Or at least I'm going to try not to. They do something stupid, I'm going to have to say, no, that's dumb. But I'm try and hold off for the results.
Well, that's tough because we have to react. I have a DeMar DeRozan question. You're not going to be able to answer it in the next 90 seconds, but it's worth putting out there and I think worth having a discussion about. Because we've asked the question several times, like, are we sure? Like, so they're trading DeMar. Like, we're not even having a conversation about this. It's just happening, huh? He's just gone. And it's fine. It's perfectly fine if the answer is yes. But the question I'll pose, I don't really think I have to pose this to you, but I'm going to. I'm going to pose it to everybody else, too. And we'll open up the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Sorry to be slow on this, 916-909-1320. Everyone says DeMar DeRozan doesn't fit on the Sacramento Kings. Is the lack of fit DeMar DeRozan, or is the lack of fit the way the team is constructed? Because to me, those are two very, very different situations that warrant two very, very different reactions from the front office. And I think that's where I'm stuck. I think that's where a lot of our conversation comes. Are we sure that they're doing this? We'll elaborate much more and talk about everything that else is going on in the league today, everything that else that has happened in the league since we left you yesterday at 4 o'clock. It's draft day, baby. We got the draft here coming up with coverage beginning at 4:30 right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
There's not one single thing to drink in this.
Oh, I know it.
That's crazy. I don't know what happened.
Tomorrow's probably the way to get. I'm gonna star that. I'm not sure. Maybe Drew Down. I'm gonna hold that too. Special ed. Doug Christie's ideal offense is the old Princeton, and they used to run with a lot of. Yeah. Hold that for you. Russ, everything is good, man. Sometimes I just get real cranky about shit at work, and that's all that happened yesterday. And thankfully, my partner knew that because he just let me go the fuck off first commercial break because I was pretty pissed off. But yeah, it's all good, Russ. Appreciate you. Dennis has been to the playoffs almost every year. That's a good call right there. Nope. Sit down, Delivery Joe. Don't do that. You know what my answer is. I like both of them for the record, but you know what my answer is. Okay, Michael. Okay. I see y'all. Y'all talking. I like this. Yeah, that's true, Evan. That's all good. Well, yes, that's pretty true there. Sorry about that, Dave. I'm gonna do it right now. So sorry, Dave. Sorry. Where's my man, Dave Garcia? I don't know if it's Lab or LAB. I hear you, and I understand. Shout out Sky River Casino again for the amazing night we had last Friday. I got the heads up on some of the things jumping off in July, man. They keep finding new ways, and you know what August is. August is the anniversary.
Oh, baby.
So July is up. All but August. All the celebration is going down in August.
Oh, baby. You know what's funny about Sky River is every time I go to Sky River, I go down Whitlock, which is a street in Elk Grove, and it basically goes from the 5 side to the 99 side. So I always go like from Kaiser and the entrance in the back of Sky River Casino. And I was out with Bill the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, what's going on over here, man? What are they doing, with the casino? Like, what's next?" I was like, "Oh, they're building this and that, this and that." He's like, "Oh, that's what all that construction is that you see." I said, "What construction? I don't see no construction. I never go on the freeway side." So we go on the freeway, and I look, and I'm like, "Oh, snap. Wait a minute. Hey, yeah."
Okay.
I hadn't even seen that till.
So the street you take, is that the way we went when we went the first time?
Yep.
Because we weren't on the. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
So I never even see like.
So
what's
what's crazy? Wow, that's interesting. What's crazy is, so we were there Friday. I was there the Friday before with the wake up call. The amount of work that got done in that 7-day stretch was bananas. Like, for real. Like we drive by it, and I'm always looking for the sign because they always do such an amazing job of putting our brands up there and all of that. But it's like, I think that was the first time I had really seen like the work. And we're coming in last Friday, and Katie goes, "Oh my God." I'm like, what? She's like, "Look at the parking lot." It's like it had 3 times the amount of work that was there 7 days prior. Like there was like actual structures there.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, this thing gonna be done in no time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like
they be grinding.
This ain't the old rail yards where it'll be done in 2032. It'll be done when the pick swap happens with the Spurs. Nah, this is happening.
Right. Nah, they
moving.
right now. They moving. I can't wait to see.
It's damn near a week later. That thing might be done now.
Right. Can park right there.
Right. Pull in and park right there.
I can't wait to see that. I want to see the spa and everything because it's about to go up. And then the hotel, I'm just, I'm gonna have some staycations over there, man. You know what I'm saying? Just I'm staying in Sky River tonight.
Okay. Can't wait to hear the response to that.
I didn't say alone.
Oh, well, yeah. Get them spa coupons. Look, Reese, you're in charge, pal. You're the man of the house. Knowing Ryan's running things the second you walk out the door.
Right. Hungry.
I got thrown up on today by a kid for the first time.
Oh, no.
That was exciting. Yeah.
You weren't wearing anything white, were you?
No, that's what your demonic baby was contemplating at the time. Surprisingly, the situation was very similar. Morgan, the 4-year-old, was not feeling well this morning, but she was in such a good mood.
That's what I'm saying. She wasn't feeling good when I seen her either.
No, she was because she had thrown up.
She bounced back.
Yeah,
Kenny Caraway style. That's
so she wakes up and she's like loving and cheerful, but she doesn't eat. She goes like, I feel like it's like I want to throw up. It's like, oh, okay. Can I have a bowl? She wants to throw up in a bowl. Like, okay. So I give her this giant mixing bowl, and she just like she's trying. And I'm like, oh, baby is just she's like, mama, she's dramatic. And so like we have things to do. We're getting Audrey to like theater camp. And shout out to Morgie, who was in the car for 20 minutes and didn't throw up. Like she did great. We got home, sat down with the tablet, and she's, relaxing. And she's like, my tablet died. So I come over and she's like, oh, I don't feel well. So I pick her up and I'm holding her. And she's just like lying on my shoulder for a minute and pushes away. She goes, I got to throw up. I said, okay. And I'm thinking she's done this 4 times.
Right.
It's like, okay, baby, why don't we go to the bathroom this time? And I take 3 steps and this child projectile vomits all over me. And I'm like, it's okay. It's all right, baby. Just let it out. And I'm walking her
uphill.
I'm walking her, trying to get her to the bathroom, and she does the thing again. So I just set her down and say, baby, go ahead, throw up. It's okay. Throws up again. Like, all right, baby, it's fine. Take her to the bathroom. Like full on partied all night last night. And she's throwing up essentially nothing but water.
Oh, poor baby.
Throws up. And then I'm sorry I threw up on you. Oh, baby, it's okay. Do you feel better? Yeah. Okay. Why don't we go take a bath? And like she was a new
she's good.
She was literally a college kid. She was like, let's go.
That's what happens, man. Once
You
get it
saw
out
her
the
like
system,
she was I got here. I swear we sat down. She sees her mom. She sits down. I swear to God, this is the truth. She's like, I want to see, because I took her to mom's studio, brought her over here. She's like, I want to see where you work. I said, well, okay. So we stood out there. I said, that's Kyle and James. They're doing their show. They do ours before us. And it's like, that's Jesse and Joe. And these 2 groups work together. These 2 studios work together. And we go sit on the couch and she goes, where's KC? I was like, well, he's not here yet, but he'll be here pretty soon.
Yeah.
So we were heading for the door. I think you were talking to John. I was like, well, hey, I saw KC come in. You want to see KC before you go? She goes, yeah. And turn around. You were right there.
There you go. The best whistler west of the Mississippi. Fantastic. At 4 years old. Fantastic whistle. It's crazy.
Many Kings fans threw up when they saw Mark Stein's report.
Oh, man. Mark Stein. Oh, by the way, hold on. Real quick. We can talk about Mark Stein. But in the words of old boy on Paid in Full, I see you shining. Ray Charles can see you shining. Yeah, I see you shining.
Yeah. Yeah.
Woo.
That's why I said
Woo.
So picked up the Mon-Fri EV yesterday. Man. Yeah, that thing. There's a learning curve.
Okay.
There's a learning curve. The screen in the Tesla is better. It's positioned better. There's a lot more screen in the Lucid. It's a beautiful car. It's a beautiful car. It drives beautifully too. And I did have visions of Morgan throwing up in the car. She didn't. That's my girl.
Shout out to her.
She didn't.
Shout out to her. She knew the rules.
But yeah, shout out to everybody at Lucid for making that process go smoothly. It's a beautiful car. And I don't have any fear of it driving me off a cliff because the owner went crazy.
Well,
so that's a positive.
That is always a good thing.
There are things about the Tesla that I like a little bit more though. Like there's a handful. Like that Tesla is, especially for being as affordable as it is, that joint hits.
We didn't have the S.
Yeah, right. We didn't have the S or the X. My biggest regret with I probably wouldn't have changed cars, even with all the Elon stuff, if I had the Y. Though I should have gotten the bigger car. Of course, I didn't know at the time what my household would look like, but I wish there's so much more room in the Y. There's a lot more room in this Lucid. Like them girls get in the backseat and just walk around. Like there is room. But yeah, it's a fire car. I was happy you saw it. I was hoping you did.
Yeah.
That joint was
like I said, Ray Charles on you. You know what I mean? He got it like that. They shipped it directly to him, Jesse. Did you hear that? They personally.
What are you talking about?
The car. We were talking about yesterday on KSFM.
This isn't.
No, they said, Mr. Barling.
Did they bring it to work for you?
No, this isn't even remotely true.
That's what they do to all
I went and picked up the.
That's what they do to like Floyd Mayweather and all those guys. They go straight to their house, their residence.
That didn't happen. I went
like delivering a box of pizza.
Yeah, pretty much. He's a Lucid guy. Not a pizza guy. He's a Lucid guy.
I stayed for the Lucid.
Yeah.
I'm a Lucid guy. Everybody been asking me why I stayed. I stayed for the Lucid. Where was I? I wasn't even segueing to Mark. No, it wasn't even Mark Stein. I wanted to talk about DeMar.
Oh, yes. You have the question.
So I asked the question, got some interesting responses here. I highlighted a couple of them. I asked the question before the break. I'd actually be curious about your response before we dive into some of these other responses. Everyone, I mean, James, I think, has it tattooed on his right arm. DeMar DeRozan does not fit the Sacramento Kings. Okay, fine. Here's my question, though. Is DeMar DeRozan's lack of fit his game, or is DeMar DeRozan's lack of fit the way this team is constructed? Because we talk about Scott Perry's first order of business. You better answer that question. Because DeMar is too good of a player to just be like, all right, he doesn't fit. No. What are you trying to accomplish with this team? Because I would make sure that DeMar's the issue and not everyone else. Mm-hmm. And it's not necessarily everyone else, but it's the pieces around DeMar. Right. So that's my question. Is it DeMar and his Hall of Fame career, or is it the way that this 39-win basketball team is constructed?
It's difficult.
Or 40. Yeah, I'm sorry. I might have shorted them a game.
It's difficult for me personally to look at the way some of these guys performed last year and say DeMar is the issue. You know, we talk about, I'm not that much of a believer in you took Keegan Murray's shots away, and that's why he couldn't make a wide open jump shot. Like that, stop stalling him out for that. Stop giving him a pass for that. He had wide open looks that he was bricking routinely. He's a better shooter than that. And I don't need all that other stuff from Keegan Murray. I don't need him to create and do all this other stuff. I need him to knock down the shots that he gets. And I'm different, right? Maybe I'm different in this. I don't care if, you didn't touch the ball 5 times down court and now they expect you to hit a jump shot. Yes, they do. Yes, Absolutely. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. So I bring that up to say, like DeMar DeRozan, a lot of the times was the only one that consistently was giving you offense. And the fact that he was the one consistently being able to put the ball in the basket or create, or the one that you could rely on, isn't his fault. Maybe if you had other people hitting shots and people that were playing better on the offensive end, who knows? Maybe he wouldn't feel the need to shoot as much. We don't know. But I think with this particular Kings team, you can, like, if you had a different type of team, you could keep DeMar DeRozan around with his style of play. I do feel that way.
Okay. Let's start with my man Tyler, TJ, pessimistic Kings fans. My man Tyler. He says DeMar is probably the way to get into the first. I don't know entirely. I mean, certainly DeMar is a way to get into the first, but where is DeMar? Like, I don't think DeMar gets you New Orleans at 7. I don't think they get you Toronto at 9. Are we talking one of Brooklyn's picks? I also don't think they're just, if this is a thing, I also don't think they're just shipping DeMar anywhere. I think they'll give DeMar a higher level of respect than that.
I agree.
So I'm not entirely sure that that's the case. I think he can get you into the first. I'm just not really sure where. Drew Down says DeMar's style makes his fit much tougher. Okay. He's a self-creator with the ball. He's more of a mid-range guy. I guess I get that. Maybe paired alongside Zach LaVine. Maybe that's not the ideal combo. And then a very rare comment from Michael that says, I'm not sure DeMar has to be moved. I don't think we're going to get a lot of those. That's why I wanted to make sure we could highlight it.
Yeah.
But yeah, a couple interesting responses here so far.
I mean, I looked at, so here's also the funny thing about the DeMar DeRozan and his fit and all this other stuff. I'm not going to project, I'm not going to assume. Does anyone feel like the Kings' problem last year was their offense? Like, the reason why they weren't successful is because their offense.
I don't
either.
So is that the problem?
Well, that's what they always talk about, is fit. They ain't talking about on the defensive end. They talk about he's a ball stopper, right? Like, that's usually the argument. So if that's the problem, you would think, oh, their offense was the problem. He was the problem. But nobody will say the Kings' offense was the problem. They'll always talk about their defense.
It felt like there was a bigger hang-up offensively when Zach got here, which is a bizarre reality. But Zach LaVine couldn't get comfortable at first. And I think there were team meetings over this. You know what I mean? Starters only meetings, players, all of this different stuff. And that settled a little bit and got better. But there was far more of an adjustment after Zach got here than when DeMar got here.
Yeah, and
that's mid-season, to be fair to Zach LaVine.
Yeah, fair to him. And once again, I just, it's not a cop-out, but it's just being real. Like, when Zach LaVine gets here, like, we got to talk about everything that was going on. And just wonder if that stuff doesn't matter, and people think his personal issues that he was going through with his family doesn't matter, or just the chaos that was the Sacramento Kings last year doesn't matter. If you guys think that doesn't matter, cool. We don't have to bring it up. But do you think the Pacers had all that? You think OKC had all that? No, there was like some harmony in those locker rooms and a lot of these other playoff locker rooms that helped. So Zach LaVine was trying to find his footing, number one, because he didn't know what the hell was going on around here. Like, that's one of the issues. Then he's got to worry about his newborn baby and his wife. That's an issue as well. And then we talk about basketball. Like, where do I get my shots from in this offense? Like, how do I do that? And it seems like a lot of the times we've talked about it, those the players in the locker room were urging him, to shoot the rock. So it's not like DeMar or even Malik, those were the two vocal ones, were saying, oh, nah, Zach, stay over there and get the scraps. Like they were like, nah, bro, we need you to shoot. DeMar was like, nah, I need you to shoot. Here, take the ball. I need you to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of the times that might have been what was going on. Look at around that lineup. DeMar, and you guys can say I'm defending him or whatever, but who would, I'm sure there's outside of Malik, plenty of guys who they give the ball to Keegan or somebody, and he wouldn't do nothing with it. DeMar look around like, man, we ain't got nobody getting after it. Somebody got to shoot the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I'll shoot it. I think that happened often. There were times when DeMar would come down and not pass the ball and shoot the ball. I'm not saying that didn't happen. But there are a lot of times when the ball got swung to him late in the shot clock.
Mm-hmm.
Sabonis ain't being aggressive and shooting. Keegan's not being aggressive and shooting.
Well,
Zach LaVine was being iffy for half of those games.
What was the number when Doug took over? Was it like 10 of 11 or 10 of 12 that they won? I know they won 7 in a row.
To start,
yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that.
So
like
did DeMar fit the team then? And I'm not trying to be a smart ass. Like I'm genuinely asking, did DeMar fit the team better when they won 10 out of 11, or was something else happening? Because the problem was Mike Brown. All right. I'm not what I'm suggesting, but they've determined that the problem is Mike Brown. Got it. Okay. Doug Christie comes in, you lose to the Lakers, you win 7 in a row. And I believe the number is 10 of 11 or something along those lines. Very good win percentage over the first 11, 12 games. That was not it. So I get, okay, DeMar's a perfect fit now. Boy, this worked out well. Coincidentally, Keegan Murray was hitting a higher clip of threes. Coincidentally, Keon Ellis was playing a lot more basketball.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh. All right. Cool. Talk about fits. I'm sorry. Clutch player of the year was De'Aaron Fox a couple of years ago. Remind me how that Dallas game ended.
Or that Miami game at home. Hell, the Miami game on the road.
Oh, the Kings had been a little bit better. DeMar could have won that damn award last year. But I feel like sometimes we use, it was like the thing I was complaining about with the TV broadcast. We just use generic terms that can't be quantified. Oh, he looks scared. Well, what do you mean? He's not shooting. He's not being aggressive. Like, what is he doing that makes him look scared? Them guys will never tell us. Okay, y'all say DeMar doesn't fit. Why? And then why did they win that stretch of basketball games with DeMar DeRozan on the floor for every one of them? So I go back to the original question. Is the problem DeMar DeRozan, the basketball player, or is the problem this makeup of the Sacramento Kings basketball team?
I go a step further to what you're talking about. You talk about that stretch with Doug Christie when he took over. What's one of the things they also had in that stretch that they didn't have moving forward? A point guard.
Yes, he's still on the team. Yeah,
still on the team. They had a point guard and a coach that they were all tapped in with. And they were playing a lot better basketball. DeMar DeRozan was playing really good basketball as well during that stretch. You take that point guard away from him, which is kind of what happened in Chicago as well, when people always point back to that. They talk about LaVine and DeRozan. When Lonzo was available and was playing, they played really well. They lose Lonzo, didn't go as well.
Yeah, right.
So I'm not, and I don't think you are making an argument either. Nobody's making an argument that DeRozan is a perfect player or anything like that. But it was real OD about his fit on this team and him being the problem and the ball stopping and all this other stuff. DeMar DeRozan won you a lot more games than he lost you. A lot more.
I agree. What we think doesn't matter, obviously, but what Scott Perry does. And I'm fascinated to know if Scott Perry looked at DeMar DeRozan when he met him and say, I'm not trading you. I'm going to make this team better. You came here to play with De'Aaron and Doma. I can't do anything about that, but I can make this basketball team better for you. And if DeMar says thanks, but no thanks, that's a different story. But if DeMar is down to now, the other thing could have been, look, man, what I was listening to James Ham, and he's right. Square peg, round hole. Just keep it moving. And DeMar might be like, hey, salute. I'd like to be involved in the process if you don't mind. And I think given all of the circumstances, DeMar is owed at least that.
Why don't you, man, come on, man. Once again, I'm talking sports.
Look, I'll just get it over with. God, there's no point in even waiting.
No,
Here, I'm going to do it just in case. Go ahead.
No, this one is kind of crazy, though. Why don't you quit trying to put stuff in the round hole? No, that was crazy. It's crazy, but square peg into a round hole. Like, why don't you stop doing that? Why don't you put the
That's the only way you could come up with getting your point across was saying that.
Why don't you put the square peg in the square hole? Why don't you get players around DeMar that maybe compliment him a little bit better?
Maybe you get the right puzzle pieces, Kenny. How about that?
You could have said 50 things and you chose that one.
Hey, look, man, I'm talking sports. I had to say what I had to say. I wasn't worried about the flag. It was about to be a touchdown. I had to stop it.
You dropped the football right before the goal line.
You went with the horse collar.
You Deshaun Jackson did.
I'll take this 15-yarder to save the game, man.
Apparently you will. Goodness gracious.
But yeah, how about that? They always look at it as you shouldn't be trying to fit DeMar DeRozan into whatever.
Yeah, don't put DeMar DeRozan in anything the way this show's going. Leave DeMar DeRozan alone.
Always trying to fit him into whatever you think the Kings' style of play or identity should be. How about morphing a little bit to what would help DeMar DeRozan a little bit and not building your team around him, but if you looking at the situation like you asked the question, man, is DeMar the problem or the way that we're constructing this team or the way it was constructed before Scott and them got there? Is that more of the problem? And I think it's a real question to have.
Let's see what TC talking about. Hopefully he didn't get got by any of those fake Matt George tweets that are going around the internet right now. TC, you've been ready all morning. What's up, man?
Hey, look, hey, that's wild, man. They're doing my boy Matt like that. But, hey, it's a crazy day. It's a funny day today, man. Everybody excited and happy. So we're going to keep it short and sweet. So let's go back to the DeMar real quick, right? So the reason why people like me, right, I'm only speaking for me, DeMar didn't fit, bro, because the offense it didn't fit with him. If we moving forward with Doug talking about threes, defense and all that, if bro gonna stay, bro can come off the bench. I'm cool with that. DeMar, if you cool, like I'm past Hall of Famer, the respect level. I get it. You gotta have a respect for another man and all that, right? But bro, you're gonna have to come off the bench and we're gonna start Keon. If you're gonna stay here, we can put the pieces around you and we can do all of that. But if we're trying to put up 53, 43, whatever it is Doug's talking about, and play defense, bro, then bro, we might need you to off the bench and we might need Keon coming in. As far as a draft pick, bro, if we're able to get that first round pick today, number 20, 19, or whatever it is, I'm telling you, go after that kid. No, kidding, no. Go after that kid from France, bro, if you're there, Nolan. And I'm cool with signing Schroeder, bro. As a big homie over our young point guard, I'm fine with that, bro. I don't have a problem with Schroeder, dog.
Who's the young point guard?
Nolan, that kid from France, bro, 19-year-old stud. I can't pronounce his last name.
Oh, so you got them moving into the draft and signing Dennis Schroeder and telling DeMar to go to hell.
Which isn't the craziest thing in the world. Like
I guess not. He said 1920. That was one of those is Miami. I don't remember
Miami's
the other
20.
one. What was 19? Brooklyn. That's one of Brooklyn's picks.
I see you, TC. TC been working. He been waiting for this day, man. He been working.
All right, scavenger hunt. Who got that out there? Who's got go to the 19 or 20? Get the point guard. Hey, first one in the chatty house with it.
I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna have to see because TC. Shout out TC.
There's a belief TC stole that from somebody.
He been texting your boy. He's been telling me about old boy from France since like last night.
Oh yeah, since last night.
Yeah.
Oh, so he found it last night.
Well, I don't know. That's what makes it tough. It wasn't just this morning. He didn't just wake up and start thinking about this.
Yeah, TC's ready
or
for the day.
start stealing this.
Well,
my boy TC be cooking though, man. Shout out TC.
Hey, we'll come back, man. There's a lot more to talk about. There have been signings over the last 24 hours. Fred VanVleet this morning, Kyrie Irving in a move we predicted here on this show right after that injury. We'll talk a little bit about that, what those moves mean for Houston, Dallas, and thus your Sacramento Kings. It's draft day here. We got draft day coverage beginning at 4:30. First round of the NBA draft here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Got it. Well, that'll be fun. Is Kyle in there? Okay. This will be me and Kyle. Is Joe here Friday? I know Concerts in the Park is Friday. Fuck. That's tough. Down 3 guys. We got it. We'll make it work. Oh, Cole. Congratulations, Cole. Tell her happy birthday. It's crazy. You old man, bro. Old man Cole. This Photoshop of Matt George in the Celtics jersey is spectacular. Spectacular.
I was going through some old photos.
See, so here's what I think happened. Matt brought attention to it, and now they're spamming him. Now they're having fun with him.
I was I don't know if you remember this era, but remember when the Lakers were sorry and anybody that was like an upcoming free agent or on the last deal of their contract, Laker fans would
Man, bro, you are the worst at this. Kenny be mid-story, every commercial break, and Jesse be like, don't care.
I think Jesse be doing it on purpose. Maybe setting.
He might. Cutting them literally off, the last moment. Like the guy's talking already. You're done talking.
But I was talking about what Laker fans used to do, and we would all laugh at them. But they would always like Photoshop player X in a Lakers jersey and be like, soon, or he's about to get ready for them lights. And I would always have these. I remember I had like like screenshotted a bunch of them at the time, and I had a bunch of them. It was they had Derrick Rose in the Laker jersey, like MVP Laker Derrick Rose. Kevin Durant was obviously in one.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan was in
Oh.
Laker jersey. They're like, soon, getting ready for them lights. That's what they always do. But at the time, they would like end up with Nick Young.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. I wish we get back to those days. Lakers just falling flat on their face. Lakers and Warriors. Need you guys to fail miserably.
One of those teams might. I don't know. I don't know what the Lakers are. I don't know what this LeBron Luka thing is going to look like. We talk about the Lakers.
I'll tell you what it look like. It don't look like championships. It don't look like finals.
No, I don't think it looks like championships. It's not a bad basketball team.
No, it's a playoff team.
I don't know if
it's a playoff team.
I don't know if that's a championship team.
And honestly, to be fair, like if you can get in the playoffs, you got a shot. You got a shot.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Depending on the seeding, depending on the matchups, injury, luck, all this other stuff. So you got a shot. I get it. But I don't think, like right now, today, I don't think they're on the same level as OKC and even Houston.
So let's talk about Houston for a second, because Dallas is a little more complicated. Let's talk about Houston for a second. We wondered what the situation would be with Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet's going nowhere. He's sticking around for this new KD version of the Houston Rockets. I don't know when we talked on Monday how much that factored in, how much Fred VanVleet's presence factored in to your thoughts on Houston being a title contender. But I have to assume him continuing to be a part of this team certainly isn't going to hinder your original feelings on what you think about Houston now that Kevin Durant is there.
No, not at all. I mean, it probably helps that a little bit. I like VanVleet and him as, a second or third option, really just waiting for kickouts from KD and Sengun and those guys to shoot open threes. I'd feel really good if I was a Houston Rocket fan about that. I like VanVleet.
Okay. The other side is Dallas. Kyrie Irving did exactly what we predicted. Or I don't want to say we predicted it. That's a little extra. But we asked the question, when looking at the fallout of his ACL injury, and then really having a discussion after they won the lottery about, what does he do moving forward, knowing he's missing a chunk of time next year? And you were already prior to winning the lottery, you were already all in on you had paired Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving. That's what you were doing. You couldn't give up on it because you were losing a good chunk of next season with Kyrie returning from this ACL injury. And I wondered if you were Kyrie, if you pulled Dallas's punt card, like, hey, I'm going to opt out. Like, I want a longer term deal. He didn't have to do that. He opted out of a deal, I think, and I don't remember. I apologize for not looking up the number. I think it was like $49 million, $48 million, something along those lines, and signed a 3-year deal that gave him a total. I think it was about 120. It was $40 million annually over 3 years. So it's about 120. And he's got 3 years. They've got 3 years, really 2.5, really 2, to make this thing with Anthony Davis and Cooper Flag work.
I like the deal for Kyrie. Makes sense for the Mavs. I always look at Kyrie's time with the Mavs, and it almost feels like, he's finally found a home since the first time since Cleveland. They embrace him as a city, as a fan base, and as an organization. And the money had to work. Like you weren't just going to play for free. But I think them reaching out and trying to make that happen with Kyrie, that's the move for them as well, man. And unfortunately, because I hate the Mavericks, unfortunately, that might be the place where he ends his career, and I'm happy for him for that.
Yeah, I like Kyrie. I don't know how much I love Kyrie and Anthony Davis. I don't know. What do you think of what's Dallas to the Western Conference next year? Because this all boils down to Sacramento. Like, that's ultimately what we're talking about. We're discussing Houston. We're discussing Dallas. We're discussing San Antonio. We're discussing all these different teams because we're trying to figure out where Sacramento fits.
Right. I got Dallas bottom 5.
Bottom 5.
Bottom 5 out of the play-in.
Cooper too young.
Cooper too young.
AD not going to hold up. And Kyrie not around.
Kyrie not around. AD, even if he held up, I don't think that's enough.
You don't think Cooper Flag's hitting the ground running?
I think he's going to be good. I don't think he's going to be – he's going to get a team in the play-in. Or, I mean, obviously AD would be there too, but yeah, I don't think he's going to have that type of impact right away, especially in the West. Like, if we were in the East, sure, but in the Western Conference where you got to be 40, 42 games, plus to be play-in or a top 16, I don't see Dallas being able to do that.
Next year. Sorry. The next year, the year after that. Kyrie back, like back. Yeah. He's had time to like not just returning, but he has time to come back. You got second year of Cooper Flag. The true problem with that is it's another year on Anthony Davis. Mm-hmm. And we're here today in June talking about Anthony Davis going, I don't know. I don't know. The conversation is not going to change a year from now, where it's like, hey, man, Cooper Flag is going to be a problem next year. Hey, Kyrie's back. Anthony Davis, I don't know. Barring him, hopefully not, but barring him suffering any sort of catastrophic injury, every season with Anthony Davis moving forward, even if Anthony Davis plays 75 games next year, we're still going to go into the next year's like, is he going to do that again?
Yeah, that's him for his career.
We're going to be skeptical of his availability. You're right. Yeah, till his career is over. And he's plus 30 now.
Right.
So, yeah.
I don't wish, that he does. I hope, in the second half or second part of his career that, it's like a Grant Hill situation. He finds a way to be more healthy than he was at the beginning. But I can never bank on that. You know what I'm saying? I can never say, oh, they got AD. I know he's going to play 75 games. I at the very least, I can't feel comfortable saying that. It's always going to be in the back of my mind, like, you never know, man. You got to always plan for when and if AD goes down for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
So, and even like you talked about the second year, you were saying what it looks like then. AD component, like we just broke down. Think Cooper will be better, but I want to see what Kyrie looks like. I mean, that's a major injury this late in his career. Does it take him half the year to start to feel comfortable, to trust his body, to be the same productive guy? Does he lose a step because of that injury and the age? I want to see. We have the same discussion a year from now. I would still probably, we don't know what happened last year, but I would still probably put them as a bottom 5 team with an opportunity, depending on what Kyrie looks like, to move up.
Let me ask. Okay.
And real quick, here's my thought process with this. While AD is a great basketball player, Kyrie is a great basketball player. I'm not like they're different than what this guy had to deal with. But Wemby couldn't even get in the playoffs in the first 2 years. He couldn't even get in the play-in his first 2 years. Granted, like I said, AD and Kyrie are better players than what San Antonio has. But we were talking about Wemby. People were long shot all NBA selection. Like, that's how good he's been in his first 2 years. So I don't expect, while I think Cooper is a hell of a ball player, I don't expect him to be that good in those first 2 years. And even if he was, the Spurs couldn't even make the playoffs with the rookie being that good. So that's kind of my thought process.
Given everything you just laid out, particularly about next year, and we know the situation Kyrie is in now, you probably have to have a conversation with Kyrie about this question I'm going to pose. You probably know where this is going. Do you, at the very least, entertain the idea of trading Anthony Davis this offseason?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. See what you can get for him.
Like, but
you do it quietly.
But we can't start acting like that's the norm. Like doing
it quietly.
Yeah, like they try. Like for example, Kevin Durant's going to be the Kevin Durant's going to be the blueprint for one, while Luka Doncic is going to be the blueprint for the other. So the Luka Doncic AD trade had, oh my God, no one knows. Okay, fine. What actual number of people is no one? We may never know. They tried to trade Kevin Durant quietly, and Kevin Durant found out. So eventually, like it's probably more likely the KD situation happens than the Luka Doncic situation happens.
True.
Once the conversations start, though, I don't know how you walk them back. You know, basketball players are sensitive, and the idea of you entertain. We don't have to look very far for an example. Oh, you entertain the idea of trading me, then trade me. Oh, you called about then do it. Go ahead, do it. It's hard to put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's tough to do that. Like I don't think you can entertain trade-off. I don't think you can call around and see. You have to have an idea. You have to have a discussion. Like, if we trade Anthony Davis, do you think we could get ... And if there's someone over there that you trust and you could put your trust in them, and hey, me and you 100% off the record, do you have interest in Anthony Davis? But you have to have a vision of what that looks like immediately.
Yeah.
If you do that. But I hadn't really thought about the idea of trading Anthony Davis because I feel like you're married to it. Like I feel like you're married to the Anthony Davis Kyrie Irving pairing. And I don't know if Cooper Flagg changes that, but if you still think this is potentially, and Wemby's a great example, we got really up on the Spurs. That wasn't a good basketball team Wemby's first year. Now, they didn't have Anthony Davis there either, but like, I think if this team, if you're in a let's go, this is the first year, we got to go win, you're putting entirely too much pressure on Kyrie Irving when he returns from an injury.
Right.
If you can play this a certain way, man, it might be in your best interest to move Anthony Davis this offseason, allow Cooper Flagg to do his thing, allow Kyrie Irving to develop, and then all of a sudden, Cooper's second year, Kyrie's first full year of recovery with a training camp and all of that stuff, and whatever you're able to land for Anthony Davis, all of a sudden, you could make the argument Nico Harrison's window that he was talking about last year when he traded Luka Doncic reopens after they trade Anthony Davis. Like I shouldn't say it reopens, it's not closed. It extends past that 2 or 3 year window that he referenced after the Luka trade.
No, I'm with you on that. And I agree with everything else you said. It's interesting how if you don't know the value or the thought process behind everybody's feelings on Anthony Davis, is there a way that you can finagle that conversation? So like you call Washington, you say, hey, we're just curious. What would you give up for the number 1 pick? They're like, oh, we'd give you this and that and this and that. And then, no, whoa, hold on. Relax. It's not like we're asking you to trade for Anthony Davis. Like, because that would be like, what would that even look like? You know?
Huh? What would that look like?
See if you can finagle that conversation. We're talking about the first pick, not Anthony Davis. That's like, what's that look like?
Hype it. Like, what are you gonna do? You gonna move off? No, you tell. Okay, what's that look like?
You tell me. I don't want to project. You tell me, because I think it's crazy. But you tell me what that would look like.
That's hilarious. Then all of a sudden everybody stops laughing and says,
that's it. I mean, dang, that's crazy. I ain't even thinking about. That's crazy.
Now what you do? You really want to play? Yeah. No, you wild boy. I'm gonna holler at you. Hang up and go. Hey, We might have him. And then you call him back like a day later, like, hey, man. Remember that conversation we had the other day?
Man, you got to finagle that combo.
We was talking a little bit.
You got to finagle it a little bit.
What do y'all think?
That's how you get that information without trying to get that information.
That's
but,
hilarious.
I don't. I'm with you though. Like you can't, especially. And I like this guy, but I know the reputation, especially dealing with Rich Paul. You don't want nothing getting out there unless you're sure this is the move you want to do. So, yeah, I get what you're saying on that.
Yeah, I just like, I don't know what answer I expected because I couldn't figure out what I thought Dallas would be. Mm-hmm. The thing I kept leaning on was Wemby was phenomenal his rookie year. And everyone knew the Spurs would be good in time. The Spurs weren't good his rookie year. Mm-hmm. Now, this is a different basketball team, of course. This is a team with a little bit more talent than that San Antonio. They're in a different development stage than San Antonio was Wemby's rookie year 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. But it was also like I'm probably asking too much of Cooper Flagg. And I'm really relying on Anthony Davis to be essentially Pelicans Anthony Davis. Mm-hmm. Well, you're going to have to be great. Like, you're going to have to lead this basketball team. That's all we can do. And Pelicans Anthony Davis was a long time ago. Mm-hmm. And Pelicans Anthony Davis, as Anthony Davis, was really good. Pelicans, not so much. Right. Had their moments, but ultimately it was a get me out of there type situation. And I feel like the only way out of it is to trade him. Mm. You've committed to I don't. It's the hey, the game's changed. We talked about San Antonio. How aggressive?
People talking about that now too. Your boy, what's his name? Kevin O'Connell.
What's he talking about?
He brought it up today. So he was like, "Yeah, don't be surprised if." He named all three of them. He said, don't be surprised if the Spurs look to move Fox, Castle, or Dylan Harper. And he's like, if the Spurs knew they were getting the number 2 pick in Dylan Harper, they would not have pursued De'Aaron Fox.
See, and that's and while so what I'm stuck on is the idea going back to Dallas. I'd love to revisit that, by the way. But getting back to Dallas, that it's the same. Yeah, things have changed now for San Antonio.
The number 1 pick.
Yeah, things have changed for Dallas. Mm-hmm. When we traded Luka Doncic, we were married to this Kyrie Anthony Davis pairing. Mm-hmm. We were going to do everything this offseason to make this work. We lose Kyrie in a game to Sacramento. All right. That sure messes a lot of things up. And under no suspicious circumstances at all, they win the lottery. And it's like,
go ahead, finish that.
Yo, we're getting a generational player. Huh. Our circumstances are different. Maybe more importantly, this is where the Anthony Davis thing really, really comes into play. Our timeline is different. Mm-hmm. And it's tough to explore trades of stars of his caliber without actually making the trade. But man, I don't know if I'm Nico Harrison, I gotta at least think about it.
I'm with you, man. I see the vision. I see the vision for sure. And it's risky. Once again, like you talked about, you've got to know what you might be trading for very discreetly. And know what it is before you really even engage in those conversations. But yeah, things have changed. And yeah, we're gonna have to make a different move now that we didn't expect or weren't looking to make 3 months ago or whatever. Nope, things change. Yeah. The reason why I chuckled a little bit, and I don't even know, it's draft day. I don't know if we'll get to this, but you found the story a couple weeks ago, starting to get more light now. They got a Pablo Torre finds out on that. And I was watching that today.
Yeah.
This is where when they talk about there's no way things can be fixed, like leagues and stuff. I don't put anything past man.
Yeah, it's a Kyle sent me the pod. I think it was yesterday morning, and I'm kind of working my way through it. There's a lot. There's a lot to talk. I don't know that we could get to it today or tomorrow because of the circumstances of the draft. Maybe Friday. Next week is going to be tough for free agency, but it's called Pablo Finds Out, right? Yeah. Go peep that podcast. There is
with Florio.
Yeah,
Florio turning into a martyr out here. Florio's always like a little.
Did you finish it?
Yeah. There's so much in there. I can't even remember.
There's a part there was a part where they're talking about an organization called the NFLMC that stopped me in what I was doing and caused me to sit down, because I'm not watching, I'm listening. Caused me to stop, sit down, and listen very intently to what they were saying. My brothers, if you don't believe that there is a select group of individuals that has all of the influence over the NFL, you are so sorely mistaken. The text exchanges that they had, and the reason, this was the worst part, the reason the NFLPA didn't want this arbitration ruling public was the worst part of the whole podcast. Because if any of these players are paying attention, I'm telling every one of them, your ass is out. And I will get the signatures and the support of every player I have to. Your whole ass is gone. And your little buddy who hired you for that position, y'all are out. We got DeMaurice Smith out of here. We'll get your ass out of here.
Bro, they're in their back pockets.
Bruh.
It's as clear as day.
I'm like, they're telling this story, and Pablo is a phenomenal storyteller. He is telling this story that has me hanging on every word. And when the reveal came about the creative director or whatever the position was, advisor,
and how it was created, how it was made, like it's like
this
is a work.
Some of y'all will hate this. Professional sports is so much closer to professional wrestling than most of us are willing to admit. Not saying the games are predetermined, nothing like that, but there are things in professional sports, particularly the National Football League, that are a work.
Bro, and you know what's crazy about this situation? Like I said, well, I'll bury Horowitz, this situation for the both of us. The week the Lamar Jackson stuff came out, we said, this is collusion.
Yeah, right.
This sounds like collusion.
Right. And that's why the one who blew it was Arthur Blank.
No, look, I was listening to that. They're like, they might get Arthur Blank out of the paint, bro, because Arthur's the only good-hearted one.
Well, but why though? Arthur, why do I feel that way? Arthur Blank. Hey, the Ravens gave Lamar Jackson permission to seek a trade. The owner was Desmond Ritter.
That's right. Yeah.
Desmond goddamn Ritter, as his quarterback says. No. Lamar Jackson. Yeah. Also, when do owners comment on acquiring a quarterback?
That was crazy.
That, to me, that was the one where it's like, oh, this is not real.
That was so
this
crazy.
Is
in real
not
time,
real.
We were like, this is insane. This is fishy. It's not even fishy. We see what's going on. We literally see what's going on. But yeah, we talked about it a little bit right now, but that was there was a lot in there.
Homework. I'm one, I have to run it a second time. I absolutely have to run it a second time. Two, homework for the Chatty House. Listen to, of course, not right now. Listen to Pablo Finds Out, that NFL corruption episode. It is.
Listen to it after the Kings don't draft in the first round tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Which, of course, you can hear the Kings not draft beginning at 4:30 on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
because I didn't know Florio was getting involved in it. That's when I was like, oh, Florio.
Oh, Florio will.
Florio was
He won
on
all
that.
the smoke.
He was on that shit. Just the little TMPs going on. How do you lace your Jordans regularly?
Man, you're a pro at that. I gotta get better at that.
I like to feel my shoe on my foot. I want to feel the shoe on my foot. I don't want to like be walking and my heel comes up. And so I'll be tying my shoes. Jamie Foxx is in Stockton tomorrow.
I saw that. Like what? My bad, BS. What am I missing here? What I say before? Sorry, I was not paying attention. I apologize to the chat.
There's a report that we talked about. The Kings are the likely suitor for Dennis Schroeder at the start of free agency. And the Zodiac GM says Dennis Schroeder would excel with a team like the Kings. A+ synergy fit.
Hey, we haven't said it on this show, but we talked about it a lot on KSFM yesterday. Just want to point it out. 102.5 is bringing you Ty Dolla $ign, Wale, and Jacquees Friday, November 14th. That is our show.
Yeah, man.
We will be on stage for that one, introducing these acts. Cannot wait. Over at the venue. Get your tickets on Friday.
1025 presents.
Mm-hmm.
This the first time in a long time. Is it the first time since that poster that's by Complex's office?
No. Flo Rida and T-Pain was 102.5.
Oh, they were. They were. And I'm not thinking of Concerts in the Park, so I'm not talking about those.
Yeah. That's different. But Flo Rida and T-Pain was ours.
Was a year ago or so.
Technically, Khalid was ours.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. That was sold out too.
It was. They brought us out there when there were 10 people there, but it was sold out.
That was sold out. So yeah, we had.
What's up, everybody?
Yeah, like a ginger ale.
Yeah, they sent us out there so early we could hear everybody's drink orders. Like, all right. Sort of a letdown when after considering the way T-Pain and Flo Rida went, and that joint was packed. And they was popping. We was out there mid-act, and they sent us out there like when the doors opened. Like, hey, everybody, walk to your seat carefully. And
we gonna be out there mid-act for this one. I promise you that. Right before everybody come out, we gonna be out there.
Yeah.
It is 1:49, and I'm getting impatient, and I'm poking at the NBA saying, "Do something."
Yeah.
Shams said last night to Scott Van Pelt, "Don't sleep, don't sleep."
I heard
and
that.
Here we go. I could have been asleep this whole damn time.
No, you could have. You could have gotten a good night's sleep. I hope Mitch got a good night's sleep. But he's here. 916-909-1320, the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Mitch, what's on your mind, buddy?
What's cracking, guys? Are you kidding me? I got a cat that wakes me up every day, like 3 o'clock. He chirps. He doesn't meow. He chirps.
A cat wakes you up? I always hear like dogs waking you up to walk and stuff. I ain't never heard of a cat.
It's hilarious that the cat chirps too.
He chirps, and my other cat used to bang on the door. So he close the door, and it's my daughter's cat, but he's trained, I guess, to go wake me up. But sometimes I hear my grandson, so that wakes me up too. But
understandable.
I made an exception for him. That's all right. Are the Celtics having a fire sale? Are the Kings looking into acquiring Jaylen Brown, throwing White for measure? Just to piss off Mr. Jesse there. Savvy. He doesn't like my tweets, it seems.
Yeah, Jesse. Why are you hating on Mitch's tweets, Jesse?
I let Mitch's Twitter be Mitch's Twitter.
Well, yeah, your Twitter is quite the place, Mitch.
Yeah, I know. I still don't know anything about it. I guess you read more than I do. I guess maybe I'm trolling, but I haven't heard you in a while. But I guess you see what you're doing, like the big brother up there. If I don't pay my taxes either, right? Don't know.
Jesse, I lost most of that. I'm not sure what he. I think we had a little.
Have a good day, Mitch.
I don't know, a little underwater. Just also, Kyle. Hey, Mitch, we can see your reply.
Can't see the likes anymore, though.
He fixed that. He fixed that. Yeah, he fixed that. Shout out, Mitch.
Yeah, just be careful what you reply to, Mitch, because
or don't. I mean, hey,
I guess. Hey, Mitch is living the retired life. Man, let him do what he wants to.
Shout out, Mitch.
Jess is right. Jess is right. Let him live.
That's my boy Mitch, man. Big ups to him.
Great seeing Jess on Friday night, by the way. I feel like we ain't seen Jess.
Yeah, Jess be everywhere.
Yeah.
Nah, Jess be everywhere.
Well, I've heard.
Just taking pictures with everybody. Shout out Jess. Yeah.
Shout out Filthy McNasty.
Who are you talking about?
I don't know. Jess I thought I was special when I got a picture with Jess. Apparently not.
She thought you were Alan.
Guess so.
It's fine. She thought I was Chris. It's no big deal. It's fine. It's fine.
Bet you Dave thought he was special when you took the picture with him too.
Man,
I thought Jess was my girl, but she just not just another guy in SAC Media.
SAC Media. That's the number one reason to get off of King's Twitter. SAC Media all says like. All right, man. Whatever you say.
Oh man, but yeah, I need the NBA to do something, brother. Come on.
Kyrie signed. Fred VanVleet signed.
Good enough. No, that's not good enough.
Well, there's a Nets deal that has to go down.
We saw Kristaps Porzingis. Somehow the Celtics have saved $180 million in 2 days and are still over the apron.
That's crazy.
What's your pick? 28?
28. Yeah, 28.
Right?
I think they got one more.
What?
It might just be 28.
I think
32.
Second.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What does the 28?
Mitch did bring up a point that I wanted to ask Jesse. What you doing? What you feeling? Like, is it real? What's going on there? These little proposals?
I don't think Derek White's getting traded, but
no chance.
You have been saying Jaylen Brown for about a week.
I think if someone gives the right offer for Jaylen, I think that can happen.
Why?
If it's they've said it, like Brad Stevens said it, like not Brad Stevens, but like the word out of Celtics camp is like, yeah, we're not looking to trade them, but if you offer something that's worth it, we will take that deal.
Yeah, like okay,
maybe if the Spurs come to you or whatever and offer you something, maybe you do that.
So
I don't think you look to trade those guys, but like if like people are calling the Celtics right now about them both.
Yeah, and that's
I saw today. The Raptors were supposedly offering the number 9 for Derek White. I wouldn't do that deal, but
that's terrible.
That's just teams. Yeah, teams are in on those two players.
What are you trying to accomplish then?
Are you probably taking a gap year until Tatum's back and then seeing where you're at when he gets
back? That's not a gap year. If you're getting rid of Derek White or Jaylen Brown, that's not a gap year. You've changed the construction on what you get back, of your team.
It does depend on what you get back. Like if you get Lauri Markkanen,
you're not getting a player back as good as Jaylen Brown.
But if you get the 5 and Lauri Markkanen, he's not better than Jaylen Brown, but that's pretty good.
Well, then what are they doing?
Who?
Utah.
Oh, I don't know. I said earlier I'd retire if you traded me to Utah.
Ace Bailey, Boston Celtic.
Oh man.
Hey,
that'd be crazy.
Danny Ainge.
That would be crazy.
Oh, the stories of Danny Ainge does
Danny Ainge,
that
let's
looks
talk.
good for the Boston Celtics. Oh well, it wouldn't be as big of a deal because his boy's gone. He's with him now.
Oh yeah.
Like if it wasn't nepotism thing either.
No.
But
he got it on his own merit.
If Lil Ainge was still in Boston and Danny had done a deal with them.
No, Brad Stevens. Hey, I kept your little sorry ass son around.
Well, that's a good point.
All right,
that's a good point.
His bum ass around. Now I need you to work with me here. Shout out Austin Ainge. I don't know if you're a bum or not.
Yeah, who has Scott Perry helped out in this league? We need some connections like that.
Yeah.
We need some connections.
Well, everyone said him and Joe are homies.
Yeah. 7.
I said everyone. You. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, 7. It's a bonus.
I don't imagine the people in New York are fond of him. I don't imagine he's fond of the people in New York. But there's.
I don't know.
Let me ask something.
I think that was a little amicable.
Nope. Keep going. You got it.
Amicable.
Anybody else want to give this word a shot?
Amicable.
You're adding a letter.
Is it 2? Am I adding 2 M's? Because it's not spelled with 2 M's. I know it's A-M-P.
Is it amicable? No, that sounds way wrong.
No, amicable that's the word, isn't it?
Is that what I'm saying? Hey, did I get it right? Charlie came in, so I just caught on to what you guys are talking about right now.
The word is amicable, no?
Yeah, amicable, right?
I think you added a P somewhere.
Well, I wasn't trying.
They're saying Casey said.
wasn't trying to.
Casey said amicable.
Oh yeah, no. Well, there's no.
Marcus sounded it out. Yeah, amicable.
Yeah,
that's a point for me.
Yeah.
Wait for you.
Yeah, I got it right.
Hey, bro, what?
All right. Well, fine.
What do you mean fine? Wait, what the hell?
What's the score?
Hey, what the hell is this?
Count it. What's the score here?
Count it.
What?
KC have 4 victories. Jesse now at 11.
Yo, hey, Kyle, I'm with you. I'm walking out, bro. I'm walking out. I'm with Kyle. We're gonna start our own league.
Just for we got the U.S. PWL
greatest moment in PWL history when Kyle walked out.
Kyle's scoreboard is still up here, just scribbled out. Jesse's right. That still is the greatest moment in Pocket Watching League history.
Oh,
Kyle just getting up and leaving.
But I think everybody was on the same page maybe when he left New York. It wasn't like Monty leaving the Kings.
So let me ask this question. For the 4,000th time, and I give everyone my word, I will not ask again. Do you explore Mikal Bridges at all?
Sure. Hell yeah, you explore it. I don't know if they're.
I can't tell what people think of Mikal anymore. I've said I'm just going to die on this hill. I've kind of decided I don't really want to die on this particular hill anymore, but I have been People told me I'm 3 years late on Mikal Bridges at this point.
He's a damn good ball player. I thought he was underutilized in New York this past year with Tibbs.
Can he be proper? Okay, so it's Tibbs' fault. That's a deep roster.
It's not. I don't want to say it's Tibbs' fault because, like you said, they got players. Like, so what he was able to do in Brooklyn when it was just him, it's not gonna have the same look, same opportunities, same offensive responsibility in New York. So I don't want to say it was just Tibbs, but I think he could have been utilized better in the offense and with the people around him. Hell, some of it probably goes to Jalen Brunson. Jalen, the point guard, you got to get him involved a little bit more than you did instead of taking 27 shots a night.
Yeah, watch it. The Jalen conversation next season is going to be fascinating.
He's got to tone it down a little bit. And I love Jalen Brunson. I think he's a hell of a ball player. I love his story.
Jalen won Clutch Player of the Year this year, right?
Yeah,
that was Jalen, right?
Yeah,
okay.
He is a fit. Like, he can score like that. He is an Iverson-esque type player. But I think the next step for them, especially if they keep Mikal, is for Brunson to tone it down just a little bit and try to get Mikal involved. Try to get Cat a little bit more involved, and you work with those bench guys, and McBride, see if he can turn into a Malik Monk type 6-man type guy.
Mm-hmm.
OG probably needs some more looks too. So I exaggerate. He's not taking 27 a night, but let's just say, for instance, he is taking 27 shots a night. Can you get it down to 22? Can you take four shots off your per game average to get these other guys some looks?
Okay, but that's kind of generic. Like, get these other guys look. Who else needs those looks?
Mikal and OG. Those would be my first two.
Okay.
Getting Mikal and OG more involved in the offense. Mikal's number one.
Yeah, okay.
Number one.
OG feels passive on the offensive end sometimes. I love OG and Anunoby. Really loved him in Toronto. Really wanted him here. But he feels passive on the offensive end sometimes. And if you're good, I mean, Jalen kind of like the DeMar situation a little bit. Like, if you got guys that are going to be passive, I'll do it.
Right.
Or maybe they get passive because they feel like Jalen don't pass the ball. I don't know. I ain't in the locker room. Point in all of that was I still like Mikal Bridges.
I do too. And yes, you do make phone calls. I saw a report from Yahoo. Like, it just kind of thrown out there. It wasn't like a report like that. But like the Knicks, or I can't remember what it said. People were calling the Knicks, or the Knicks are taking calls, just listening to what people have to say about Mitchell Robinson and Mikal Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
So if the phone lines are open, then hell yeah. See what time it is.
Well, let's call.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
213-909-1025. Or no, 21.
No.
What is it? It's
no.
not. It's 347. That's one of them.
What?
347. That's the area code in New York.
Oh, you calling?
Yeah. 347.
Did you give him a 1025 number? Yeah, hey, it's a sign.
347-909-1025.
There you go. Call that number. See what happens. You can call us too. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. You know what'll happen there. 916-909-1320. As we look ahead to tonight's draft, which is just about 3 hours away. Coverage begins here on ESPN 1320 at 4:30. So make sure you're locked in.
Does no draft pick tell us anything about the Kings going forward? Just kind of like maybe this is the group here. Or something like that.
No.
Do we learn anything?
I do not expect the Kings to pick today. Never did.
But does that kind of tell you like where they're thinking is as far as where they want to take the team? Like, they didn't end up obtaining that first round pick or whatever. Maybe
no, because I don't know. No, it tells me that the answer to your question is it tells me nothing. If we get to Tuesday and our roster is still the same, then yeah, that tells me something.
I think we know how they're looking at this. I think they're going to be cautiously aggressive, selectively aggressive. They're not going to be forced or pushed into making any move. They're going to, hey, this is something that works best for us currently and long term. And if there's something that works and we can get in the first round, cool, we'll do it. But we're not going to give you pick swap 2 years from now and a future first to get in the first round. They're not desperate. Whether that's right or wrong approach, I don't know. But they're not desperate to make any moves right now.
Should they be?
I'm impatient, so I say yes, they should. But that doesn't mean it's the right approach.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that's what they, I guess, should be doing. I would be star hunting. I would already have Trae Young at this point. So I don't know if there was any more moves left to make. But, like, yeah, I would be doing that. I would be open and listening to offers for Domantas Sabonis, even Zach LaVine as well, and see what people are giving. That doesn't mean I have to take them. I have to take the deals. But, hey, what is the market for Zach LaVine? What is the market for Domantas Sabonis? And I'd be very aggressive. I think they're, like I said, selectively aggressive, cautiously aggressive. I think they're taking the phone calls and they're talking to people, but actually putting pen to paper and doing a deal, I think they're really, really selective with what avenues they want to go down with that.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we know that now. But I don't know what that means. I wish I knew. We might be able to formulate an opinion on what type of player Scott Perry doesn't like. I don't think I can formulate an opinion yet on what type of player Scott Perry does like. I'm guessing high usage players aren't his bag. I heard someone shared with me what his opinion was on Jalen Brunson when Jalen was with Dallas. We're pretty confident we know his opinion on Trae Young. Very confident. If you were watching yesterday, he called and yelled at each of us 4 times every time Trae's name came up. That was fictitious, but still it was fun. We know he doesn't like him. So it's maybe high usage players that he doesn't like. Dennis Schroeder, he's smart ball player, vet. Good. Like, I don't know what Dennis Schroeder does. Again, these are not the same caliber of player. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand what we're talking about here. But Dennis Schroeder is just a good ball player. Like, solid. I don't know that he does. He's a good basketball player, but I can't tell you what he does great. He's good at what he does. Right. I mean, you could talk. A lot of people look at being on a bunch of different teams like as a bad thing. It was like the point I was making about, or trying to make, about Drew Holiday yesterday. Drew's maybe not quite Dennis Schroeder. Drew's just going to be on a bunch of different teams now who need a really good point guard. And that's what Drew is. That's what Dennis is. And that tells me nothing about Scott Perry. We know, or I don't want to say, there were reports that the Kings wanted Drew Holiday. Okay. All right. But that's a smart basketball player, great team guy, great locker room guy. Fine scorer.
Yeah.
Not just fine.
Yeah.
And great decision maker. All right. Well, you missed out on Drew. So what's it going to be? And you saying star hunting, the only player that I think is even close to that is probably attainable that we've talked about, to me, you tell me if I'm wrong, is Lonzo.
Yeah.
That's the only one I can think of.
Yeah. And then even with Lonzo, you got to deal with, the possibility that the knee could go out at any time, and now you're stuck without a point guard, the injury concern. So to your point, we will find out in the coming days a little bit more about what he likes, Scott Perry. Like you said, I think we got a good understanding what he doesn't like in a basketball player, at the very least, for where this team is and how they're constructed currently. You mentioned it earlier. Maybe if Zach LaVine isn't here and it's a different type of shooting guard there, maybe he is a little bit more open to Trae Young. Maybe a more defensive-minded shooting guard next to Trae Young is what he wants. But he's got Zach LaVine here right now, and he might look at it like, I can't go that offensive offensively oriented with my backcourt with Trae Young and Zach LaVine. So for this particular team, he may not be a fan of Trae Young, but we'll find out what he does like in the coming days, hopefully in the coming hours, right? Like if you can get in the first round, like they're supposedly, or somebody, I don't even want to put it on the Kings. Somebody is still telling Jake Fisher the Kings are really, really confident in getting in that first round. If they can do that, maybe that gives a little glimpse into the type of player Scott Perry's looking to build this roster with.
Okay. All right. Well, Scott, you're running out of time, man.
Where are you at with Scott? Are you losing patience with Scott Perry?
No.
Okay.
I don't expect them to draft today. Like even reading Jake Fisher, I don't think Jake Fisher is wrong. I don't think he's BSing. I just don't think they're going to do anything to get into the draft today.
How does Damian Barling feel about that? Are you like me? I'm like, man, I'm antsy. I'm frustrated. Like I want them to be aggressive. Like, are you just like, no, they don't have to do that?
Yeah, I want them to do something. Like, the Kyrie thing popped up yesterday. The Fred VanVleet popped up this morning, and I had to tell myself, like, those are things that can only happen with your current squad.
Mm-hmm.
It was really yesterday, but the show was winding down with Jason when the Porzingis trade came through. And it's like, Boston has a mission this season. They're out of the second apron. They're still well above the first apron. Like there's like, if they're trying to get below the first apron, I think they've got roughly, I think it's like 8 million, roughly 8 million to get under the first apron. So it's like, yeah, okay. Brad Stevens had a mission. He had some things lined up. He executed. That was the one where it's like, you can't do anything. There's no trade out there for you to make. All right. Because I just feel like whatever, and I don't think the Kings are going to do nothing. Whatever moves the Kings make, I don't think are going to center around the draft. So I can't be the one to tell you. I'm not going to tell anybody to be patient. I'm not going to tell you to be patient. I don't think it's happening today.
Yeah.
Kings will draft tomorrow.
Okay. Get your point guard there. Maybe he's going to be gone to get the guy from France that TC wants.
TC wants that guy. He said at 19 or 20.
Yeah,
I don't even know where he's slotted at in mock drafts.
Let me see.
I haven't even been paying attention to mock drafts because I was like, well, I'm not looking up second round picks. Well, I'm hoping for Nikola Jokic, but I'm getting Jameis Ramsey.
They got him at 18 going to Washington. Nolan, I'm with TC. I'm not going to mess up his last name.
Did Washington move that pick yesterday?
18. No,
I don't think they did.
They moved 40, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they moved 40.
All right. We'll come back. The draft is today. James Ham is like here.
Yeah, he's stuck in limbo. He doesn't know where to go. He said, I'm not going home.
He's just wandering around the Odyssey Studios. He's going to join us at 3:00. And we'll continue to I mentioned the Mavericks earlier. I mentioned Luka Doncic earlier. We're going to talk about it, but the Athletic is writing articles, and y'all are getting jokes off, and some of y'all are wrong.
I also want you to revisit. I almost got you started about the Spurs, but we were talking about something else.
All right, that's a perfect transition right there. We'll have that. It's Dealing with Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. Let's go a little 13th round action on this Wednesday. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to Jordan Brand. Big ups to the dope ones. Shout out to Gola-Simos. You already know what it is. Boxing, it's kind of in a lull right now. It's actually not popping the way it should be right now. It really isn't popping the way it should be. But we do have some fights coming up. And one of the biggest fights, all right, man. Look, just keeping it a stack. One of the biggest fights of the year. I'm not saying but like top 10, unfortunately, when you talk about viewership and everything that's going on, is going down this Saturday night. Jake Paul back in action, taking on Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. in a 10-round cruiserweight fight. I mean, what do you want me to say? You want me to say Jake Paul is, this clown or whatever? If you feel that way, you feel that way about it. But he has been pretty consistent over the last 5 years, working towards his goal, working towards being a professional fighter and taking it seriously, taking the craft seriously, and taking steps up. I think this is going to be like his 6th or 7th professional fight. And has he fought ex-MMA guys? Yeah, he has, but that's what a lot of people do at their 4th professional fight or something like that. Now he's taking on a former champion in Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., and it's once again great matchmaking because you have the name of Chavez Jr., but we all know he doesn't have the pedigree of his father, and we all know he doesn't have the heart, at least in the ring, of his father. So this is a guy where Jake can kind of say that he's fighting a professional fighter, even though Chavez Jr. has been kind of dormant for the last few years, and still look good. Still get in a situation where, maybe, he connects a couple of big blows on Chavez Jr. and stuns him, or maybe even knocks him down or something like that. It doesn't feel like Chavez Jr. is much of a threat at all, but he does have the name and the pedigree to kind of solidify Jake Paul in this particular fight. I'll be watching. I'll be checking it out. I want to see what's going on with this. Interesting enough, you got Floyd Schofield on this card going up against Tevin Farmer. That is actually legit fight I want to see. That's a good fight I want to see right there in the lightweight division. And you got Holly Holm fighting as well. Thank you to Holly Holm for beating the crap out of Ronda Rousey years ago. I'll never forget that. And I always salute you for that, Holly Holm. But yeah, got a card going on in Anaheim, the Zone pay-per-view. Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. this Saturday, and that's the 13th round.
Well, let's go Jake Paul then.
He's already retired from boxing.
Chavez Sr.'s favorite son is Canelo.
That's facts. That is the truth. He loves Canelo. Does not, I shouldn't say he don't love his son, but he don't love him like he loved Canelo. At least not in the ring.
They're losing 2-0, Chris. Leave me alone, man. The Angels got a weak-ass stadium. They hit a walk-off home run yesterday, and the ball didn't even didn't even go to the stands. It just hit a wall.
Yeah, don't nobody even care about baseball.
I'm lashing out, though. The Red Sox shouldn't have lost that game.
Didn't Cora get
Yeah, he got thrown out, I think, the day before.
what's wrong with this guy?
It's not even him. It's Jaron Durant. Don't know how to run the bases.
Not yet.
Wait, who's on the line?
Manny is here. you good?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I halfway am good, halfway not.
Elk Grove Kia Talk line 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
What's up, y'all? It's good to see y'all on Friday. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Always good to see you, Manny. Appreciate you, dog.
Yeah, man.
I do like Dennis Schroeder, but the only thing to me is I know it's not apples for apples, but I also feel like when you have somebody like Malik Monk, they probably kind of play the same role, and I'd rather have Malik in that role than Dennis. I do like Dennis a lot. I like what he brings. I just don't know if he's what you need when you have Monk on the table. It's just not my preference anyway.
Well, maybe that tells you something. No, I'm not trying to be funny.
No, but you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that too. Like, if I had to choose between the two, D'Lo, Casey, would you, which one would you keep? Like I'm keeping Monk over him every step of the way, right? But I mean, we'll see what happens. But I do got to plug tonight real quick before you guys answer that question. We are going to be on tonight unless something big happens. D'Lo and Casey, as always, will take over. But if it's just a normal night and we're just doing the pod, we have E-Train from he's on X. He's a 14-year-old kid that podcasts. He does award-winning literacy advocate. He's a book reviewer. He's a fantastic kid. He also does a page on the Kings, and he's done interviews with some of the players and Monty and guys, people like that. So he keeps up, and he has a lot of wealth of information regarding the draft. So we're excited to have him on. Chatty House, please behave. Please behave.
Appreciate you, Manny. I'm gonna give you my prediction for tonight, Manny, because I hit Manny like, hey, something jumps off, we're gonna have to, jump on.
Yeah.
I think Manny's gonna do his entire show tonight with Tasha and Dr. David and the crew.
And that is not a prediction. That is a spoiler.
Very good. No, it is. It's just an opinion.
Yeah.
It's just an opinion. But we can go back.
I think so too, by the way. I would.
You don't think they're doing anything tonight?
I don't. I want them to. I believe they're trying, but I don't see it right now. I don't see it. I don't see why anybody would be giving up first round picks right now to the Kings. Like, I don't think the Kings have enough that maybe warrants a first round pick.
What do you think that would cost?
I mean,
I don't think we have it.
Yeah, and I don't.
I mean, the DeMar was the question, but I just keep getting pulled back to the idea of, like, are we sure DeMar's the problem?
I also don't know, and this isn't a knock on DeMar or anything. Miami, you want to give up all that for DeMar DeRozan? Like, you're not a DeMar DeRozan away from being a good team. So we gonna give up a future draft pick or a current draft pick, I guess, first round draft pick, a couple of players for DeRozan for you guys still to be kind of mid. Now,
no point in it.
To be
honest, no point in DeMar. The truth be told, there's no point in DeMar doing that.
No, I agree. I also look at it on the other aspect, though, is Miami may look at DeMar DeRozan and Tyler Hero and Bam and all this other stuff and say, you see what this conference looking like? Maybe we can make a push.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to be superstars this year. We just gotta have a solid player like DeRozan.
You think you can get one of those Nets picks? They got 5 of them. There's no chance they're making 5 selections in the first round today.
No,
they got 27, 26.
What if it
19.
cost you Malik?
That's not the way I'd take this team, but I think that'd get you a first round pick. If I'm the Nets, I'd give up one of those late 20s for that one from Malik.
But so let's,
that'd be a good return if you could get a first round pick.
But let's go back. It feels far fetched, but when you got 5 of them, maybe it doesn't matter. But let's go back to your not original, but one of our original off-season discussions. We had it very recently. Malik, is Malik, Zach, DeMar? Maybe DeMar wasn't even involved in that since he's been thrown out of town months ago. We're the only ones trying to drive him back. But is it Malik, Keon, and Zach? Devin.
Everybody just forgets.
Zach's not Devin's not getting you a first round pick. Zach is a much more complicated deal.
Malik is getting you a pick in the 20s. If you wanted a pick in the 20s, I think Malik.
So there you go. I don't think Devin Carter is getting you anything.
Malik is getting you a pick in the 20s if you're dealing with the Nets, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they got picked. Like I said, they got pick 27, 26, and then pick 19.
I push for that 19 somehow. And I'm not trading Malik for 26 or 27. But then again, we're working with limited information. We're working with speculation.
Mm-hmm.
You work Dennis Schroeder into this all of a sudden. Again, I go back to Malik. Is he more expandable? I go back to what Manny said. Is he more expandable if Dennis Schroeder is here?
It certainly feels like it.
What's the thinking there, though?
I'm just a broadcast journalist, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Sky going.
So okay, I'll tell you what the thought. I'll tell you what the thought in that might be. I'll tell you what the thought in that might be. DeMar's not going anywhere. That's what it might be. You collectively had decided DeMar's the guy. I'm not trading. I don't care what y'all talked about before I got here.
Right.
I get he's your pizza guy. I need DeMar DeRozan here. The position is too crowded. Okay, then it's Malik.
The other aspect of that as well is there's been a change of heart. I used to love that show, by the way. There's been a change of heart on the DeRozan side, because everything we heard right after the final buzzer last year was DeRozan. Yeah, he out of here. He don't want to be here. He wants to move on.
It's a dating show.
Yeah, it was a great show. I think that's the show.
Early 2000s.
That's the show The Game was on. Change of Heart was a fantastic show. It used to come on right before Blind Date, which I loved.
The Game was on it. Very good.
I loved Blind Date. That was a fantastic show.
It was the Love Island of its time.
Yeah.
Do you think you get better value for a DeMar DeRozan trade this year or next year when he's got the partial guarantee?
No, there's no. I don't think there's.
Whatever?
Yeah, I don't think there's any point in doing it next year. Like it's like
So
the
then
whole.
why? So then, what is the plan with DeMar DeRozan then? If you're looking to move off of Monk, or if that's the way you're going, if you move off of Monk for the pick in the 20s.
Let me ask you something: who's better, DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk? This is a harsh way to have this conversation.
I mean, DeMar DeRozan, I think in a vacuum is better, but for what if I'm Scott Perry, like I'm sticking with Malik Monk.
He could be in a vacuum or on the globe. Like he's like DeMar.
I mean,
DeRozan's
DeMar's the better player.
basketball
He is,
player.
but he's 35. Like I'm not building a future with 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan. Like, yeah, you're gonna have DeMar for a year, and then he's gonna go after that, or what? You're keeping DeMar here till he's 40?
You want to?
The thing with Malik, that as much as I love him, I understand. Like what is he in this league? Is he just the sixth man?
He's one of the best six men in the league.
Could have won the award if he started more games.
Right.
Like, yeah, Malik Monk is one of the best six men in the league. Like, yeah, that's valuable.
No, it is. I'm not suggesting that it's not.
No, yeah, I'm just answering Kenny's
Is
question.
that something that you like build around though? Like Lou Williams is a great.
He's a building piece.
Yeah, Lou Williams was a great six man.
You don't build around DeMar DeRozan if you're the Kings. If that's the opposite, if that's the other side of it, and Malik's not someone you build around, but that's someone that you keep on. Like you have a six man. Like you have a puzzle piece right there. You don't build around either player.
It feels like you can.
Mar's 35. Like he's gonna be here for a year, and then whatever that last part of his deal is, like he'll be gone after that. Like there's no future with DeMar DeRozan on this team, unless you're just trying to make playoffs short-sighted for this year and whatever next year if he's still here for that.
Here's the thing that I'm thinking about too, and like I said, we're just talking a little bit because I want to keep Malik Monk here in Sacramento, but does it kind of feel like the Giannis thing where if you're having these talks about Malik Monk now, you're probably going to have him again next year because you're not going to be this great team. Nobody thinks they're going to be a great team. So we're having this same discussion again next year. How do they get better? How do they improve this roster? Well, we got Malik Monk there.
Well, yeah, but like,
so why not just
these have been out there? But I don't like the idea of them getting rid of Monk. I don't know if a person of a player in the 20s is gonna bring you what Monk can the next 3-4 years or whatever. Like I think Monk is like, boom, we have a solution for our six man and stuff like that. Now just build out the rest of the team. But again, it just depends on the direction they want to take this team. But like, yeah, I'm not a fan of moving off Malik Monk unless it's a player better than him or just as good. But I don't think that's really possible given he only makes about $18 million a year.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I want Malik Monk here. I think he's still a very effective player for this Kings team, and especially if they're trying to win still.
He's a culture guy too, and that matters.
Can you have Malik, DeMar, and Zach on the same team?
I mean, this is probably a little bit of a cop out. You can, but everything else has to be rock solid. Everything around those
Devin
have to be rock solid.
has to go in this situation.
Yeah. And that's
I think you desperately need Keon in this situation.
Yeah.
And I didn't even factor in the fictitious signing of Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah. I think.
Oh no, man.
If it's me, I'm trading DeMar. I think that's just best for both sides. I'd rather trade DeMar, get something for him now, whether it be Miami's pick 20 and insert whatever player, throw in whatever deal, rather than losing him for nothing when his deal's up.
Well, we now know John Collins' market in the league.
Did we get an update or something?
Yeah, he exercised his player option for $26.5 million. You don't exercise that option unless you know your value across the league, and we know it.
Yeah.
It's less than $26.5 million. Shams Charania had just tweeted that John Collins has exercised his player option for next year. There you have it. Well, the good news is we're pretty free tonight. Like, we don't have to, we can watch the draft. We don't have to be glued to the draft.
We don't. I'd like to be invested here. Come on.
Well, are your Knicks drafting tonight?
No.
Wow, your Lakers aren't drafting either. You got bro. Watch The Office, pal.
The Lakers are not my team, so stop saying that because people believe you when you say that. Even Lil Morgan.
A text has come through to say, ask Kenny if he would move Monk plus salary for Emmanuel quickly.
No.
Sometimes it's funny when you have your glasses on and you sit perfectly still, like you just did. I don't know why, but it's like you're frozen and you're desperately thinking about what you're being asked. Also, the dumbest movie premise in history.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Just the whole premise is ridiculous.
You ever seen that?
Never seen it.
It's
one of those
grade A awful.
No, it's a great movie.
It is horrendous.
It's bad.
Like horrendous and bad. Like this is so bad I'm gonna love it, or it's like just
so bad you're gonna
bad.
love
it. It's so bad you might love it.
Yeah.
Do I need to watch this movie?
No. But the whole premise is the guy is dead, and they're trying to make it seem like he's alive. So they attach like strings to it, so he like waves to people like this. Hey, Burn! And he throws his hand up.
He's walking
like
on the beach and all.
It's absolutely absurd.
I loved that movie when I was growing up. Weekend at Bernie's is stupid.
The Kings are this close to being Weekend at Bernie's.
Just propping up a dead body like it's nothing, huh?
Bro.
Hey, NBA.
Like, yeah. Like, this guy's dead. What do we do? Hey, let's just pretend he's alive.
That's it. That's what the Kings are staring at right now. And you know what? They made a sequel. If the Kings don't make any moves this year, it's Weekend at Bernie's Part 2 for the Sacramento Kings.
What was like that? What they made a sequel for what, the Baby's Gone movie or whatever that we were talking about that one time?
Bro,
John Travolta.
Bro, don't be disrespectful.
The Baby's look who's
yeah,
talking.
don't be
Look
disrespectful.
talking. Yeah, whatever. You know what it
that
was.
deserved a sequel. It deserved a sequel.
Bro, we went over the numbers. That movie was a monster.
Yeah, it was a monster because they were money laundering for that movie.
And it was great. It was a great movie. You had life from a baby's perspective.
Look Who's Talking was Beam Team 1. Weekend at Bernie's is the current incarnation.
Damn. Well, no, see, we got it. Look Who's Talking was Beam Team 1. Look Who's Talking was Beam Team 2.
No, what do you mean? Look Who's Talking 2.
Look Who's Talking 2, excuse me. Was Beam Team 2.
Now it's
wasn't as good. Didn't make the playoffs, but it was cool.
Now,
and this is the one with the pets.
Yeah.
This is
what
stupid.
did we decide that? What was that called? Look Who's Talking also?
Look Who's
Look
Talking
Who
now.
Else is Talking.
Look, oh my gosh.
Maybe it's Look Who's Talking Now. Maybe that's what it was.
Just awful.
Yeah, you think you're doing one thing, then you end up with a Zach LaVine. It's like, what's going on?
Oh, we got a Kyle Matson pun. Weekend at Beamies.
What?
Teetering the line, Phil.
It's really close. Like, I don't know if you can get a flag on your way back
play
home.
Play on.
It's pretty damn
It's
close.
like one of those things where Mike Vrabel like tries to mess around with the rules or whatever. So it'd be nice if they did something though.
Yeah,
Just don't
it
trademark,
would, and I think it'll be Monday. when free agency starts. I mean, that's not true. I take that back. I'm sorry. I apologize. I take that back. They're going to do something tomorrow. They're going to make a draft pick tomorrow.
They are.
They have a draft pick.
They are.
It's just not
me and
today.
Casey's dream of them getting to the lottery is probably cooked.
Yeah.
There's no way they're getting to the lottery. There's just no way.
Do you think I'm gonna ask a different question?
Fine.
Do you think they can if they wanted to?
Yeah, if you wanted to, hey, you think they have the means to?
I'll put it to you.
No, because I know what you two are doing. The answer is no.
All right, hold on.
Here. I'll state for the record, which I don't think either one of you can do this.
What?
I believe Domantas Sabonis is going to be on this basketball team this year.
Well, I won't state that for the record. I don't know what's going to happen.
I absolutely believe he's going to be on this team. I'm okay with him.
But I'll put it to you like this. If you can get 20 from Malik Monk and Sabonis should get you in the lottery. If you want to do that.
But who said you could? Jesse was trying to give me 26 a minute ago.
For Monk.
You wanted 19.
I did. Jesse gave me 26.
I'll even say 26. If you can get 26 from Monk, if you paired the two up, you can't get in the lottery?
I think you could get it with Domas.
I think so.
I just don't think you're trading Domas to get in the goddamn lottery.
Well, see, that was the question. Can you if you wanted to?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Calls, guys.
Calls. What do you want to get in the lottery just to say you're in the lottery?
No, I'm gonna get you Jeremiah Fears. See where Ace Bailey is. See what's going on there.
Yeah.
I don't want
I thought Ace Bailey was going like 3.
Oh no, he's
six
right now.
Has he pissed everybody off?
He is the story right now. The draft starts after 4, and he said, "I don't want to go to Charlotte, or excuse me, after 3. I don't want to go to Charlotte or Utah." Allegedly, I don't blame him. At least for Utah.
Tried to book his agent, but he charges $5 million. So
I'm not sure.
I read that story.
Salt Lake City.
I wouldn't. I told you. Been in a lot of cities. There's only one that I was certain we were going to get robbed in. I told you that. It was Salt Lake City. I don't want to be there.
What percentage would you guys put it at that Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine are still in the starting lineup game 1 this year?
98.
Woo!
You sure?
Woo!
Oh, you said DeMar.
Yeah, that's why.
You said
reaction.
DeMar. I'm not. Hey, I'll say this: I'm not as sold on as everyone else that DeMar won't be here. I'll say that I'm not as sold as everybody else that DeMar won't be here. 98 was it was podding a little bit.
I got chills when he said that. I was like, no, don't say that.
I didn't even have nothing to say.
I had chills when he said that.
That was a little. I got a little
scared.
It was a little aggressive, but I think I'll still go higher than anyone else. I'll go 80. I'll go 80.
I'm gonna tell you something too. This is unpopular. I don't think that's like an awful basketball team. I think that's a team that can be in the play-in, and depending on who you got playing the point and what you got around those guys, can push for a top 6. I do believe that.
You can push for top 6 with Dennis Schroeder running point.
I mean,
who's running point for this team though?
That's what I'm saying. And I also look at Schroeder too.
Dennis Schroeder is a playoff basketball player.
He is a playoff basketball player. He was playing really well for the Nets the last time we seen him start.
It's a bit of a journeyman at this point now.
And that's fine. Like Drew Holiday's a good, but Drew Holiday is entering journeyman territory. That's what he's going to become. He's going to be on Portland for like a year or 2, then he's going to be somewhere else.
Yeah, but that's a little different. James had a stat, I think, this morning where like Schroeder might be on his 10th team in like 13 seasons.
Okay, he's not out of the league.
Yeah, but I just wonder how
and
much
a lot of that,
and
a lot of that.
There's a reason why he's going team to team.
And the reason is he turned down that Lakers deal. Since turning down that Lakers deal, he's been on Boston, Houston, Toronto, Brooklyn, Golden State, and Detroit. He says yes to that offer that the Lakers got him. That's not happening. I'm not saying he's on the Lakers. You know, his numbers going next to Kobe. I'm saying the circumstances and in the position he put himself in with turning down that Lakers contract put him into a position, where he's not recouping that money and he's just going from team to team to team. If he signs that, I think it was a 4-year deal at the time with the Los Angeles Lakers, that's not happening.
And I mean, I understand what Jesse's saying about the number of teams he's been on, but outside of the Warriors experiment last year, he played really well for the Nets and the Pistons. The Pistons, a winning team, a team that was successful. He played really
28
well
games for the Pistons, started 8 of them, averaged 10 points per game, 5 assists. Brooklyn, as you mentioned, played 23 games with Brooklyn, started all 23, averaged 18.4 points per game, 6.6 assists.
And I don't want him to be the starter. Right?
No, yeah, I was just throwing. I'm just kind of like a bar, I guess, for
Yeah.
who starting point guard would be for a team that could push for top 6, I guess.
I don't even know what that point guard is looking like that starting point guard. I don't know who that is, what that's looking like. To be completely honest with you, because
does that? Well, I guess because I think before it was like that player probably needs to be better than Domas and Levine or as good. Does DeMar change that if you're keeping him?
Yeah, I think you can go with a Lonzo type point guard. A
like
guy
that.
like that. Like he doesn't have to be this. He doesn't have to be Trae Young or LaMelo or something like that, because you've got a good amount of offense with DeMar still here. So I can go with more of an organizer. That is in my basketball vocabulary now. Organizer. Thank you. Who did that? Hollinger?
To be honest, it never left. Like once we
was-
heard that word, like you guys kept using it.
And it was about Fred VanVleet, if I remember correctly.
It was. And now, okay, I use it.
Yeah, I'm with
Organizer.
it.
Yeah.
I'm with it. I like it.
You can go after an organizer if you keep DeRozan.
And I'm sorry, who did you just say was the organizer?
I said Lonzo.
Oh, yeah. No.
I don't know how.
Oh, this fan
realistic
base.
that is.
You have Lonzo, DeMar, and Levine on the same team.
Oh, they're gonna hate it. This is running back. This is running back
God.
vibes right here.
No, it's running back Chicago.
Boy, they'd be so
You
pissed.
do that. You trade Monk for a pick in the 20s.
Get Kobe White.
And you trade their favorite player.
Get Kobe White.
Oh, man. Well, you're the one who turned Kobe White loose on everybody.
Bring back the Red Kings jerseys as well. Then.
So I was thinking the same
we're
exact
just gonna
thing.
do the Bulls thing. Just bring back the red jerseys too.
Those
man.
jerseys are absolute trash. But if you landed Lonzo, it'd be like, all right, go for it. See what happens. Yeah, we're not coming to a solution on this, man. This is tough. But
I gotta. How upset do you think people would be if DeMar DeRozan came back?
like, not to be a jerk, but like, how upset will Twitter be? Yeah, they're gonna be really upset.
Chatty House.
I don't.
Callers, TC.
I don't think they're
TC
gonna be as
actually
upset.
pissed. He's out on DeRozan.
I think that's bad business, to be honest.
Why?
I think you could get something for DeMar this year that you probably won't be able to get next year.
What if you can't?
Yeah, I don't know if you can.
You don't think pick 20 is unattainable? Just something like that. We don't know if that's actually out there, but just something along the lines like that.
I would not use DeMar DeRozan for the 20th pick. Like, I'd want a player.
You're bringing
back.
in someone like Jaime Jaquez or Terry Rozier, like just insert whatever players.
So I'd be more interested.
That's
in
what I
that.
mean. Like,
yeah, I'd be
something
more
like that.
interested in that.
I don't think
because I don't like DeMar leaving for nothing.
I don't.
And I don't like him leaving for second round picks and salary filler because he's on a expiring worth however much next year.
I don't believe that you can get a first round pick for DeMar DeRozan, and I think Jaime Jaquez, Duncan Robinson, you can get that next year. Those caliber of players, you can get that at the trade deadline. Like those guys aren't. Jaime Jaquez could barely get off the bench this year. Duncan Robinson, same thing. Like you can get if that is what's on the table and what people are
Just something similar to that, though. Like I don't think, like I think there is a market for DeMar DeRozan as well. I think it wasn't just James Ham, but we've seen around people talking about like, yeah, for the teams that missed out on KD, like DeMar DeRozan could be Plan B. So I think there's a market out there where it's like you can get some for him now.
But I'm saying that caliber of player, if there's something more, then now we can talk. But that caliber of player, the Jaime Jaquez, the Duncan Robinsons, and no first round pick now or in the future, I can wait and see if somebody's desperate around the trade deadline.
I'm also not blindly saying, no, I'm not trading DeMar DeRozan. I'm not making a trade for DeMar DeRozan just because. I'll make a trade for DeMar DeRozan if it makes the Sacramento Kings better. But that's it.
I think I do.
I'm not doing it just to move him. I'm not doing it because I think, well, he's going to leave. I got to do it now or never. No, like if I don't have a deal out there that I like, I got DeMar DeRozan on my team this year. Maybe that changes in February. Maybe the market changes. Great. If it doesn't, hey, it doesn't. But I'm not doing that.
Let me ask you guys a question tomorrow related when we come back.
All right. Stealing with Casey on ESPN 1320. Hammer. You going to the arena?
Yeah. Can I get 3:45?
Yeah.
Which I probably will do anyway.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Back on. We here.
I'm back. Hi, friends.
James Ham. Have you ever put? This is a good question for you. Have you ever put an inside refrigerator outside?
No. I mean, they make specialty ones if you're doing like a barbecue, like an island.
Yeah.
They make them specifically for an island.
Can you put a regular refrigerator outside?
I
The things
mean-
I've read is like, the temperature could fluctuate pretty drastically.
Well, that you're just going to make it work really, really hard. It's going to cost you a lot.
We threw one in our garage and it got hella hot in there. Still worked.
The garage is fine, but like flat out outside.
Yeah.
If it's under an overhang, you're fine.
Okay.
But it's going to get hot.
Okay. Just asking James home repair questions during the commercial break. That's all. James Ham is here. It is draft day. The Sacramento Kings, as it stands right now, do not have a draft pick. I'll ask you. This has been the question we've been asking each other all afternoon, Hammer. Do you think the Sacramento Kings make a draft pick tonight?
I do. Everything I'm hearing from sources around the league today tell me that there are multiple first-round picks available in the 20s. I don't know if you're going to be able to get up to 20 where Miami holds their pick, barring like a much larger trade. But there's a possibility of 21, which is the Utah Jazz, 24, which is the Thunder, 26 and 27 are both the Nets. The cost does not sound prohibitive at this point. It's possible that they could trade a player, but it's also possible that the 42 pick and a future second round pick would get you into the 20s in this year's draft.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
lots of picks available, and the Kings have been aggressively trying to land one, and I would not be surprised if we hear that they have.
Can I ask one more thing? There's been, we've asked about players, different things. Do you think the cost to get into the first round is high?
No.
Okay.
No, I think the cost to get into the top 10 is going to be high, like it always is.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that getting in, like, again, you got to remember that the Kings had their 2026, and 2027 second round picks held up in the Kevin Huerter trade. Remember that if the first round pick didn't relay, then the 26 and 27 second round picks, if it made it to next season, well, the pick is being conveyed. So they now have their 26 and 27 second round picks. They also got the pick from Charlotte in the De'Aaron Fox deal that was a first round pick, but it wasn't going to be relayed, and it converted to 2 second round picks.
Mm-hmm.
So again, they've used some of that to go out and get Jonas Valanciunas and go out and get Jake LaRavia, but they do still have second round picks. So I would not be surprised at all if tonight we hear that they have given up like this year's number 42 or 2 future second round picks to move into the 20s this year.
Real quick before I ask the DeMar DeRozan question to you and everybody else, percentage chance on the Kings making a pick tonight?
I'd say it's high, like 80. Like they've been trying to move into the 20s for the last like 2 weeks. But I do think that there's enough, again, they're having a party, a media like watch party tonight. I don't know why we call it a watch party. It's not really a watch party. We're all just sitting around, and they do provide food. But there is no, adult beverages or anything. It's not a true party.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't even sound fun.
No,
all those alcohol sponsors over there at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, and to be honest, like during the pandemic, we had one of these parties, and that's where I got COVID the first time.
Oh,
I went to the draft party, and then we go to meet Keegan Murray 2 days later, and I'm like, right in the middle of the press conference, I'm like, oh, I don't feel good.
Oh, that's great.
Then I had to call friends and say, sorry, I may.
I remember this.
Sick. Yeah, sorry, I got sick. Yeah, so look, I think if you're going to have one of these parties, it's specifically, I've been told, if they have a first round pick, then Scott Perry will come out and talk to us. If they don't, then we'll just all watch the draft, and then we'll leave when it's over. Like they'll shut the TVs off and like flick the lights twice, and everybody out.
Actually, that would be interesting. James Ham, Sean Cunningham, Jason Anderson just watching the draft, and Matt George just watching the draft together.
Yeah, well, just hanging out. Yeah.
The thing I was going to ask everybody now that James is here too, before we went to break, we
DeMar DeRozan related.
Yeah, we were talking about DeMar DeRozan and the possibility of him being on his team opening night. And do you guys think DeMar DeRozan has more value or can net you more of a return today or February 1st? And the reason why I ask that is today, people may be looking around like, we like DeMar, but it's kind of a weird fit. Yeah, I'm not gonna give a whole lot up for him. He's 36 or whatever. But then you get to February 1st, and Cleveland might be like, bro, if we get DeMar DeRozan, that's what we're missing last playoffs. We can win the championship because we need a bucket right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit more of a sense of urgency for one of these contending teams to potentially make a deal to get them over the top. I would think maybe in February as opposed to this time of year. But what do you guys think? You think he potentially has more? DeMar DeRozan specifically, does he have more value today or in the beginning of February?
I mean, I think it's going to be the eyes of the beholder. So for the Kings, you're hoping that if you are going to trade DeMar, that you would trade him now. That because you don't have a lot of ways to get the players that you need. And we all know that they have players that they need, right? They don't have a starting point guard. And they don't have enough length and athleticism. They don't have the things that you need to sort of build out the rest of this roster. And DeMar's $24.5 million or $23.5 million, whatever it is today, it's a huge piece to the puzzle of how you acquire those players. And I think DeMar is at that today. He's at that sweet spot where he makes a good amount of money. He's still productive, and his age is an issue, but it's not an issue because the contract isn't very long. But he's at a perfect spot where the age and the contract and the productivity is all pretty equal across the board.
Sure.
Right? So the problem that you have is if you wait until February, there's nothing that says that a 35-year-old isn't going to get injured between now and February. And so, like, if I'm the Kings, I'm looking to move him now. Now, you're right. There could be a team that gets to the trade deadline and said, we really just need a pop off the bench, or we need some sort of scoring. And, DeMar fits the bill. He'll fit into our system, that kind of thing. But for the Kings, you've got to find a point guard. You've got to find a way. And DeMar is one of the few ways in which you can do that. I'd say Malik Monk is one of the ways you can do that. Your trade exception for Kevin Huerter, $16.8 million, your $14 million mid-level exception. These are like, you're running out of ways to do it. You don't, even a first-round pick, nobody expects if the Kings move into the 20s for them to not only land a first-round pick, but then have that guy start on day one. We're not talking about a top 3 pick or top 5 pick that has to start because you picked him so high. We're talking about a guy who, is a developmental player that you're hoping develops in a year or two. Maybe he can play 10 to 15 minutes off the bench. Maybe he can't. And that's where, sort of the picks in the 20s are.
You brought up a point guard. Your friend Mark Stein reported over the last 24 hours or so that the Kings allegedly have really strong interest in Dennis Schroeder. Do you know anything about that? Do you like the idea of Dennis Schroeder on Sacramento? What do you think about that report from Mark Stein?
Okay, so I'll get to the second part first. I don't hate the idea of Dennis Schroeder with the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
As a starting point guard, I'm out. Like Schroeder is almost 32 years old. He's played the team that he plays for this year will be his 10th team in 13 seasons. Like, if you're going out there and thinking that you're going to land gold with the 32-year-old, 13-year vet who's bounced around all over the league, then I don't know what the idea is there. That doesn't make, even as a stopgap.
Sure. He
doesn't make sense as a stopgap. He's been more of a bench player over the last couple of years than he has been a starter.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're looking at Malik Monk as a potential trade chip that you may or may not move, if Monk is not here, you need to backfill that backup point guard spot.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is you're still looking at who do you start at the point guards? Who's your starting point guard? And if Dennis Schroeder is your starting point guard, this is the same. I've said this to you guys. The Kings need to avoid getting in that weird situation where, they're just bringing in guys that are, the back 20 of the NBA and point guards, the Darren Collison type player. And that, again, I'm not trying to be rude to my guy, Darren Collison. It's just, that's where he was. That's where he was selected. I mean, that's what he was when he got here. He wasn't a top 15 point guard, and you're not going to be a top 15 team, most likely, if you don't have a top 15 point guard. And so I don't mind Schroeder, especially if Monk is no longer here. I said it earlier on the show, and I'll say it again. I think Malik Monk is a better player than Dennis Schroeder. He's younger than Dennis Schroeder. And if you're going to give somebody the starting point guard spot, you might as well just go back to Malik Monk if you're going to use Dennis Schroeder in that position. Now, it's possible that the only way to get a player that you really want is to move Monk And so now you're going to have this hole. Because it doesn't, just because you trade Malik Monk doesn't mean you're bringing back a point guard. That could be the way that you get a starting small forward, or you get one of the other pieces that you need to the puzzle. So it could get a little dicey, but I'm not a big fan of the idea of like piecing together the point guard position with, say, Dennis Schroeder, and then making some deal to go get Marcus Smart or something, and having those two be your combo at the one. I mean, if that's the case, don't expect to win more than your 40 games that you won this last year, and potential to go backwards more than forwards.
Yeah, I heard the Dennis Schroeder news last night, like everybody else, and it was underwhelming for sure. But I think he's a solid basketball player, pretty good. And I don't know. My first thought wasn't starting point guard. I looked at that as a rotational, probably backup point guard type guy, but maybe I was off in that, because a lot of people are looking at it as like starting point guard. I looked at him as a bench guy, your backup PG, and you're still out there trying to get your starting point guard somewhere. But
I agree with that. And the second part of his question, I've heard that that there's enough questions behind, like in agent circles and NBA sources circles, that this wasn't necessarily a Kings. Well, it certainly is not coming from the Kings. It's certainly coming from the agent, and it's very possible this has been put out there to get Schroeder the money that he wants from Detroit. And this is not about the Kings at all. It's more about, going out there and trying to get paid, and trying to put it out there that the full mid-level exception is on the table and stuff like that. Because all of it seems a little suspect, especially today. Everyone knows the Sacramento Kings need a point guard. It's like been talked about nonstop. But I'm also hearing that a lot of people are like, okay, wait a sec, this one doesn't really pass the smell test. And so I would not be surprised if this isn't something that we see switch up really quick, and then Kings fans are going to be up in arms. We didn't even get Dennis Schroeder. It's like, yeah, he wasn't really part of the plan initially.
And you didn't want him. Why are you upset?
Yeah. But you know how Kings fans tend to talk themselves into something? That does happen.
Okay. Man, there's a lot there. James says he thinks the Kings are. He puts it at 80% that the Kings get into the draft tonight. He said the Dennis Schroeder report from Mark Stein is crap, and not Mark Stein's reporting, by the way.
Right.
That it's an agent, with all due respect, doing their job, using the Sacramento Kings to try to help get his client money. And he's right. Everyone knows the Sacramento Kings desperately need a point guard. So the fact that they haven't been linked to more point guards. Well, so many of them have been moved so quickly.
Yeah,
Drew Holiday,
all gone.
Yeah, Drew Holiday was moved. I forgot the CJ move already happened. There's so many different things around the league have already happened. Jesse asked a question a few minutes ago, Hammer. Since we're doing percentages here on draft day, what would you put the percentage at that Domas, Levine, and DeMar all start the season together?
Oh man, I'm gonna take that like 25%, 30%. Like maybe I'm wrong there, but yeah, I don't know. I don't buy. Like, look, if you want to improve the team, if you want to put a stamp on this roster and make it your own, that means you've got to trade whatever you have of value, some of your valuable pieces, to go out and do that. And I don't think.
Is Domas the most valuable of those three?
Yes, without any
Zach
doubt.
being the least.
No. I would say, well, value and tradability are two totally different things. I'd say as value for the Kings, I'm going to say that Domas is number one, that Zach is number two, and DeMar is number three.
Really?
And that's mainly because of DeMar's age, and that he takes a very specific style of play to fit, where I think Levine and Sabonis can fit in a lot more places. And of course, Domas is a multi-time All-NBA player, multi-time All-Star. They're all multi-time All-Stars, but when you hit 35, it's not as easy to move. It's not as easy to sell that contract. But as far as like value on the open market, it's probably, I think, DeMar is probably the easiest to move, because realistically, it doesn't take a $30 million player to go get, DeMar. It might take, an $8 million player and a $10 million player, and you got up to enough money to reach the salary threshold and trade him. Where Domas and Zach, both of them, I mean, 47 million for Levine and 45 million for Domas. That's a team deciding to rip apart their roster, because unless you got another $45 million player to trade straight up, you're looking at 4 or 5 players, 3, 4, 5 players to get to that dollar amount. And that's a lot. That's it's not easy to just, swap those guys out.
When we talk about DeMar, obviously we've said a number of different times, it's been a foregone conclusion in many people's eyes that DeMar was going to be gone from the Sacramento Kings. I think you probably heard some of the same things that I heard after that last game of the season, or both sides. Like, DeMar was like ready to go. His representation was, trying to get that out there. Is there a possibility that with Scott Perry at the helm, a conversation might have been had between the two sides, and there might have been a change of heart with DeMar and the Kings, and specifically DeMar's feelings about staying here in Sacramento?
I think like everything is on the table, because that's just like where you're at in the season. Like, if a deal doesn't materialize and the Kings don't have another way to go get a starting level small forward, that's where they are today. Like, they don't have a first round pick. They don't have a ton of money to go out and spend. We talk about like the trade exception. You might be able to go out and use the trade exception to get a player. You might be able to use a mid-level exception to go out and sign a player. But you also, you got to find somebody that wants to play here and that wants to take your money. And that's not always just as simple as like, hey, I've got 14 million. Do you want it? And someone's like, yes, I do. And a lot of times they have better offers in other places. They're from a certain part of the country. They're worried about taxes. Like, there are lots of reasons why. So like, I'm not going to be surprised at anything at this point, because again, like, in order for the Kings, like, you want Scott to be able to put his stamp on this, but if he can't put his stamp on it right now, and like nothing works out, nothing materializes here on draft night or in the first day of free agency, second day of free agency, and you're getting a little desperate, I think you can make some moderate tweaks to have a lot of different, again, with all the players that the Kings had last year that are no longer here, that aren't under contract, whether it's Markelle Fultz or Jake Crowder or Doug McDermott or, Trey Lyles, like some of those guys, one of those guys, two of those guys, Jake LaRavia, they might be back, but it's also possible, like I just named 5 guys. You got Terrence Davis, who's on a non-guaranteed deal. You got Isaac Jones, who's on a non-guaranteed deal. I got up to 7 guys who may or may not be here at all. You're going to have a lot of roster turnover no matter what. And we always talk about how Scott flipped the Knicks roster in 12 months, right? Well, he's already halfway there. Like, he doesn't even have to do anything, and he's halfway there right now. That's the simplicity to what's going on in Sacramento with their roster. Now, to take the next logical step to keep moving, if you're going to move some of the other guys, I think the only long-term contract you have right now, you're expecting to have a long-term contract for Keegan Murray, but Domas is, I think, the longest-term contract. I think him and Monk are both 3 years, but Monk has a player option in the final year. The rest of them, again, Zach LaVine's 2 years. You got 1 year of DeMar DeRozan and a $10 million buyout for the next year. Like, nothing here is permanent. Jonas Valanciunas has a 1 year, $10 million deal right now with an $11 million option for the next year.
What type of player, you brought up Scott Perry. We were talking about this earlier because we genuinely don't know the answer. What type of player does Scott Perry like?
I think it's very clear he wants gritty, physical, defensive-minded players. Like if you go back and look at the players that he's drafted over the years, again, when he was in Orlando, he drafted Aaron Gordon. Here in Sacramento, he was part of the draft that took De'Aaron Fox number 1. Justin Jackson, who just won a national championship. Harry Giles, who was one of the most talented but injury-plagued players. Frank Mason, another physical guy that had, gone big places with Kansas. So you saw that, but then look at the Knicks draft picks. Look at the RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly's. He drafted Emmanuel Quickly with the 25th pick in the draft. I would not be surprised if he's looking for the next Emmanuel Quickly with that same, if he can get into the 20s.
Well, Twitter says he might be looking for the original Emmanuel Quickly too.
The Emmanuel Quickly.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, look, I do think that there is going to be the chase for Emmanuel Quickly. I think that, this is a player that, he drafted that really he hit on. That's a big time, feather in your cap that you landed a guy at 25 who's, a starting NBA caliber point guard who averages 18 points a game, shoots 38% from 3. Like
Sure.
Quickly's Quickly's tough. He's like the length and athleticism that you're looking for, the physicality you're looking for.
Shoot it.
Like if they can get Quickly here, I'm sure that they're gonna throw a lot to try to get there. And that's why I think we've heard Malik Monk's name mentioned with the Toronto Raptors a ton.
Real quick, staying on Quickly real quick. You think do you look at him as a starting caliber point guard?
Emmanuel Quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah, without any doubt. I think he's a starting NBA point guard. Yeah.
For a good team, like
yeah.
Because I like him a lot. I like Emmanuel Quickly since he was drafted.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the top 15 point guards in the league, I don't know if Quickly makes exactly the top 15. He's probably close.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not at the back end of the, from 20 to 30 as far as NBA point guards. He's a ball player and he's gritty, he's tough. Like this is a type of player that that Scott Perry is always looking for. He does have a player type, and it's the physical guys, the Josh Hart type player that guys that don't mind mixing it up a little bit.
Do the Kings have any of those? Valanciunas, I think, is one, but
oh yeah, Valanciunas is one for sure. Outside of that,
is Domas?
Yeah, I would say, Domas is an extremely physical player.
He's very physical. He's tough in regards, like he gets roughed up a lot. But I don't know that his game would be described as tough.
Oh, I don't know. I think so. I mean, how many times does that guy get hit in the head?
No, that's what I mean.
When we think of tough, I think part of it, and this is just a bad description, we think of willing to be confrontational, like willing to mix it up with somebody.
Well, I also think back to the basket, I'm gonna destroy this person guarding me.
Yeah,
I think of that too, and I don't know that Domas really strikes me as that.
Yeah, but you can't lead the league in rebounding 3 years in a row and not be tough, especially
I got you.
When you're surrounded by bad rebounders most of the time you're in Sacramento. I think Keegan stepped up and become a better rebounder, but like look at the other players that he's played with that just don't rebound at all. I mean, like I think Harrison Barnes got like an allergy to rebounding in his final 2 years here. Like he just stopped doing it. And so like that guy is holding down the fort. He's, watch him fight in the post. He's tough and he's strong.
Mm-hmm.
So I put him in that category. The other guy, I'm going to keep bringing him up, and I hope that he's here in Sacramento and that they actually give him a shot, because when you're looking at draft picks and you're looking for these like 6'5", 6'6" guys that, again, the Oklahoma City Thunder has like 15 of them. They're all like these guys that are physical. Look at Indiana, the Aaron Neesmiths of the world, that, these buff dudes that are pushing people around and playing great defense. Like Isaiah Crawford, like has the frame to be that guy, and his performance at the G League level showed you that there's a possibility for him to be one of those guys. And I think the Kings have done a nice job of finding sort of the diamonds in the rough, whether it's Keon or Isaac Jones. I would say Keon is another tough guy, but he's a really skinny, tough guy.
Sure.
And that's, and Fox was a tough guy, but again, a skinny, tough guy. So, but I think you're right. They don't have enough of those guys at all. And, that's who Doug wants too. He wants like that physical, strong, defensive minded guy.
Yeah, I think Domas is tough.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of, is there a distinction between tough and an enforcer type guy that, you can't mess around with this dude.
No, they don't have that guy.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking when I was thinking tough. I think Malik is that guy. Like Malik, what was he about to not fight, but he was getting into it with Dylan Brooks that time, talking crazy to him. Like you can talk to Domas or Keegan or any of these guys, maybe even Zach LaVine, and they ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I mean? And I don't.
But tough is confrontational.
That's part of it. It's not the only thing, because like James said, Domas is tough enough to lead the league in reboundings, and that's it's physical down there for sure. But there is a thought that Domas can be pushed around a little bit. Is what I was thinking.
I don't think that that's the case. I don't think Domas. He's a pro's pro. He's not thrown down. He's not punching people. Like I think
no one's punching people.
We might have missed the toughest guy, the guy who is willing to do that on the Kings roster, and that was Trey Lyles.
Sure, yeah.
Trey
actually has done it.
Yeah, he did.
He has grabbed people by their throats and
he yelled at his own teammates this year, like even on the bench. Like he got into it with DeMar DeRozan, and like I like the accountability factor that Trey brought. I just don't know that, like, his body wise, he's holding up well enough to continue, and certainly not at $8 million a year.
So he's gone. In your opinion, of course.
I think there's a high likelihood that Trey is one of the guys that aren't here this coming season. But again, you can do worse. The Kings don't have a natural power forward with him out of the picture, and that's going to be a problem. They don't have a back to the basket guy. They don't have a like Keegan can do it a little bit. You can shift Domas over and play him alongside Valanciunas if they're both still there. But they don't have a natural power forward type guy.
So that brings up another question. And obviously Scott Perry, we hope, has a plan for what this offseason looks like. But let's say your 80% pays off hammer and the Sacramento Kings are in fact drafting tonight. And we could go, somewhere, 20, mid-20s, whatever your heart desires. You just mentioned the power forward there a minute ago. We all know the point guard roles. What position are you attacking if you are in the draft tonight?
Well, I think the first thing you need to do is I think we can all understand that, number one, they need a point guard. But number two, they need a point guard because they don't even have a backup point guard. And that's a problem. Like Malik Monk is just a guard. He's just a six man, right? And I think that if you're going to walk into this year's draft, you can and move into the 20s. There are a couple of point guard prospects that would make sense for the Kings, and at least one that I know that there was that the Kings do have interest in. And whether he's going to be available when they draft or not, but I've heard Walter Clayton Jr. out of Florida is a guy who has drawn interest from the Kings. And he's one of those players who just flat out, he's a winner. Like he took Florida to the national championship. He's he might not be a pure point guard, but he certainly is one of those guys that you put him on the floor and watch him work and you appreciate what he does. He's just nearly impossible to stop. A 3-level scorer, not the biggest athlete, the greatest athlete, but certainly athletic enough and crafty. So that's a guy I would look at. There's also again, if you're looking long term, Nolan Traore out of St. Quentin. He's an international player. I think he's French. He's 19 years old though, and you're gonna have to wait. But he's more of a pure point guard.
Yeah, and do you just? I guess nobody really knows, but if they go back into that draft, do you believe it's for a point guard specifically, or is it best player available at that time?
No, I think if you're going into a specific area of the draft, it's because you kind of have somebody circled. Oh, and the other guy that I've heard at least a little bit of murmur about is Jace Richardson. Again, if you're not able to grab, he's a combo guard, but 6'2", Jason Richardson's son. This is a type, if you're looking at that range in the draft, and this draft is really strange. There aren't any, like, go to the second round, you look at all of the prospects in the second round. There's like 2 guys who are 6'7", 6'8". Like, it's just a really odd draft without like a tremendous amount of like length and athleticism. Even like the flyer guys, the guys who are just like over the moon athletic and super long and athletic, but have like no real game outside of that. There's not even a bunch of those guys hiding. So I think they'll be active tonight. I think that, again, they'll be active looking at potential guys as undrafted free agents, especially if they give up the number 42 pick to move up. But I also don't think that you're out there shopping and looking for a whole bunch of extra bodies at this point, because you're a team that's looking to improve quickly, and you need to refill the pipeline that brought you players like Keon Ellis. But you're going to have to be really like kind of like smart and find guys in probably the undrafted free agent market to get some of that, to fill out like the G League roster, to fill out the 2-way. I think they have I think only one 2-way moving forward. I think Isaiah Crawford's the only one that is 2-way eligible, because Isaac Jones, they already promoted to the main roster, and Mason Jones has aged out of the 2-way process.
What is there a team that you're watching really closely tonight? Maybe not as it relates to the Sacramento Kings, but we know Brooklyn's got like 5 or 6 or whatever it is first round picks. Boston hasn't stopped making moves since the finals buzzer went off. Is there a particular team outside of Sacramento that you're watching really closely tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's looking to see what Brooklyn's going to do, because they have number 8, they have number 19, they have number 22, they have number 26, and number 27. Yeah. So they have 5 first-round picks. And then the other really weird anomaly is the Boston Celtics, I think, are 28 in this year's draft. They're the only team from number 13 to number 30 who own their original pick. Every other pick from 13 to 30 has already been traded and is a different team's pick. And so I'm interested to see if Boston dumps their pick and does some more moving and shaking. The other team, I think that there's all kinds of wild rumors and speculations right now, is Philadelphia. They're trying to move up to number 2, but San Antonio has them in budging. There's a possibility they may shop Paul George. Like, there's all kinds of things that could happen there at number 3. And you're kind of looking at a team that's on the brink of breaking down in a disastrous team. And you almost wonder if, they're a team that you could take advantage of. And then, like we were talking about with Boston, they already traded Kristaps Porzingis and Drew Holiday. That saved them $27 million in salary cap money. It saved them $194 million in luxury tax dollar, according to Keith Smith. And that's one of those things where
still above the apron.
They are still above the apron, and they could still move one more of their really, really good players.
I tried to look at what moving the pick would do. Like, Boston, they'll get out of the first round.
No, it's nothing.
It's like, that's not even worth it. It's like $2 million.
Yeah, just draft the player.
Yeah,
because
just draft the player.
Basically a league minimum pick.
Right.
You get up to where the Kings were last year, though, like number 13. Devin Carter made $5.5 million in his rookie season.
Stole $5 million. What?
See, come on. See,
what? Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. That was look. Sorry. Fine. My bad. Not the biggest Devin Carter fan.
Well, I think he spent a lot of that. I mean, he dresses well.
Does he?
No, he got better. Yeah, he got better. He dresses well.
Well,
yeah.
He's one of those guys that, like, he's got the bling and everything else. You're like, all right. It's
saw,
all real.
Just because something is expensive doesn't mean that it looks good.
No,
I saw
agree.
A YouTube video of him a while back where he was out shopping for apartments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here in Sacramento?
Mm-hmm.
Shopping.
This was like after he got drafted, like shortly, and he got a new car, and he went looking for apartments.
I remember Hassan Whiteside got here to Sacramento, and the first thing he did was went out and bought like a $250,000 Mercedes. And someone was like, "Hey man, like, how much do you make?" And he was on the low scale rookie deal. He was a 2nd round pick. I think he made $460,000. And they were like, "Bro, what are you doing? Like, you're not going to be able to afford that car. Like, if you don't get a second contract." And he only had a 2-year deal, and they got waived in the middle of his second deal. Like, there are players that come in the league and just like, you know. And then you have the opposite. You had Jimmer, who was still driving around his Hyundai Elantra.
Like, Brad Stevens still drives like a Honda Civic or something.
Oh wow,
it's the same car he's had forever. Like that's just what he drives.
I know. Like when Nick Stauskas got drafted, he lived in the apartments right there next to the arena and would just walk. And it was because he didn't even have a license. And the same with DeMarcus. When DeMarcus got here, he did not know how to drive. They taught him how to drive in the parking lot at Arco. And the same with Stauskas. Eventually, Stauskas got his driver's license. They taught him how to drive in the parking lot.
What's funny about this that I like some people don't like think about is a lot of these guys have never like scheduled a dentist appointment.
Oh no.
Or a doctor's appointment, or like all they know is like what their teams are associated with, what their schools are associated with. Of course, when you're younger, your parents do all of that stuff. Right. You get to the pro, you're in a brand new city, maybe you got a whole bunch of money, and it's like, oh yeah, you need to go to the all of your doctor stuff, obviously. Well, you need to go to the dentist. What?
You don't want to
much less buy a car or a house or an apartment or whatever. Like, I don't want to do any of that stuff.
Yeah, they don't. And, a lot of them come from families that never had credit cards.
Sure.
A lot of lower income families that like had no money. And so they don't know how to pay a credit card bill or, any of their bills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so sometimes it's good that they have help, shout out to our guy, Andrew Rogers, who was here with DeMarcus.
Mm-hmm.
He came with DeMarcus from Kentucky and realistically just was his business manager and his manager overall and helped them like learn how to live life. But there's a lot of kids who don't have that and it just goes sideways really, really fast. And people, hey, I'll do all that for you. I'll only charge you $150,000 a year or something. And they just steal their money.
Well, you got that Tatis lawsuit that's going on right now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Tatis signed some contract when he was 17 or something like that, where this company promised him $2 million up front for 10% of all of his future earnings.
Oh no,
like all of them. Yeah. And now he's suing like what? Like I was a minor. Like this needs to be voided. Like I hope he wins that deal because
that's a crazy deal, right?
That's
there.
insane.
That was.
Well,
but you tell someone who's never had money before,
yeah,
hey, here's $2 million here's $2 million you can see versus 10%, something no one's computing, 10% against money you don't even know you're going to make.
Right.
Well, that, and as soon as they start making money, credit card companies start sending them bigger and bigger and bigger credit cards. They don't know how to pay for them. They know how to walk.
Kenny got the black one a couple of weeks ago. They just sent the black one to him. Like, hey,
no.
get to it when you can.
Who got a new car?
So they guys walk into a jewelry shop and they'll spend $25,000 on earrings, but they don't know how to pay for it.
Devin went to the jewelry shop.
See, there you go.
No, they don't even know how to pay the credit card that they just got, and so like a lot of it just bad credit and everything else. It's really tough, man.
Yeah.
And the league can only do so much to help.
And that stuff like happens that stuff happens when you're becoming an adult, just as the three of us.
Well, yeah, but it happened to Dirk. It happened to Tim Duncan. They lost tens of millions.
Well, see, and that's the thing.
Later.
We didn't get $10 million when we turned 18 or 19. I can't imagine. Nobody ever asked. They knew I didn't have it. Nobody ever asked me for money when I was 18 years old. I can't imagine how many people are asking these young men for, that they grew up with. You talk about the neighborhoods that they come from, and and all of those
family members,
are
your security.
Yeah,
they're your security. Like what exactly are you going to do? First of all, why does he need security? The Kings have security. Secondly, what exactly are you two going to do? Like, why is your aunt and your uncle your security? I'm sorry.
We'll come back. We got more with James Ham. We got draft coverage beginning an hour from now. We got the first pick made in just over an hour and a half. Will the Sacramento Kings draft tonight? James says he thinks they will. I say I think they won't. We will solve nothing, but we will come back on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Boy, John Collins picked up his $26.5 million option.
What does that say to you, James?
That he knows what everybody else knows. That he wasn't going to make that again. Uh-oh.
What's up, man? It's tough when you got to throw a flag on the boss, man. That was tough. That was tough.
And that was a lefty throw, just so you know.
Didn't hear it.
Jesse didn't hear. No, I had the mics off. Yeah. That was just a little slip, and it was like, hey.
Yeah, it makes you wonder why we didn't do that before.
Yeah.
It took 5 years. Wasn't like it wasn't suggested.
Sometimes you just need the right people to push things through.
That's it.
Yeah. Jesse just unamused.
Unamused. Are you only in our ears or are you in everyone's ears? Okay. That's funny. We are not talking about anything NBA related.
No, not at all.
Just like when Kyle and I were messing with you guys earlier. We were not talking to anybody. Oh, interesting. Can you kill the mics for 1 sec?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm like, why can't I hear anything? It's because I unplugged when we were telling jokes earlier, and now James is telling secrets. I gotta plug my headphones back in.
And now Stone Cold has entered the room.
Oh man, it's gonna be an interesting night. It is gonna be an interesting night. James thinks the Kings are gonna draft tonight. I don't. What do you think? You think
I
the Kings
said
are
earlier,
drafting?
I don't think they do. I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but I don't. My thing, James, is I haven't been able to see, and you did a great job of laying this out earlier, which might change my mind a little bit, but I don't see how they get into the first round. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Miami wants to give up the 20 for DeMar. You talked about Utah. You talked about, OKC. Yeah, potentially, but I'm just trying to figure out how you even get into the first round with the assets that they have.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to have to be with future draft capital. Like, there might be a bigger deal out there where, again, it's slightly lopsided and requires the other team to send back a late first round pick or something.
Mhm.
But I haven't really heard a lot of those deals. Like, the deals that we're hearing are pretty net neutral trades. And if anything, there might be like one team needs to sweeten the deal just a little bit to make it happen. But to get into, like, when you have a team who has 5 first round picks, like, what are they gonna? Everyone in the league can just say, "All right, go ahead and take them." What are you gonna do? You got like a sixth of the draft, the first round you own. Like, they're not gonna be able to move up, package all those picks and like move up to number 10. No one is sitting there waiting for that deal, and teams don't typically want to take in 5 rookies at one time. Because number one, you can't bring all of them along at the same pace. But
the Nets might.
Well, maybe, but the problem
5 first round picks.
still is
Got nothing else to do. Might as well.
you got to give them guaranteed contracts. So you're looking at 5 guaranteed contracts, and that's a lot. That's a 30-year roster is guaranteed rookie contracts to some dudes who aren't like top 5 picks. Even you go back to when the Kings had 4, I think it was a 91 draft, 92. They drafted Lionel Simmons, number 7. They drafted Travis Mays, number 14. They had Dwayne Coswell was 19. Anthony Bonner was like 21, I think. They had 4 picks, but those aren't all in the 20s. So you're hoping you're getting, a starter with the 7th pick, a rotational player with the 14th, and then just flyers with 19 and 21. And that's what you're hoping you get is 19. 20 or 21 or 22. Either way, that's not what the Nets have. The Nets have number 8, but then they have 19, 22, 26, and 27.
Yeah.
So you're not even guaranteed a starter out of any of those.
Mm-hmm.
You're hoping that it maybe in year 2 you got a starter, but you also have you have to give them guaranteed 2-year deals with a 3rd and a 4th-year option. And a lot of teams are looking at that saying, I don't think I want to just guarantee those roster spots. And that's why a lot of teams at the back end of the draft just bail on their picks. They trade them off for, they'll push it off a couple of years or they'll take a couple of seconds.
It's weird to me that for a draft that I feel like we've heard so much about for the last year, maybe year and some change about how talented it is and how deep it is, that you hear, of course, it's just rumors, so it's whatever. But you hear rumblings of like New Orleans and Toronto and teams at like 7 and 9 potentially wanting to move. And then, as you said, you get deeper into the draft and they're just like, it's whatever. We could get out of this if we can. Like, if we can get out of this, we will. It's just, I feel like there's been for some reason, a shift. No, maybe not everyone is as enamored with this draft as they might have been a year ago. Or maybe they're just really enamored with the very top of the draft, whether it's 1 through 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever. But there seems to be a fall off somewhere that doesn't have a lot of teams excited.
Well, yeah, and also look at what they got for Kevin Durant. Wasn't that like the 10th pick and 5 seconds?
Yeah.
You remember a couple of years ago when Jay Crowder got traded for 5 seconds, and everyone was like, "Whoa, what just happened there?" I think didn't Sadiq Bey get traded for
Jay Crowder, King's legend, by the way.
Shout out Jay King's legend. But I think second round picks have become like way more valuable to teams, not than first round
because
picks.
of the
Well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, you don't have to guarantee the money.
Okay.
But number two, they created the new second round pick exception, and so that helps as well, where you can sign guys to you have more protections if you use the exception on your second round picks. So again, like Colby Jones was one of the first ones to sign the second round pick exception, and it gave the Kings just more leeway of the third year and the fourth year without having like the guaranteed money, all the guaranteed money up front. He maybe had a little bit of guaranteed money in year 2, but year 3, year 4, like none of it's guaranteed. And but you still, if you keep them at like pennies on the dollar, you actually get to a point where you still have their bird rights, and there's if they're good, you can retain them as restricted free agents. Where a lot of times, like right now, that was pre like Keon Ellis, where all of a sudden the Kings went out and signed him to a 2-way deal, and then they gave him a 2-year deal, and now they run into this problem that they have this major decision to make on his years of service, and they could end up losing him because of his years of service and because of the contract they signed 2 years ago.
I know today is the first round of the 2025 NBA draft. That's what we're locked in on, but we won't have you around tomorrow, at least on the D-Lo and KC. So the second round, to my knowledge right now, they just have the 42 pick, or do they?
No, they just have 42.
Just have 42. Typically with the second round, and I like that you mentioned that it is seemingly getting more and more important by the year. Is that literally another, hey, just best player available, take a swing for the fences, or is that an area where the Kings can kind of lock in and look at? I know we talk about Proctor from Duke, and there's some players that they can lock in on and really try to improve their team with specific guys.
Yeah, I think when you get to the second round, you're looking, in maybe the first 8 picks of the second round, those are guys that very well could have been first round picks. Right. And then at some point during the process, they probably were first round picks, and guys move in and out of the first round, especially that back half. Right. So when you're looking at players if you're sitting at 42, you're a little deeper into the second round. That's 12 guys that probably not, you're not going to get more than 1 or 2 that were potential first round picks. It's where your scouting really comes in. I don't care about fit or about anything. For me right there, you're going out there and saying, okay, who has the best chance to actually make it? Who has something? And so what you're typically looking for is 1 or 2 really good NBA skills. So if a guy's a great shooter, you brought up Proctor, right? Great shooter, right? You look at who's this? Rocco Zikarski out of Brisbane, a 7'4" 1/4", 257 pound, 18.9-year-old, kid coming into the draft. We're looking at 7'4" dude, right? I don't even know what this guy looks like, but he's slated to go 45.
Yeah.
And just so happens the guy above him, his name is Javon Small. So you have this monster, and then you have this guy who's 6'2", whose last name is literally Small.
Yeah.
So what you're just looking for when you're going through is, does a guy, can he block shots? Can a guy knock down a 3? Can a guy defend at an incredible level? And I think the Kings are looking for tough guys. I think they're looking for guys that look at all the players that OKC had and Indiana had that made a difference. And a guy I've heard that they like is Elijah Martin, who's like 6'2" 3/4". He's a senior, 23.5 years old, but he's a shooting guard, 208 pound at almost 6'3". But he's a bruiser. He's somebody who plays physical. He's on that Florida team that won the national championship. And so it's a player like that who you're looking just for 1 or 2 reasonable skills. Can you go out and can you just defend at such a crazy level? And maybe we can work with you on your 3-point shot. Maybe we can develop something else to make you a more reasonable all-around player. And then every once in a while you just strike gold. Like Jalen Brunson, Jokic, Draymond Green, guys go in the second round. Isaiah Thomas, there are people that teams just miss on. And to be honest with you, the Kings just fully missed on like what's the center for Golden State that they should have taken and let fall to the Golden State Warriors. Oh my goodness. Trace Jackson Davis. Like Trace Jackson Davis.
Oh yeah, but there were circumstances around that, weren't there?
There were some circumstances, but those are for you to deal with afterwards. You draft a player, you got him. And then he's got to figure it out. Like Trace Jackson Davis wanted a guaranteed contract, a guaranteed, like a first round contract, and he fell all the way to like 55 or something. The Kings were sitting there at like 52, and this is a guy who like a lot of us had in the early 20s. I mean, a guy who averaged 20 and 10 in college and blocked like 3.5 shots a game or something. He can't shoot a three at all, but that doesn't matter. At least he can go out there and play. You know, he pass the ball well. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for someone who either is someone who fell that shouldn't have fallen, or somebody who has a skill or two that you think you can develop one or two other skills to make them an NBA caliber player.
Okay, James, you got to go. Get out of here. Break some news, and we'll be tapped in with you and Kyle tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So James is off to break news.
Something like that.
No, he's off to watch the draft just like everybody else. We hope that he breaks news, and James says he thinks the Kings are getting in tonight. And
did he change your mind a little bit?
No. Well, I'll tell you what, he made me feel really good. One, James knows 10 times more than I do. I'm just being difficult. One thing that he made me feel really good about that was like, oh, okay, maybe they can, is the price to get in tonight.
Doesn't necessarily even require.
It's not South Beach prices tonight. Yeah, you can finagle a couple of second round picks in the future and try to get something done. So that's good.
I had heard somebody. I just talked to some people that I know, and this is kind of the same verbiage that James kind of mentioned with trying to get in the first round. But they mentioned they might, worst case scenario, they might try and buy their way back into the first round. That could be like money, that could be draft compensation, but that's the term they use, was like buy their way back into the first round. So
okay. All right, Hammer. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I don't know why we're pumping up Hammer like he's going to. Come on, James. Let's go, baby. Take Abe with you. Let's go. I don't even know. I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm
He's like the high school kid that would leave during biology class to go to the football game.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, go get him, kid.
Go beat Johnson. Let's
go get him.
During like that whole thing where I got really fidgety, maybe like something is going on. I also told people, don't leave me alone. Like now people all of a sudden are texting, calling during commercial breaks. It's like, man, leave me alone.
Hey, man,
I'm just here with my man KC. We just doing the show. We just trying to have a good time. We on vibes. And now y'all are getting talkative.
Good old JR. He said business is picking up.
Yeah, business is definitely picking up.
It needs to. I've been waiting all day.
I've actually been waiting a couple days, to be honest with you.
Oh, like I said, Shams told us don't go to sleep.
Well, the second the Desmond Bain trade was done, it was like, what are we waiting for? Then the finals ended, and it's like, hey, they did KD's trade yesterday. What are we doing?
Now it's time. Now it's time, baby.
Fool me, you can't get fooled again.
Well, what'd you think? What
the J. Cole song told me.
What'd you think NBA wise though? Business gonna pick up?
So KD, Drew, Porzingis. I think those were all to a certain. I mean, what KD was happening. There was no question about that. The other two were pretty predictable and felt like damn near certainties. Mm-hmm. The Desmond Bain was the RKO out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. That's the one I'm like, how many more of those are there? And is there something in between? I feel like Trey would be something in between. I feel like LaMelo would be a Desmond Bain thing. Like, yeah, are we talking about it? But is there real buzz around a LaMelo Ball trade?
What you mean? Like if it happened?
It'd be surprising.
Oh, I think that would be the move of the night.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah, but what I mean is like, it would be shocking.
We wouldn't be anticipating.
Yeah, I don't think. Again, you talk about it, but I don't think you're anticipating. I don't expect LaMelo Ball to be traded. I don't even expect Trae Young to be traded.
I agree.
I'm wondering if there's more of those Desmond Bain deals like out there. I don't know what else. There's certainly no Kevin Durant situation out there. if it was Giannis, we'd know. Like Giannis would leak it. Giannis might tweet it. Giannis's people would tell it. Like they're very loud in this stuff. Probably poorly calculated loud. And like we know every meeting they've ever had with the Milwaukee Bucks. That's why so many people like you, like Jesse, feel like this is inevitable. You're so loud about these stupid ass meetings that you have every year. Just ask to leave.
Right.
It's in you. I think you said this a couple weeks ago. It's 100% the Dame Lillard thing. It's gotten to the point where it's inevitable.
Right.
Just
Not
do
a
it.
matter of if, but when.
Yeah, just do it, and it's fine. No, I was going to say no one's going to be mad. Yeah, there's one fan base that'll be mad. Everyone's just do it. Like everyone else knows it's coming.
You'll love Jaylen Brown.
No,
All right, well, we don't need him to go there. No. We don't need him to go there, Jesse. I'm just gonna say it. You got your championship. I'm happy for man. You got the C1, but now I can go back to.
In all honesty, though, like Milwaukee should be calling the Spurs right now.
Who you want, De'Aaron Fox?
If it have to be De'Aaron because you got to make money work.
Yeah, De'Aaron.
I mean, unless you're like you make
De'Aaron and Harrison.
Well, De'Aaron's perfect because you lost Dame. You figure out you can figure that problem out later.
De'Aaron got shipped to Milwaukee. That'd be crazy.
Imagine De'Aaron being on 4 teams in 3 years or something. Yeah, if De'Aaron
to Giannis less Milwaukee.
What, Dame?
I don't know, man. I have said since the lottery. I don't think De'Aaron plays another game for San Antonio. I'll say it. Hey, okay. I get it. I'm a hater. I get it. Let's Kyrie Irving signed a contract. He with Dallas, right? Because you can do that.
Yep.
Fred VanVleet signed a contract. Steven Adams signed a contract like a month ago. No one cared. I love Steven Adams, but he did. So you can sign contracts with your current teams. Don't have to. Can. That's all. That's all.
It's the move to make. And this ain't even hate. This is just looking at the team. This is the move to make. I would be shocked
if
De'Aaron Fox was traded from the Spurs, or if De'Aaron Fox, to what you said, played his last game as a Spur, considering the Rich Paul component.
Well, fine. I guess I need to amend this a little bit. This is when I thought Giannis was gone. Because to me, if Milwaukee would think with their head and not their heart, San Antonio could put themselves in a position to win a championship right now, and Milwaukee could put themselves in a position to be better in the future. They could put themselves in a position for I don't know that a soft rebuild is the right term, and I don't know if a quick rebuild is the right term, but you could put yourself in a position to kind of reset and then get better pretty quickly. You'll have some, with the trade, you'll have a couple components in place. You don't want to miss on your draft picks, obviously,
right?
But I think they could, but I don't know that that's happening. So we're adamant, just to show I'm not like a super hater. I wouldn't have included De'Aaron in any conversation regarding Kevin Durant. That didn't make sense. It would have been KD, De'Aaron, and Wemby.
I would have.
No,
if they pushed me far enough,
you know what?
Like we'd have that conversation.
No. I always thought that for a specific reason, and now I realize. I always thought from a Phoenix perspective that doesn't make sense. Then I think about what Phoenix actually did, which doesn't make sense. So yeah, I guess they could have.
And you could reroute them though, like they're allegedly may do. Jalen Green.
I don't know if they're rerouting.
He might not. Jalen Green might get moved tonight. I saw a report that Anthony Simons might get rerouted. Did you see that?
I was literally about to say that right now. That Anthony Simons could be on the move tonight.
Really?
Yeah, the Celtics could include him in deals tonight.
Well, that would get him under the apron, depending on what they got in return. That would get him because what is he at? What's his number? Do you remember? 20 plus?
Yeah, it's 20 plus, like 25.
Because I think they're 8 over the first apron. I get
there are some
25
people.
per.
There are some people
yeah.
that believe.
Yeah.
Chris Mannix, I think, is where I heard this from.
Your boy.
That's
your boy.
That's your boy. That may be a gap year for Boston. They want to load up on assets and get ready for free agency of 2026. Luka might be available, all that stuff.
Luka might be available. Huh. You know, it is fascinating thinking about the Lakers and how they're going moving forward, because this is a different regime. Now, I know, look, I get Jeannie's still there, but
for now,
I don't know if she's making decisions on people like Rob Pelinka anymore.
Right.
I don't know if there's this circle of trust with the Rambuses and Irvin and, you know, all of these people associated with they're all essentially, and there's nothing wrong with this, by the way. Yeah. A lot of small businesses operate this way. All of the people associated with Dr. Buss.
Yeah.
You look at the early stages of the WWF, Vince McGahn, all of those people there, the people behind the scenes, they were all associated with Vince's dad. It was the exact same thing until it wasn't. It wasn't is now for WWE. It's the same thing with the Los Angeles Lakers. Business is going to be done differently.
And hopefully the Lakers turn into what the WWE has. Unwatchable.
Bad stuff.
A lot of scandal in there too, though.
Not wrong. A lot of scandal with the Lakers or with the WWE.
Well, if the Lakers are going to become the WWE.
I can't. Well, I can't believe WWE is going through this show this weekend. It's just absolutely insane.
That's right. Oh,
it's absolutely insane.
Yeah,
bag's been dropped off.
Unbelievable.
That's what
man.
matters to them.
Wow.
We're gonna run back our conversation with James Ham next, and then we're gonna head into our coverage of the NBA draft. So lock in, buckle up. It could be an eventful night, and we will be back here at 10 a.m. to cover it all. You want immediate reaction should something happen? Flip over to 102.5. We'll be over there.
There we go.
Starting right now. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, first round picks. Hey, Russ Dog. Hold on, player. Hold on, player.
Oh, man. There's something wrong with the connection. We'll hey,